Hey there, my exhausted friends. Go ahead and get comfy here, because tonight we settle into the winter harbour of 1773 Boston, where a quiet act of rebellion in the darkness would ignite a revolution. This is the story of how tea leaves floating in cold salt water became the most expensive political statement in history. If you are new to the club, feel free to follow us and leave a wonderful review of what we do here. Also, tell your friends and family if they are struggling to sleep well at night, and let them know about these history stories curated for learning while you sleep or do chores. Now dim the lights that always blind us when we wake up, turn on a fan for some white noise, and let's begin. The December wind cuts across Boston Harbour tonight, carrying the smell of pine tar and salt. You stand on Griffin's Wharf, watching 3 merchant ships rock gently against their moorings. The year is 1773, and somewhere in the darkness around you, history is preparing to make itself heard. But before we reach that moment, before the splash of tea crates hitting black water, you need to understand how a simple beverage became the most dangerous substance in the American colonies. Your boots crunch through November frost as you walk the cobblestone streets of Boston in 1772. The morning air smells like wood smoke and fresh bread from the bakery on Milk Street. Around you, the city hums with the ordinary business of living. A cooper hammers iron hoops onto barrel staves. A fishmonger calls out prices for cod and mackerel. 2 women pause outside a shop window, examining bolts of imported fabric. Everything looks normal. Everything feels like the world you have always known. But underneath this ordinary morning, something fundamental has shifted. The British Empire, that vast machinery of commerce and control stretching across oceans, has decided to solve a problem. The East India Company, the trading giant that effectively runs British interest in Asia, sits on the edge of bankruptcy. £17 million of unsold tea moulder in London warehouses. According to Thomas Hutchinson's correspondence with the Colonial Office, the company bleeds money while colonial merchants in America thrive on smuggled Dutch tea. The empire needs a solution. The solution, Parliament decides, will reshape your world. You pour yourself tea this morning, as you do every morning. The ritual feels comfortable. Hot water darkens the leaves. Steam rises carrying that particular scent of bergamot and earth. The East India Company has shipped these leaves 15,000 miles from plantations in Assam and Ceylon. They travelled by ox cart to Calcutta, by merchant ship around the Cape of Good Hope, through storms and doldrums into London warehouses, then across the Atlantic to Boston. By the time they reach your cup, they have passed through so many hands that the final price bears little resemblance to their original value. The journey of these leaves tells the story of empire in miniature. Chinese workers picked them on mountain slopes, their hands moving with practiced efficiency through rows of bushes. The leaves dried in factories where the air hung thick with dust and heat. British merchants inspected the harvest, calculating profits in ledgers that tracked the movement of goods across continents. Ships carried the tea through waters patrolled by the Royal Navy, protecting trade routes that sustained an empire. At every stage, someone took a cut. A percentage here, a duty there. The accumulated costs transformed a simple agricultural product into a luxury good that signalled status and civilization. Your neighbours drink tea every afternoon. The ritual has become so ingrained in colonial life that you barely question it. Women gather in parlours to share gossip over teacups painted with delicate Chinese patterns. Men discuss business in coffee houses where tea competes with coffee and chocolate as the beverage of choice. Even the poorest families save coins to purchase a small amount of leaves, stretching the supply by reusing them multiple times until the flavour turns bitter and thin. Tea drinking marks you as civilised, as British, as connected to a culture that spans the globe. But the Tea Act changes the meaning of every cup. What was once simply a beverage has become a political statement. Drinking tea now means accepting Parliament's right to tax. Refusing tea means declaring resistance. The choice facing you at breakfast carries implications far beyond personal preference. This is how empire works. Goods flow in patterns established by law and profit. The Navigation Acts, passed decades ago by a parliament you never elected, dictate that colonial trade must flow through Britain. You cannot buy tea directly from China. You cannot purchase manufactured goods from France. Every transaction must pass through London middlemen, who take their cut, and London customs houses, who collect their duties. The system turns you into a permanent customer with no alternative suppliers. The Tea Act of 1773, which Parliament passes in May, attempts to fix the East India Company's problems by making their tea cheaper than smuggled Dutch varieties. The law eliminates the middleman merchants who normally sell tea in the colonies. Now, the company can ship directly to appointed agents in American ports. The colonial duty remains in place, at 3p per pound, that has caused so much anger since the Townshend Acts. But even with the duty, East India Company tea will cost less than what you currently pay for smuggled leaves. You hear about the new law from Samuel Adams, who speaks in the Old South meeting house, with the kind of quiet intensity that makes people lean forward in their seats. Adams has thinning hair and a slight tremor in his hands that makes him seem older than his 50 years. But his voice carries the weight of someone who sees patterns others miss. The Tea Act, he explains, is not really about tea. It is about the principle of Parliament's right to tax you without your consent. It is about whether you live as subjects or citizens. The meeting house smells like damp wool and nervous sweat. Around you sit merchants and artisans, shopkeepers and labourers. Some have been your neighbours for decades. You know their children. You buy bread from their wives. These are not radicals or revolutionaries in the dramatic sense. They are people trying to run businesses and raise families in a city where every economic decision now carries political weight. John Hancock, whose merchant ships dominate Boston Harbour, stands to speak. Hancock's fortune comes partly from smuggled goods, though he would phrase it differently. He talks about the monopoly the Tea Act creates. Today the East India Company controls tea. Tomorrow it might control textiles or hardware or any other commodity. The principle, he argues, threatens every merchant in the colonies. His argument is about profit, yes, but also about the future structure of American commerce. Who decides what you can buy and from whom? Outside the meeting house, November rain begins to fall. You can hear it pattering against the windows, that soft, persistent sound of a nor'easter settling in for the day. The room grows darker as clouds obscure the afternoon sun. Someone lights additional candles. The flickering light makes the faces around you look almost theatrical, all shadows and highlights like figures in a Rembrandt painting. The discussion continues for hours. Some argue for patience. Others call for immediate action. The room divides along familiar lines. Conservatives worry about antagonising Parliament. Radicals insist that compromise only invites further encroachment. The debate itself is not new. You have heard these arguments since the Stamp Act crisis 8 years ago. What changes now is the sense that a decision point approaches. The East India Company has already loaded ships with tea destined for Boston, New York, Philadelphia and Charleston. When those ships arrive, you will need to choose. Thomas Hutchinson, the royal governor, makes his position clear in a letter published in the Boston Gazette. The tea will land. The duties will be paid. The law will be obeyed. Hutchinson writes with the confidence of someone who believes authority naturally flows downward from Parliament to colonies, to individual subjects. He cannot imagine that this flow might reverse, that authority might derive from the consent of the governed rather than the decree of the government. His imagination, shaped by decades of imperial service, cannot accommodate the future that is forming in rooms like this one across the colonies. You walk home through the rain thinking about tea, such a small thing to build a crisis around. Yet every great change, you reflect, seems to start with something ordinary transformed by context into something extraordinary. Tea in your cup is breakfast. Tea in a cargo hold becomes rebellion. The difference lies not in the leaves themselves, but in what they represent. Parliament's right to tax, colonial rights to resist, the question of who owns the future. Your house smells like the fish chowder your wife has simmering over the kitchen fire. The warmth after cold rain feels like redemption. Your children ask about the meeting. You try to explain in terms they can understand. It is difficult. How do you tell a child that their world might change because of dried leaves and political theory? How do you prepare them for the possibility that their father might have to choose between law and conscience? That night, lying in bed listening to rain drum against roof shingles, you think about the ships that are even now crossing the Atlantic. The Dartmouth, the Eleanor, the Beaver. Their holds packed with tea chests. Each chest contains 360 pounds of leaves. Each pound represents 3 pence of duty that Parliament insists on collecting. The mathematics of empire, the arithmetic of resistance. By the time you fall asleep, the calculations have blurred into dreams of ships and harbours and dark water. The Dartmouth drops anchor in Boston Harbour on November 28, 1773. You stand on Long Wharf watching the ship settle into the grey water. She's a square-rigged vessel of several hundred tons, her hull sitting low under the weight of her cargo. 114 chests of East India Company tea rest in her hold. The owner, Francis Roch, paces the wharf looking worried. He is a Nantucket Quaker caught between commercial interests and political reality. His ship carries perfectly legal cargo that has somehow become contraband in the eyes of much of Boston. The weather has turned cold, ice forms in the quiet edges of the harbour where water meets shore. Your breath makes small clouds in the morning air. Around you, other Bostonians gather to stare at the ship. No one seems quite sure what to do. The Dartmouth has entered port legally. Under British law, Roch has 20 days to unload his cargo and pay the required duties. If he fails to do so, customs officials can seize the ship and auction its contents. The deadline creates a timeline, 20 days to decide the future. The ship rocks gently on the incoming tide. Seabirds circle overhead, their calls echoing across the water. The Dartmouth looks like any other merchant vessel that has entered this harbour carrying goods from England. Her lines are clean and practical. Her rigging shows signs of a long Atlantic crossing, salt-stained and weathered. Nothing about her appearance suggests the political crisis she represents, yet everyone watching knows that what happens to this ship and her cargo will determine the shape of colonial resistance. Roch stands near the gangplank speaking with the harbour master. You can see the tension in his shoulders, the way he gestures with hands that want to solve a problem but cannot find the solution. He is a businessman who deals in facts and contracts. The cargo in his hold is legal. His ship has proper documentation. He has broken no law. Yet the crowd gathering on the wharf looks at him with expressions that range from sympathy to suspicion. Some see him as an innocent merchant caught in circumstances beyond his control. Others wonder whether he knew what he was carrying and chose profit over principle. The afternoon light slants across the water, turning the harbour into patterns of silver and shadow. Other ships bob at their moorings, their business unaffected by the Dartmouth's arrival. Fishing vessels unload their catch. Coastal traders transfer goods to warehouses. The ordinary commerce of a port city continues despite the extraordinary political situation developing around this single ship. The contrast strikes you. History is happening, but most of life proceeds as normal. People still need to eat. Goods still need to move. The world does not stop for revolution. Samuel Adams organises a mass meeting at Faneuil Hall. The hall cannot hold the crowd that arrives, so everyone moves to the Old South Meeting House, which has more space. 5,000 people pack into the building and overflow into the street outside. This is not a small gathering of radicals. This is a significant portion of Boston's population making their presence felt. According to accounts from participants, the meeting resembles something between a town assembly and a religious revival. People speak with passion about rights and duties and the proper relationship between citizens and government. The meeting resolves that the tea must not be unloaded. The meeting further resolves that the tea must be sent back to London. The meeting appoints a committee to watch the Dartmouth and ensure no one attempts to bring the cargo ashore. Around you, men volunteer for watch duty. They will stand guard in shifts, day and night, making sure the tea stays in the hold where it can do no political damage. The commitment required strikes you. These are working men who cannot afford to miss wages, yet they volunteer anyway. Principle apparently outweighs profit in the short term. Francis Roch tries to navigate impossible demands. The meeting insists the tea return to London. Governor Hutchinson refuses to grant the clearance papers necessary for the ship to leave port. British law requires the duties to be paid before any ship can depart. Roch finds himself trapped between colonial resistance and imperial bureaucracy. He petitions the governor, he addresses the meetings, he writes letters to the customs commissioners. Nothing resolves the deadlock. 2 more ships arrive, the Eleanor on December 2nd, the Beaver on December 15th, delayed by smallpox among the crew. Now 3 vessels sit at Griffin's Wharf, their holds collectively carrying 342 chests of tea worth approximately £18,000. The deadline looms. On December the 17th, if the duties remain unpaid, Admiral Montague can order the Customs Service to seize the ships and force the tea ashore. The calendar has become a countdown. You attend the meeting on December the 16th, the last full day before the deadline. 7,000 people crowd into and around the Old South Meeting House. The number represents nearly half of Boston's population. Something in the air feels different today. You can sense it in the way people speak, the tension in their shoulders, the sidelong glances they exchange. Everyone knows the deadline approaches. Everyone knows that talk must soon give way to action. Francis Roch, summoned before the meeting, reports his final attempt to get clearance papers from Governor Hutchinson. He rode to the governor's country house in Milton that morning. Hutchinson refused to see him, sending word through an aide that the law is clear and the governor's position unchanged. The tea cannot leave until the duties are paid. Roch delivers this news with the exhausted tone of someone who has tried everything and failed. He is a merchant, not a politician. He wants to conduct his business and go home. Instead, he has become a minor character in a much larger drama. Samuel Adams stands. The room quiets. His voice carries to the back rows. This meeting, he says, can do nothing more to save the country. The phrase sounds almost ritual, like a signal prearranged. Around you, men begin to move. Some head for the doors, others reach for the disguises they have hidden under coats and shawls. In the growing darkness of a December evening, Boston transforms. You follow the crowd out into the street. The air smells like snow that has not yet fallen. Someone has brought torches that cast jumping shadows on building facades. The group heading toward Griffin's Wharf now includes dozens of men dressed in rough approximations of Mohawk clothing. The disguises serve multiple purposes. They provide symbolic cover, suggesting this action comes from outside the colonial political structure. They make individual identification difficult. They transform the participants into a kind of theatre troupe, staging a political statement. The symbolism matters. This will not look like a mob. It will look like a carefully organised statement of principle. Griffin's Wharf stretches into dark water. The three ships rock gently against their moorings, their masts making slow patterns against a clouded sky. You can smell the harbour, salt and fish, and the particular organic decay that marks the edge between land and sea. Someone has organised the group into 3 divisions, one for each ship. The organisation strikes you. This is not chaos. This is something rehearsed and planned, executed with the precision of a military operation disguised as spontaneous action. The temperature has dropped since sunset. Your fingers feel stiff inside your gloves. Around you, men stamp their feet and blow on their hands, trying to maintain warmth while waiting for the signal to begin. The disguises vary in quality. Some men wear actual native garments acquired through trade. Others have improvised with blankets and face paint made from soot mixed with grease. The effect is theatrical rather than convincing. Everyone knows these are colonists, not actual Mohawks. But the pretense matters. It creates symbolic distance between the actors and the action. Torches illuminate the wharf with jumping yellow light that makes shadows dance across building facades and ship hulls. The flames hiss and pop when drops of moisture hit them. You can see your breath. You can see the breath of dozens of men around you forming small clouds in the cold December air. Someone coughs. Someone else laughs nervously. The sound carries across the water in the unusual quiet of a commercial district after dark. You board the Dartmouth. The deck creaks under the weight of multiple footsteps. The ship's crew makes no attempt to stop you. They have apparently received instructions to stay out of the way. Captain Hall stands near the quarterdeck watching the proceedings, with the carefully neutral expression of someone who wants no part of what is happening but knows better than to interfere. The ship belongs to his employer. The tea belongs to the East India Company. His job is to transport cargo, not defend political principles. He steps aside. The ship smells like tar and hemp rope and the accumulated odours of months at sea. The deck boards show wear patterns where sailors have walked the same routes countless times. Coiled ropes lie in neat arrangements. The rigging overhead forms a complex geometry of lines and pulleys designed to control sails that currently hang furled against their yards. Everything speaks of professional seamanship and careful maintenance. The Dartmouth is a working vessel caught in circumstances that have nothing to do with the business of sailing. Someone finds the keys to the hold. The hatch opens. Below, in the dim space illuminated by lantern light, you can see the tea chests stacked in careful rows. Each chest measures about 3 feet long, 2 feet wide, 18 inches deep. The wood is sturdy but not elaborate. These are shipping containers, built for function rather than appearance. Together they represent months of labour by workers in Chinese and Indian plantations whose names you will never know. They represent the investment of London merchants who calculated profit margins without considering colonial politics. They represent a commodity transformed by context into a symbol. The lantern light casts long shadows that make the hold look deeper than it actually is. You can see the breath of men as they descend the ladder into the cargo space. The cold has penetrated even here, below the waterline where normally the temperature stays moderate. The hold smells like tea and wood and bilge water. The combination creates a distinctive scent you know you will remember for the rest of your life. The work begins. Men descend into the hold. They use hatchets and axes to split open the chests. The sound of wood splintering echoes across the quiet harbour. Inside each chest, tea leaves are packed tight in canvas bags. The leaves themselves look almost beautiful in the lantern light. Black tea from Bohea, green tea from Hyson, Souchong and Kongu varieties that have travelled halfway around the world to reach this moment. Someone hefts a bag onto his shoulder and climbs back to the deck. The canvas bags feel heavier than you expected. The weight comes not from the tea itself, but from the density of the packing. Hundreds of pounds of leaves compressed into manageable units for transport. Your fingers find purchase on the rough fabric. The bag settles onto your shoulder with a solid weight that speaks of careful preparation and long journeys. You think briefly about the hands that packed this tea. Workers in a Chinese factory whose daily labour fed the appetite of an empire. They could not have imagined their product would end its journey floating in an American harbour as part of a political protest. You grab a chest that has been opened and drag it to the ship's rail. The wood scrapes against the deck planking. Other men work alongside you in a rhythm that emerges without discussion. Split the chest, extract the bags, carry them to the rail, dump the contents into the harbour. The process repeats. The repetition creates its own momentum. Physical labour becomes meditation. Your muscles warm despite the cold air. Sweat forms under your shirt. The motion becomes almost hypnotic. Lift, carry, dump, return. Each cycle takes perhaps 30 seconds. You stop counting after the first dozen trips. The work simply continues. Your back develops an ache from the constant bending and lifting. Your shoulders protest the repetitive motion. But stopping means prolonging the task, so you continue. Around you, other men work with similar determination. No one speaks much. The occasional instruction or question breaks the silence, but mostly you hear only the sounds of labour. Wood splintering, footsteps on deck, the splash of tea hitting water. The tea hits the water with sounds that vary depending on whether you drop whole bags or loose leaves. Bags make a splash. Loose tea creates a softer rustling as thousands of dried leaves scatter across the surface. The water around the ships begins to darken with floating debris. Someone jokes that they are making the largest pot of tea in history. The joke falls flat. This is not really funny. This is destruction of property worth thousands of pounds. This is a criminal act under British law. The humour is nervous energy seeking release. The harbour water laps against the hull with the gentle sound that ships make when moored. The tide has turned, you notice. The current now flows outward toward the open ocean. The tea leaves spread across the surface in patterns determined by wind and current. Some sink immediately. Others float for a moment before absorbing water and disappearing beneath the surface. The destruction feels both massive and strangely delicate. You're erasing the labour of thousands of people in distant countries. You're making a political statement through the medium of ruined commerce. The contradiction does not escape you. Your hands develop blisters where you grip the rough canvas bags. You shift your grip to distribute the pressure differently. The physical discomfort helps you avoid thinking too deeply about what you're doing. The legal consequences, the political ramifications, the personal risk. Better to focus on the immediate task. Lift, carry, dump. Let the motion carry you forward without questioning the direction. On the other ships, similar scenes unfold. You can hear the sound of hatchets and the splash of cargo hitting water. The operation proceeds with remarkable efficiency. Someone has calculated how long this will take. Someone has organised the labour so that men rotate between the hold and the deck, preventing exhaustion. Someone has thought through the details. This spontaneous action is not spontaneous at all. It is theatre carefully staged to look like passion. 3 hours pass. The work continues in darkness lit by torches and lanterns. Your arms ache. Your back complains. The repetitive motion of hauling and dumping has worn grooves in your consciousness. You stop thinking about politics or empire or the consequences of what you're doing. You simply lift and carry and dump. The physical reality of the task overwhelms its symbolic meaning. Admiral Montagu's warship, the captain, sits anchored nearby. British soldiers could easily stop what is happening. They do not. Montagu later reports that he chose not to interfere because any action might have triggered a larger conflict. His calculation speaks to the careful balance everyone maintains tonight. The colonists destroy property but harm no people. The British forces watch but do not engage. Both sides understand that escalation serves no one's interests. The performance must complete itself without interruption. By midnight, the work finishes. 342 chests of tea have been emptied into Boston Harbour. The total weight of destroyed tea is approximately 46 tons. The financial loss to the East India Company will be calculated at £9,000, equivalent to roughly £1 million in modern currency. Some accounts later claim that participants swept the decks clean and even replaced a padlock they accidentally broke during the operation. The attention to detail, if true, suggests the care everyone takes to frame this as a political statement rather than simple vandalism. You return to shore with tea leaves stuck to your clothes and the smell of the harbour in your hair. Your hands ache. Your shoulders will hurt tomorrow. Around you, other participants disperse into the darkness, shedding disguises, becoming ordinary citizens again. No one speaks much. The action has created a boundary. On one side lies the world where protest meant petitions and speeches. On the other side lies whatever comes next. You have crossed that boundary. The tea floating in the harbour ensures you cannot uncross it. Walking home through empty streets, you think about what you have done. The legal term would be riot or destruction of property. The political term would be resistance or protest. The historical term has not yet been invented. Future generations will call it the Boston Tea Party, a name that makes it sound almost festive, like a social gathering rather than a criminal act. But tonight, in the cold December darkness, it simply feels like a choice made, a line crossed, a statement delivered in the language of broken wood and scattered leaves. News travels slowly across the Atlantic in 1773. The Dartmouth's owner sends word to London on the next available ship. The letter crosses an ocean that takes 6 weeks to traverse in good weather. Winter storms can extend the journey to 3 months. While the message travels east, Boston waits in a strange state of suspension. You have acted. Now you must see how the Empire reacts. In London, Benjamin Franklin serves as colonial agent for Massachusetts. He receives reports about the tea destruction in January. Franklin, whose long career has been built on finding diplomatic solutions to political problems, sees immediately that this event cannot be managed or smoothed over. He writes to friends in Boston urging that the destroyed tea be paid for. The East India Company must be compensated. Parliament must see colonial willingness to make amends. Only through demonstrating contrition, Franklin argues, can Massachusetts avoid harsh punishment. But Franklin's moderate voice gets drowned out by others. Lord North, the Prime Minister, views the Boston tea destruction as a direct challenge to parliamentary authority. King George III, reading reports in his private chambers, writes that the colonists must be made to understand who governs the empire. The language used in parliamentary debates reveals the mindset of men who cannot imagine that their authority might be questioned. They speak of Boston as one might speak of a disobedient child who requires firm discipline. Parliament passes a series of laws in the spring of 1774. The first, the Boston Port Act, closes Boston Harbour to all commerce until the destroyed tea is paid for. The effective date is June 1st. The law means that no ships can enter or leave. No goods can be imported or exported. The city's economy will strangle. Governor Hutchinson estimates that Boston's trade employs several thousand workers directly and supports countless others indirectly. Closing the port means unemployment, hunger, and economic collapse. Parliament intends this suffering as punishment and warning. The Massachusetts Government Act follows. This law fundamentally restructures how the colony operates. The elected council is abolished and replaced with one appointed by the Crown. Town meetings, the foundation of a New England political life, are restricted to one per year, and only with the governor's permission. The law strikes at the heart of colonial self-governance. It says that Massachusetts cannot be trusted to manage its own affairs. It must be governed like a conquered territory. The Administration of Justice Act allows royal officials accused of capital crimes, while enforcing the law to be tried in Britain rather than in the colonies. The purpose is obvious. British soldiers and customs officers need protection from colonial juries who might convict them out of political spite. But to colonists, the law creates a system where those who abuse power can escape local justice. It suggests that British lives matter more than colonial lives. The symbolism is corrosive. The Quartering Act requires colonial authorities to provide housing for British troops. If barracks prove insufficient, the troops can be housed in private buildings. The law does not quite force colonists to quarter soldiers in their homes, but it comes close enough that the distinction feels academic. You imagine redcoats sleeping in the room where your children play. The image disturbs you. London newspapers begin calling these laws the Coercive Acts. Colonial newspapers rename them the Intolerable Acts. The different terms reflect different worldviews. To Parliament, these are measured responses to criminal behaviour. To colonists, they are collective punishment that ignores individual guilt or innocence. You did not personally destroy any tea, yet you will suffer when the port closes. Your neighbour, a loyalist who condemned the tea destruction, will suffer equally. The punishment makes no distinction. It targets an entire city, an entire colony, as if political disagreement can be cured through economic strangulation. General Thomas Gage arrives in Boston in May to replace Hutchinson as governor. Gage is a military man who served in the French and Indian War. He married an American woman. He owns property in New York. By the standards of British officers, he knows the colonies well, but he arrives with a mandate to enforce laws that cannot be enforced without violence. His position is impossible from the start. He commands 4,000 troops in a city that views them as an occupying army. He must close the port and restructure the government while maintaining order. The mathematics of his situation do not add up. June 1st arrives. The port closes. Ships that were loading or unloading when the deadline hit must leave immediately. Cargo meant for Boston sits in holds or on wharves, going nowhere. Merchants cannot sell goods they cannot receive. Artisans cannot work without materials. The economy begins its contraction. Charitable donations arrive from other colonies. Rice from South Carolina, money from Philadelphia, grain from Virginia. The support matters both practically and symbolically. You are not alone. Other colonies see your suffering as their concern. The coercive acts intended to isolate Massachusetts have instead united the colonies in opposition. The first week of the port closure brings a strange quiet to the waterfront. The normal sounds of commerce have stopped. No longshoremen shouting instructions. No carts rolling over cobblestones carrying goods to warehouses. No ship's bells marking the hours. The wharves that were always crowded with activity now stand nearly empty. Gulls still circle overhead, but they find fewer scraps to scavenge. The fishing fleet can still operate, but everything else has ceased. You walk through the market district and see the impact everywhere. Shops that sold imported goods have closed their doors. Some owners have painted signs explaining they will reopen when the port does. Others have simply locked up and left, unwilling to wait for a resolution that might never come. The grocer who sold sugar and coffee and tea now has empty shelves. The cloth merchant who displayed bolts of English wool and Indian cotton has nothing to sell. The hardware store that carried tools manufactured in Birmingham sits dark and shuttered. Your neighbour, a cooper who made barrels for merchants to ship goods, has no work. The barrels he crafted so carefully now stack unused in his workshop. He cannot sell them because no one is shipping anything. He cannot afford to make more because he has no customers. His family, which includes 4 children and his elderly mother, depends on his income. You watch him grow thinner as summer progresses. His wife takes in sewing to earn a few coins. Their oldest son, barely 15, looks for any kind of work. The port closure is not an abstraction for them. It is hunger and fear and the slow erosion of everything they built. The soup kitchens organised by churches and committees serve hundreds of people daily. You volunteer there on Thursdays, ladling broth into bowls held by hands that shake from weakness. Some of the people in line you recognise: former shopkeepers, dock workers, craftsmen whose trades depended on commerce that no longer exists. They thank you quietly for the food. The gratitude feels uncomfortable. You are not saving them. You're barely keeping them alive while the political crisis plays out in meetings and letters you cannot control. You attend meetings in defiance of the new law limiting assembly. The gatherings now carry additional risk. Simply being present constitutes a crime under the Massachusetts Government Act. Yet people come anyway. The meetings have acquired a different character. Before, you debated whether to resist. Now you discuss how to survive resistance. The questions have become practical. How to organise food distribution, how to coordinate with other colonies, how to prepare for the possibility that words might give way to weapons. Samuel Adams speaks with greater urgency now. His rhetoric has always tended toward warnings about tyranny. Current events have proven him correct. He does not gloat. Instead, he pushes for action. Massachusetts must send delegates to a continental congress, where all colonies can coordinate their response to British policy. The proposal itself is radical. A continental congress suggests a continental identity. It implies that colonial interests might supersede imperial loyalty. The language of independence has not yet been spoken aloud, but it hovers in the room like smoke from a fire not quite visible. Your wife worries about the future. She measures flour and counts coins and calculates how long your savings will last if the port remains closed. Her concerns are immediate and practical. Political theory does not feed children. Principles do not pay rent. The gap between abstract rights and daily survival creates its own pressure. You support the resistance in principle, but principle tastes thin when your family goes hungry. Governor Gage attempts to implement the new government structure. He appoints councillors to replace the elected ones. Many appointees resign almost immediately when their neighbours shun them. Some flee to Boston, where British troops can protect them. The resistance takes many forms. No violence, no threats, simply a complete social withdrawal. Appointed officials find themselves unable to conduct business. Shops refuse to serve them. Churches ask them not to attend services. Their children are excluded from play. The enforcement of collective disapproval proves remarkably effective. Gage sends expeditions into the countryside to seize weapons and gunpowder stored in colonial armories. Each expedition generates rumours of violence. The rumours spread faster than the truth. You hear that British troops fired on civilians in Lexington. The report proves false, but the fact that people believe it reveals the state of tension. Everyone expects violence. The expectation makes violence more likely. Fear feeds on itself. Autumn arrives. The leaves turn colour and fall. Winter approaches. The port remains closed. The occupation continues. You have lived through 8 months of collective punishment for an act of resistance you supported but did not personally commit. The experience has changed how you think about authority. Parliament claims the right to govern you. But what does that claim mean if it rests only on force rather than consent? If government derives its legitimacy from the people, then government that ignores the people has no legitimacy. The thought feels dangerous even in the privacy of your own mind. The First Continental Congress convenes in Philadelphia in September 1774. 56 delegates from 12 colonies gather at Carpenter's Hall. Only Georgia declines to send representatives. The gathering itself represents something new in colonial history. These men have come together not to petition Parliament, but to coordinate resistance. They represent different colonies with different economies and different relationships to Britain, yet they meet as equals to discuss common problems. The journey to Philadelphia for the Massachusetts delegates takes nearly 2 weeks by horse and carriage. They travel through Connecticut and New York, where people gather to hear news from Boston. The delegates speak in taverns and churches about the port closure and military occupation. Their audience listens with expressions that mix sympathy and self-interest. What happens to Massachusetts today might happen to other colonies tomorrow. The understanding creates solidarity born not from pure altruism, but from recognition of shared vulnerability. Carpenter's Hall in Philadelphia is a modest 2-story brick building, chosen specifically because it is not a government structure. The delegates want to make clear they are acting outside official colonial channels. Inside, the rooms smell like fresh plaster and sawdust from recent renovations. Windows let in September sunshine that illuminates dust motes floating in the air. The furniture is simple. Wooden chairs arranged in rows, a table at the front where speakers can address the assembly. Nothing about the setting suggests the historical weight of what will happen here. The Massachusetts delegation includes Samuel Adams and his younger cousin John. John Adams keeps a detailed diary of the proceedings. His entries reveal both the high stakes and the mundane reality of political organisation. Delegates argue over procedures. They disagree about goals. Some want reconciliation with Britain, others see independence as inevitable even if they cannot yet say it aloud. The debates stretch for hours. The compromises come slowly. Democracy, it turns out, is inefficient. But the alternative is someone making decisions for you. The southern delegates arrive with different concerns than their northern counterparts. South Carolina's economy depends on rice and indigo exports to Britain. Virginia's tobacco planters have deep commercial ties to London merchants. These colonies have less interest in cutting trade relationships than in reforming them. The tension between radical New England and conservative South creates constant negotiation. Every resolution must satisfy delegates who want to push forward and those who want to pull back. The resulting documents reflect compromise that leaves everyone partially dissatisfied. Joseph Galloway of Pennsylvania proposes a plan for colonial union under British sovereignty. His scheme would create an American parliament that could veto British laws affecting the colonies. The proposal attracts support from moderates who see it as a middle path between submission and rebellion. But radicals argue it concedes too much. The debate over Galloway's plan consumes several days of session time. Ultimately, the Congress rejects it by a narrow vote. The rejection signals that reconciliation within the existing imperial structure is becoming impossible. Patrick Henry of Virginia makes a speech that delegates remember for years afterward. He declares that the distinctions between Virginians and Pennsylvanians and New Englanders no longer matter. They are not members of different colonies. They are Americans. The term itself is new in this political context. Before, colonial identity remained primary. You were a Bostonian or a New Yorker or a Virginian. The idea of a continental identity, of being American rather than British subjects who happen to live in America, represents a fundamental shift in how people imagine themselves. The Congress adopts the Suffolk Resolves, declarations written by Massachusetts delegates that call the coercive acts unconstitutional and not to be obeyed. The vote endorses Massachusetts' resistance. More importantly, it links that resistance to a broader colonial cause. You are no longer alone. Your suffering and your defiance have been adopted by representatives from colonies you have never visited. The symbolic support matters. But symbols do not feed families or prevent the economic stranglehold of a closed port. The Continental Association emerges from the Congress as its most concrete achievement. The agreement creates a complete boycott of British goods. Nothing imported from Britain can be sold. Nothing exported to Britain can be shipped. The boycott will begin in December. It includes detailed enforcement mechanisms. Each county and town must elect committees to inspect merchants and ensure compliance. Violators will be publicly named. Their names will be published in newspapers. Social pressure will enforce economic policy. You serve on the enforcement committee for your district. The work proves more complicated than anticipated. What counts as a British good? What about items manufactured in Britain but shipped through other countries? What about goods already in warehouses when the boycott begins? The committee meets weekly to debate these questions. You make decisions that affect your neighbours' livelihoods. The responsibility weighs on you. This is not abstract politics. This is whether the merchant down the street can sell his inventory or goes bankrupt. Some people cheat. They hide British goods. They falsify manifests. They sell forbidden items through complicated arrangements that obscure the origin. Your committee investigates complaints. You inspect warehouses. You question merchants who suddenly have inventory they cannot explain. The process feels uncomfortable. You are enforcing rules on people you know, but the alternative is letting the boycott fail, which means letting Massachusetts stand alone against British power. The British military presence in Boston increases. General Gage receives reinforcements. More troops arrive on transport ships that can enter the harbour despite the port closure, because military vessels are exempt from the ban on commerce. The soldiers drill on Boston Common. They march through streets. They occupy the city in fact, if not yet in name. The message is clear. Britain has the force to compel obedience. The question is whether colonists have the will to resist force. Spring comes to Massachusetts in 1775. The ground thaws. Farmers begin planting. Life continues despite political crisis because life always continues. Children need feeding. Crops need sowing. The ordinary demands of existence do not pause for revolution. You work your land and attend your committee meetings and watch British patrols march past your house. The competing demands create a strange double consciousness. You are a farmer and a revolutionary, a family man and a potential rebel. The roles have not yet separated. Rumours circulate about British plans to seize the gunpowder and weapons stored in Concord. The military stores represent the colony's ability to defend itself. If Gage seizes them, Massachusetts becomes helpless. The Provincial Congress, meeting illegally because the new Government Act forbids it, organises a network of messengers to warn if British troops move in force. Paul Revere, a silversmith you know slightly, helps coordinate the warning system. The preparations feel both necessary and surreal. You're planning to resist the army of your own government. April 18th arrives. British troops begin moving out of Boston after dark. The warning system activates. Riders spread across the countryside carrying news that the regulars are marching toward Concord. You hear the alarm around midnight. Church bells ring. You rise from bed and dress quickly. Your musket hangs over the fireplace where it has hung for years, used for hunting and now possibly for something else entirely. You check the powder and shot. Your hands shake slightly. Fear or excitement or simply the body's response to adrenaline. You cannot tell which. Lexington Green lies quiet in the dawn light of April 19th, 1775. Dew covers the grass. Birds sing their morning songs. Approximately 70 colonial militia have gathered on the common, called out by the alarm system that activated in the night. These are not soldiers. They are farmers and craftsmen who drill occasionally, and hope never to actually fight. They carry hunting muskets and ancient weapons inherited from their fathers. Against them march 700 British regulars, professional soldiers with military training and discipline. The militia assembles in 2 ragged lines facing the road where the British column will appear. You stand in the second row, your musket feeling heavier than it did when you left home 3 hours ago. The weapon is a hunting piece you have owned for 10 years. You know its quirks. The trigger pulls slightly to the left. The powder pan sometimes fails to ignite in damp weather. You have killed deer and turkey with this gun. You have never pointed it at another human being. The thought of doing so now makes your hand shake slightly. The men around you are your neighbours. The blacksmith who shoes your horse stands to your left. The miller who grinds your grain is 3 positions down the line. You know their wives and children. You have shared meals at their tables. Now you stand together waiting for British soldiers to arrive and demand you disperse. The surreal quality of the moment keeps hitting you in waves. This is Lexington. This is home. This should not be happening here. The eastern sky lightens from black to grey to pale blue. The temperature remains cold. April in Massachusetts not yet warm enough for comfort at dawn. Your breath makes small clouds. Your feet hurt from standing on ground still hard with winter frost. Someone coughs. The sound seems too loud in the quiet morning. Captain Parker walks the line, speaking quietly to individual militiamen. His words are too soft for you to hear from your position, but you can see the effect they have. Men stand straighter, grips tighten on muskets. Fear remains visible in faces, but determination overlays it. Captain John Parker commands the Lexington militia. He's 45 years old, a veteran of the French and Indian War, dying slowly of tuberculosis. He tells his men to stand their ground, but not to fire unless fired upon. The instruction reflects the impossible situation. You cannot disperse without looking cowardly. You cannot attack without committing treason. You can only stand and wait and hope that British officers show restraint. The sound reaches you before the sight. The measured tramp of boots on packed earth, the jingle of equipment, the low murmur of commands passing down a column. Then the British soldiers come into view around the bend in the road. They march in formation, their red coats bright even in the dawn light. Their muskets carry fixed bayonets that catch glints of sunrise. They look professional and confident, and vastly more numerous than you realise 700 men could be. Major John Pitcairn leads the British advance column. He is a Marine officer known for relatively decent treatment of colonials. He rides onto the green shouting for the militia to disperse. His voice carries across the open ground. You cannot make out every word, but the meaning is clear. Leave now, go home, do not make this a conflict. Some men in the militia line begin to move, obeying the command. Others hesitate, unwilling to retreat but unsure what else to do. The line wavers without breaking completely. The exact sequence of what happens next will be debated for centuries. Someone fires. No one can later say with certainty whether the shot comes from the British line, the colonial militia, or a spectator watching from nearby buildings. But the sound of that first shot breaks the stalemate. The crack of a musket in cold morning air is a sharp sound that echoes off buildings and fades slowly. For a moment, perhaps 2 seconds, nobody moves. Then British officers begin shouting orders. The soldiers, trained to respond without thinking, fire a volley. The sound is enormous. Dozens of muskets discharging simultaneously creates a wall of noise that physically impacts you. White smoke billows across the green, obscuring vision. You cannot see the British line anymore. You cannot see much of anything. The militia, outnumbered 10 to 1, begin to scatter. Some return fire as they retreat. The engagement lasts perhaps 15 minutes. When the smoke clears, 8 colonists lie dead on the green. 10 more are wounded. British casualties are minimal. 1 soldier slightly wounded. The disproportion tells the story. This was not a battle. This was a massacre that happened to occur during an armed confrontation. You run toward the cover of a nearby stone wall. A musket ball passes close enough that you hear it buzz through the air like an angry insect. The sound is distinctive and terrifying. You do not stop running until you reach the wall and drop behind it, gasping for breath. Your hands shake so badly you nearly drop your musket. Around you, other militiamen take cover or flee entirely. Some lie on the ground, not moving. You force yourself not to look too closely at the bodies. Looking means recognizing faces. Recognition means grief. Grief means paralysis. You need to keep moving. The British column continues to Concord. Their mission is to seize the military supplies stored there. But the alarm has given Concord time to hide or disperse most of the weapons. British soldiers search houses and barns. They find little. They burn some supplies they cannot carry away. The smoke from the burning buildings rises into the spring sky. Colonial militia gather on the hills surrounding Concord. By mid-morning, several hundred men have arrived from neighbouring towns. They outnumber the British now. At the North Bridge, militia engage British troops guarding the crossing. This fight is different from Lexington. The Colonials hold numeric advantage and defensive position. They fire in formation. They reload and fire again. British soldiers fall. The British troops at the bridge retreat back toward the main force in town centre. You reach North Bridge around 10 o'clock. Your lungs burn from running. The fight is already over. Bodies in red coats lie near the bridge. Colonial militiamen stand in groups talking in the shocked tones of men who have just killed other men. Nobody celebrates. The mood is grim and determined. This has become real. This has become war. The abstraction of politics has transformed into bleeding corpses and the smell of gunpowder. The British begin their march back to Boston around noon. The return journey becomes a nightmare. Colonial militia line the route, firing from behind walls and trees and buildings. British soldiers trained for European warfare, where armies meet in open fields, find themselves unable to engage an enemy they rarely see. They march. They fall. They cannot stop to fight because stopping means being surrounded. The countryside has become hostile. Every wall might hide a musket. Every tree line might conceal militia. You watch the British column retreat past your position. Redcoats march in formation despite taking fire. Officers struggle to maintain discipline as soldiers panic and want to run. Some redcoats break formation to charge their attackers. The attacks succeed in the moment but leave the soldiers isolated and vulnerable. Bodies in red coats dot the road. The professional army is being defeated not by superior force, but by tactics they have no training to counter. British reinforcements arrive from Boston with artillery. The cannon fire creates space for the retreating column to organise. But even with reinforcements, the march remains a running battle. By the time the British reach the safety of Charlestown Neck near Boston, they have suffered 273 casualties. Colonial losses total 93. The mathematics of the day favour the colonists. But more important than numbers is the fact that militia, ordinary men with minimal training, stood against British regulars and won. You return home as evening falls. Your musket has been fired. Your powder horn is nearly empty. You are alive. Others from your town are not. The names of the dead will be read in church on Sunday. Their families will mourn. But tonight, exhausted and still shaking from combat adrenaline, you simply feel relieved to see your house still standing and your family safe. News of Lexington and Concord spreads through the colonies faster than any previous event. Riders carry accounts south and west. Newspapers publish eyewitness reports. The story grows in the telling. Each retelling emphasises British aggression and colonial heroism. The propaganda value of the day's events becomes clear immediately. British soldiers fired on citizens. Colonists defended their homes and families. The narrative fits perfectly into the framework of resistance that has been building since the Tea Act. The Second Continental Congress convenes in Philadelphia in May. The delegates now face a reality that has moved beyond boycotts and petitions. Colonial militia have fought British regulars. Blood has been shed. The question is no longer whether to resist, but how to organise resistance. John Adams proposes that Congress adopt the militia forces gathering around Boston as a continental army. The motion passes. George Washington, a Virginia delegate with military experience from the French and Indian War, is appointed commander-in-chief. You watch Washington arrive in Cambridge to take command in July. He rides a magnificent horse and wears his old military uniform. He looks like what he is, a Virginia planter who never wanted war but accepts duty when called. His appointment sends a message. This is not just Massachusetts defending itself. This is a continental effort. Virginia's most prominent citizen has committed to leading forces primarily composed of New England farmers. The symbolism matters. The siege of Boston continues through summer and fall. British troops hold the city. Colonial forces surround it. Neither side has the strength to force a decisive action. The stalemate creates a strange situation where war exists in fact but not in name. Congress has not declared independence. King George has not declared the colonies in rebellion. Everyone pretends that reconciliation remains possible while preparing for the war they know is coming. You serve in the militia companies that rotate through siege duty. The work is mostly boring. You dig trenches, you stand watch, you wait. Occasionally there is skirmishing. British patrols venture out. Colonial forces exchange fire. People die in these small encounters, their deaths no less final for occurring outside a major battle. But mostly the siege means sitting in camp, writing letters home, and wondering how long this can continue. Winter 1775 brings both hardship and a strange kind of clarity. You cannot maintain a siege forever. Either the British must leave Boston, or the Continental Army must force them out, or someone must negotiate a settlement. The first option requires British leadership to admit defeat. The second option requires resources and training the Continental Army lacks. The third option requires both sides to compromise. None seem likely. George Washington orders Henry Knox to bring artillery from Fort Ticonderoga. Knox accomplishes this impossible task, dragging cannon through winter mountains and across frozen rivers. The artillery arrives in Boston in January 1776. Washington positions the guns on Dorchester Heights overlooking the city. From this position, he can bombard British positions. General Howe, now commanding British forces, faces a choice. Attack the heights, which means fighting uphill against entrenched artillery, or evacuate Boston. He chooses evacuation. March 17th, 1776. British ships load troops and equipment. Loyalist families who fear reprisal if they stay crowd onto vessels. The harbour fills with transport ships making ready to sail. You stand on Dorchester Heights watching the evacuation. After almost 2 years of occupation, British forces are leaving Boston. They are not leaving because they want to. They are leaving because maintaining control requires more cost than the city is worth. The calculation speaks volumes about where this conflict is heading. The British fleet sails out of Boston Harbour carrying 11,000 people, soldiers, sailors, and loyalist civilians who have chosen to abandon their homes rather than live under what they assume will be rebel control. The ships head for Halifax, Nova Scotia. From there, the British will regroup and launch new campaigns aimed at crushing the rebellion. But for now, for this moment, Boston is free. The occupation has ended. You walk through the city in the days after evacuation. The British left damage and disorder. Buildings have been torn down for firewood. Supplies have been destroyed to prevent their capture. But the city still stands. More importantly, it stands as free territory. The Continental Army marches into cheering crowds. The symbolism feels almost overwhelming. A force that did not exist 2 years ago has driven out the army of the most powerful empire on earth. The tea that floated in Boston Harbour in December 1773 set in motion a chain of events that no one fully intended. Parliament wanted to punish Boston for destroying property. The punishment united the colonies in opposition. Colonial unity led to organised resistance. Organised resistance led to armed conflict. Armed conflict is leading towards something that still has no name but increasingly looks like independence. The chain of causation reveals how empires fall, not through single catastrophic failures, but through accumulated misjudgments that compound until the system collapses under its own contradictions. The Tea Act was meant to save the East India Company and reassert parliamentary authority. It achieved neither goal. Instead, it created a crisis that exposed the fundamental flaw in the imperial relationship. Britain wanted colonies to remain commercially dependent but politically subordinate. The colonies wanted the economic benefits of empire without the political costs of subjugation. These desires were incompatible. Something had to give. You think back to that December night when you helped empty tea chests into dark water. The action seemed almost theatrical at the time, a grand gesture unlikely to change anything fundamental. But small actions can have consequences that ripple outward in ways impossible to predict. The tea protest was meant to be a statement. Instead, it became a catalyst. The protest itself was carefully calibrated. Destroy the tea to prevent its sale, but harm no person and damage no property beyond the cargo. The discipline showed that this was political theatre rather than mob violence. But theatre, when performed on the stage of history, can have real consequences. The British government, unable to distinguish between political statement and criminal riot, responded with overwhelming force. The response radicalised colonists who might otherwise have remained loyal. Each escalation by Britain created a counter-escalation by the colonies. The spiral became self-sustaining, standing in your fields now, watching summer crops grow in soil you have worked for decades. You marvel at how quickly the familiar world has changed. 3 years ago, you were a British subject who sometimes grumbled about taxes. Today, you are a revolutionary who has fought against British soldiers. The transformation feels both natural and impossible. How did you get here? What series of decisions led from drinking tea at breakfast to shooting at redcoats? The answer involves thousands of individual choices by thousands of people across 13 colonies. No single person decided to start a revolution. Instead, millions of small acts of resistance accumulated into something that looked like coordinated rebellion. You destroyed tea. Your neighbour refused to buy British goods. Someone else sheltered a deserter from the British Army. Each action alone meant little. Together, they meant everything. The British never understood this. They kept looking for leaders to arrest or conspirators to hang. They could not grasp that the resistance was too diffuse to decapitate. It was not a conspiracy. It was a social movement that emerged from shared grievances and mutual support. Cutting off one leader simply meant others would step forward. The Hydra had too many heads to kill. History will remember the big moments, the Boston Tea Party, Lexington and Concord, Bunker Hill. But revolutions are built from countless forgotten acts. The merchant who broke his contract with London suppliers, the printer who published pamphlets criticising the king, the woman who made bullets from melted pewter, the farmer who gave food to militiamen. These individual contributions do not get commemorated with monuments or taught in schools, yet without them, the famous battles would never have occurred. The Continental Congress debates independence through the spring of 1776. Thomas Paine publishes Common Sense in January, a pamphlet that argues in clear language that hereditary monarchy is absurd and that America should govern itself. The pamphlet sells 150,000 copies in 3 months. Ideas that seemed radical a year ago now appear almost obvious. If government derives its authority from the consent of the governed, and if the governed do not consent, then government has no legitimate authority. The logic, once accepted, leads inevitably to separation. July 4th, 1776. The Continental Congress adopts the Declaration of Independence. The document lists grievances against King George and Parliament. Many of the complaints trace directly to the coercive acts passed in response to the Boston Tea Party. The closed port, the restructured government, the quartering of troops, the denial of trial by jury. Actions taken to punish Massachusetts for destroying tea have become the justification for revolution. You hear the declaration read publicly in Boston a few days later. The words sound strange. They describe rights as self-evident that previous generations would have considered radical philosophy. They claim that people have the right to abolish governments that become destructive of their rights. The claim is not new. English political theory has discussed similar ideas for centuries, but theory is different from action. This declaration turns philosophy into political fact. It says that Americans will govern themselves or die trying. The war continues for 7 more years. British armies occupy New York, Philadelphia, Charleston. American forces suffer defeats and near disaster. The struggle involves more bloodshed, more hardship, more sacrifice than anyone imagined in 1773. But the trajectory established by the tea protest continues. The colonies have chosen independence. Whether they can achieve it remains uncertain, but the choice has been made. You survive the war. Many do not. You see friends die of disease in military camps. You see neighbours killed in battles whose names become famous. Bunker Hill, Trenton, Saratoga, Yorktown. Each battle is a story. Each story is a price paid for the independence declared in 1776 and finally secured in 1783. Looking back from the perspective of peace, you try to understand how tea became revolution. The connection is not obvious. The Tea Act was about commerce and monopoly. The resistance was about principle and rights. The gap between cause and effect seems almost absurd. Yet history often works through such disproportionate relationships. Small causes have large effects when conditions are right, and conditions in the colonies in 1773 were very right indeed. Britain never understood what it was fighting. British leadership saw the conflict as a problem of maintaining order. Punish the troublemakers, demonstrate authority, force compliance. The strategy might have worked against people who saw themselves as subjects. It failed against people who had come to see themselves as citizens with rights rather than subjects with privileges. The difference is subtle, but absolute. The Boston Tea Party changed everything, not because destroying tea was inherently significant, but because the destruction revealed a truth. Colonial Americans would resist imperial authority even at the cost of economic hardship and military conflict. Once revealed, that truth could not be hidden again. Every British attempt to reassert control only strengthened colonial determination to resist. The spiral led to independence. You sit on your porch on a summer evening in 1790. The Constitution has been ratified. George Washington serves as president. The experiment in self-government continues despite doubts and difficulties. Your children, born during the war years, have no memory of British rule. To them, American independence is simply how things are. They cannot imagine another reality. But you remember. You remember tea floating in dark water. You remember meetings where ordinary people debated extraordinary questions. You remember the night march to Lexington. You remember standing on Dorchester Heights watching British ships sail away. The memories carry weight because you know how unlikely all of it was. History feels inevitable when looking backward. Forward, everything was uncertain. Victory was never guaranteed. Independence might have failed. The experiment could have collapsed. Yet here you are, a citizen of a republic that exists because people were willing to destroy tea rather than accept taxation without representation. The chain of causation still seems improbable, but improbable things happen. Small actions have large consequences. Tea dumped in a harbour can change the world. Well, my tired dumplings, we have followed 342 tea chests from London warehouses to Boston Harbour, to the foundation of a nation. Tomorrow, consider the moments in your own life when small choices led to unexpected transformations. For tonight, rest, knowing that history is made by ordinary people making decisions they believe are right, even when outcomes remain uncertain. If you enjoyed this journey through a winter night in 1773, the share button exists for precisely that purpose. Now, sleep well. It is 1913 in Detroit, Michigan. The city hums with a new kind of energy as factories rise along the riverbanks and thousands of workers pour into the automotive plants each morning. You are one of them, living through the moment when the automobile transforms from a luxury curiosity into something that will reshape the entire world. You wake before the sun rises, the room is cold, and the air smells like coal smoke from the furnace downstairs. Your boarding house sits 3 blocks from the Ford Highland Park plant, close enough that you can hear the factory whistle even through closed windows. The sound cuts through the darkness at 5 in the morning, sharp and insistent. You swing your legs out of bed and your feet touch the cold floorboards. The chill runs up through your ankles. Winter mornings in Detroit have a particular bite to them, the kind that makes you move quickly just to generate warmth. You reach for your work clothes, hung on the back of the door where they dried overnight. The shirt is stiff from yesterday's sweat and machine oil. You pull it on anyway. Everyone's work clothes smell like this after a few weeks. The scent of metal and grease becomes part of your skin, part of your identity. You button the shirt and reach for your trousers, thick canvas material that can withstand sparks and sharp edges. Your hands move through this routine without much thought. You have done this same sequence of movements for 6 months now, ever since you arrived from the farm in Ohio. The rhythms of factory life have replaced the rhythms of agricultural seasons. Instead of roosters and cattle, you wake to whistles and streetcars. You splash cold water on your face from the basin by the window. The shock of it helps clear the fog from your mind. Through the glass, you can see other boarding houses, other windows glowing with lamplight as dozens of men prepare for the same shift. The city is waking up in waves, neighbourhood by neighbourhood. Downstairs in the kitchen, Mrs. O'Brien has already set out breakfast. She runs the boarding house with German precision even though she is Irish. Coffee steams in a large pot on the stove. The smell fills the narrow hallway. You grab a tin cup and pour yourself some, the heat spreading through your fingers. The other boarders shuffle in one by one. Nobody talks much this early. There is just the sound of spoons against bowls, cups being refilled, chairs scraping against linoleum. You eat quickly. Oatmeal with a splash of milk and a piece of bread with butter. The food is plain but filling, designed to carry you through to the lunch break. You finish eating and grab your coat from the hook by the door. The fabric is worn at the elbows and the pockets sag from carrying wrenches and screwdrivers. You step outside into the pre-dawn darkness. The cold air hits you immediately. You can see your breath in thick clouds. The street is already busy with workers heading toward the factories. Some walk alone, others in small groups. Everyone moves with purpose. Being late means losing pay, or worse. The factory runs on strict schedules. Each minute is accounted for. You join the stream of men walking north toward Highland Park. The sound of boots on pavement creates a steady rhythm. Someone coughs. A streetcar clangs its bell 2 blocks over. Dogs bark from behind fences. The city is industrial now in ways that still surprise you sometimes. Just 5 years ago, this neighbourhood was mostly empty lots and farmland. The sky begins to lighten as you walk. The darkness shifts from black to deep blue to grey. You can make out the shapes of other walkers more clearly now. Familiar faces nod in greeting. You recognise the man who works 2 stations down from yours on the line. He has a thick moustache that always seems to collect metal dust by midday. The factory comes into view as you round the corner onto Woodward Avenue. The building sprawls across several city blocks, a massive structure of brick and steel and glass. Smokestacks rise like monuments. Even from here you can hear the hum of machinery. The plant runs around the clock now. 3 shifts keep the assembly line moving. You join the crowd at the main gate. The guard checks faces as people pass through. He knows most workers by sight but still maintains the ritual of inspection. Company rules. Everything at Ford has rules. You file past him and into the yard. The yard is enormous, bigger than any barn you ever saw back in Ohio. Railroad tracks crisscross the space. Freight cars sit waiting to be unloaded or filled. Materials arrive constantly. Steel, rubber, glass, leather. Everything needed to build automobiles flows into this place like rivers converging. You head toward the entrance for your section. Other workers peel off toward different buildings. The plant is organised like a small city, each department handling specific tasks. Foundry workers go one direction, paint shop workers go another. You work on the chassis assembly line, so you head toward Building 3. The time clock station stands just inside the door. You pull your card from the rack and slide it into the machine. The mechanism stamps the time with a satisfying chunk. 5:52 a.m, 8 minutes to spare. You return the card to its slot and continue toward the floor. The locker room smells like sweat and oil and cigarette smoke. You open your assigned locker and stash your coat and lunch pail. Some men are already changing into their work aprons. Others sit on benches, smoking one last cigarette before the shift begins. The chatter is low and sporadic. You tie on your leather apron and grab your gloves. The gloves are worn smooth in places where you grip tools repeatedly. They fit like a second skin now. You learned early on that good gloves make all the difference. Blisters and cuts slow you down. The foreman appears in the doorway and calls out, "Time to start." The men stub out cigarettes and close lockers and file toward the factory floor. The casual atmosphere evaporates. Everyone knows what comes next. 8 hours of continuous motion, 8 hours of the line. You walk through the double doors and onto the floor. The noise hits you like a physical force. Machinery clangs and hisses and roars. Metal strikes metal in rhythmic percussion. Conveyor belts rumble. The sound is so constant that after a while you stop hearing individual noises. It all blends into one massive industrial symphony. The assembly line stretches the length of the building. Partially assembled chassis move past on the conveyor system, progressing from bare frames to nearly complete automobiles. Each worker has a specific station, a specific task to perform as each chassis passes by. You take your position at Station 47. Your job is to install the steering column and connect it to the front axle assembly. The same task, repeated hundreds of times each day. You have done it so many times that your hands know the movements without conscious thought. The line starts moving. The first chassis of the day approaches your station. You reach for your tools and get ready. Another day has begun. The chassis arrives at your station moving at walking pace. The conveyor never stops, never hesitates. You have exactly 1 minute and 20 seconds to complete your task before the next chassis arrives. The timing is precise. Ford's engineers calculated it down to the second. You grab the steering column from the bin beside your station. The metal is cold even through your gloves. You position it in the mounting bracket and thread the first bolt. Your wrench tightens it in 3 quick turns. The motion is automatic now. Right hand reaches for the bolt. Left hand steadies the column, right hand tightens. Next bolt. The chassis moves forward. You walk alongside it, staying in rhythm with the belt. This is the trick of assembly line work. You cannot fight the pace. You must become part of it. Your body learns to match the speed exactly, stepping and reaching and turning in time with the machinery. 4 bolts secure the column, then you connect the steering linkage to the front axle assembly. The parts fit together with satisfying clicks and snaps. Everything is standardized now. Every Model T uses the same components. No custom fitting required, no adjustments needed, just assembly. You finish and step back. The chassis continues down the line to the next station where another worker will install the dashboard. Behind you, the next chassis has already arrived. You turn and start the process again. Reach, position, bolt, tighten. Walk and turn and reach again. The work has a meditative quality once you settle into it. The repetition empties your mind of other thoughts. There is only the task, the motion, the rhythm. Some men hate this aspect of the line. They say it makes them feel like machines themselves. Others find it soothing. No decisions to make, no uncertainties, just the work. You fall into that rhythm now. Chassis after chassis passes through your hands. The numbers pile up. 10 completed, 20, 30. Your muscles warm with the effort. Sweat begins to form despite the cool air in the building. The factory is not heated in winter and not cooled in summer. Temperature control would be too expensive. The noise around you becomes background texture. You can distinguish between sounds now. The hiss of the pneumatic tools at the next station. The clang of metal parts being dropped into bins. The rumble of the overhead crane moving materials across the building. The shouts of foremen calling out instructions or corrections. Occasionally something goes wrong. A bolt threads incorrectly. A part does not fit quite right. Quite. You have to signal for help. The line does not stop for individual problems. A relief worker fills in at your station while you fix the issue. Then you jump back in and catch up. Falling behind is not acceptable. The line is relentless. You work alongside men from everywhere. The man to your left came from Poland 3 years ago. He speaks broken English, but his hands are skilled and fast. The man on your right grew up in Kentucky and moved north looking for factory wages. Down the line there are Italians and Irish and Germans and Greeks. Detroit has become a magnet for anyone willing to work hard. The demographics of the factory floor would have been unthinkable just a generation ago. Farm boys work beside recent immigrants. White men work beside black men who migrated from the south. The assembly line does not care about background. It only cares about output. Can you keep pace? Can you do the job? That is all that matters. This mixing creates tension sometimes. People bring their prejudices with them, but the work itself creates a kind of equality. Everyone is reduced to the same function. Everyone serves the line. Old social hierarchies mean less in this new industrial world. The foreman walks past your station. He carries a clipboard and watches everything with sharp eyes. Foremen are promoted from the line, chosen for their reliability and attention to detail. This one worked his way up over 2 years. He knows every job on this section because he has done them all himself. He stops and watches you complete a chassis. You feel his eyes on you but do not change your pace. Showing off leads to mistakes. Maintaining steady rhythm is what earns approval. He makes a note on his clipboard and moves on. You breathe a little easier. No corrections needed. The morning progresses in this way. Time loses its usual shape. You cannot check a watch while working. The only markers are the chassis themselves. Each one represents 1 minute and 20 seconds of your life. You count them unconsciously. 50 completed, 75, 100. Your hands develop their own intelligence. Muscle memory guides every movement. Reach without looking. Grab the right size wrench without checking. Thread bolts blind because you know exactly where the holes are. This physical knowledge cannot be taught in words. It only comes through thousands of repetitions. Sometimes your mind wanders even as your hands continue working. You think about letters from home. Your mother wants to know when you will visit. You think about the money accumulating in your savings account, $5 a day. That is what Ford pays now, more than twice what most factories offer. You think about what that money will buy. A house someday, a future. The $5 day changed everything when Ford announced it last year. Workers flooded to Detroit from across the country. The newspapers called it revolutionary. Critics called it reckless. But Ford understood something fundamental. Pay workers well, and they will buy the products they make. Turn workers into customers. Expand the market. You are proof of that theory. 6 months ago, you could never have imagined owning an automobile. Now you think about it regularly, maybe in another year, maybe when you've saved enough. A Model T costs about 6 months' salary now. Expensive, but not impossible. Not for someone earning $5 a day. The line continues. More chassis pass through your station. The work is hard on the body. Your shoulders ache from the repeated motions. Your back complains from the constant bending and straightening. Your hands cramp around the wrench, but you push through. Everyone pushes through. Stopping means losing your spot. Losing your spot means losing this wage. Around you, the factory floor is a landscape of focused effort. Hundreds of men performing hundreds of different tasks. Each person is a component in a larger machine. The metaphor is obvious but also true. The assembly line only works when every part functions correctly. Remove one worker, and the whole system falters. This is what Henry Ford perfected. Not the automobile itself. Other companies made cars before Ford. But Ford created the system that could produce automobiles at unprecedented scale and speed. He broke down the complex process of building a car into simple, repeatable tasks. Then he arranged those tasks in sequence and set them in motion. The result is efficiency that seems almost magical. A complete Model T rolls off the line every 93 minutes now. Just a few years ago, it took 12 hours to build one car. The improvement is staggering. Production has increased 50 times over. Costs have dropped. Prices have fallen. More people can afford automobiles. Demand increases. The factory expands. More workers are hired. The cycle continues. You are living inside this transformation. You are part of the machine that is changing how things are made. The implications stretch far beyond automobiles. Other industries are watching and learning. The assembly line method will spread to furniture factories, appliance manufacturers, textile mills. The entire industrial world is being reshaped by what happens here in Highland Park. But those large historical forces feel distant when you are focused on the chassis in front of you. Right now, there is only the immediate reality. The steering column, the bolts, the wrench, the next chassis arriving. The work continues without pause. The lunch whistle blows at noon. The sound cuts through the factory noise and everyone stops immediately. The line shudders to a halt. You step back from your station and roll your shoulders, feeling the muscles protest. 8 hours suddenly feels very long when you're only halfway through. You walk to the locker room with the others. The crowd moves slowly, everyone tired already. You retrieve your lunch pail and find a spot in the break area. Some men go outside to eat. You prefer staying inside where it is slightly warmer. You open the pail and pull out your lunch. Sandwich with cheese and leftover sausage. An apple. A cookie that Mrs. O'Brien packed. You eat methodically, not tasting much. Food is fuel. You need calories to keep working. Around you, men talk in low voices. Some complain about aches and pains. Others discuss weekend plans. A few read newspapers. You notice that most conversations stay superficial. Real friendships are hard to form in a place like this. Everyone is too tired. Everyone just wants to finish the shift and go home. You think about Henry Ford while you eat. The man is a legend even among people who work in his factories. He walks the floor sometimes, appearing without warning, tall and thin with intense eyes. He watches everything but rarely speaks. Workers both admire and fear him. Ford's philosophy shapes every aspect of the plant. He believes in efficiency above all else. Waste is the enemy. Wasted motion, wasted materials, wasted time. Everything must serve production. The factory is designed around this principle. Materials flow in one direction. Assembly progresses in a straight line. No backtracking, no redundancy. The $5 day was controversial even within the company. Ford's business partners initially opposed it. They thought it would bankrupt the operation. But Ford insisted. He understood that high wages would reduce turnover. Training new workers is expensive. Keeping experienced workers is cheaper. The math works out. There were conditions attached to the $5 day. Workers had to maintain certain standards of behaviour and living. The company sent inspectors to check home conditions. They wanted to see clean houses, sober habits, stable families. The intrusion angered many workers, but most accepted it as the price of higher pay. You pass the inspection without trouble. Your boarding house is respectable. You do not drink excessively. You send money home to your family. The inspector marked you as qualified. The full wage was approved. This paternalistic approach bothers some people. They say Ford is trying to control workers even outside the factory, but others appreciate the structure. Many workers came from chaotic situations. The stability feels good even if it comes with requirements. The lunch break is only 30 minutes. Time passes quickly. You finish eating and use the washroom. The facilities are surprisingly modern. Ford insisted on clean bathrooms with running water. Another unusual feature, most factories barely provide outhouses. You return to the floor as the warning bell rings. 5 minutes until restart. You take your position at station 47. Other workers shuffle into place along the line. The foreman walks through, checking that everyone is ready. The line lurches back into motion. The afternoon shift begins. The work is identical to the morning. Same chassis, same task, same rhythm. But the afternoon feels heavier somehow. Fatigue makes everything harder. Your muscles are less responsive. Your attention wants to drift. You force yourself to focus. Mistakes happen when concentration slips. A chassis moves past with improperly installed steering. The foreman catches it 3 stations down. He walks back to find who did it. The culprit is a young man who only started last week. The foreman does not yell, but his disappointment is clear. The mistake will be noted. You're more careful with the next chassis. Triple check every bolt. Make sure the linkage connection is solid. Do not give the foreman any reason to look your way. Staying invisible is the goal. Good workers fade into the background. Problem workers draw attention. The hours crawl by. You count chassis to mark progress. 200, 250, 300. Each number is a small victory. Each completed unit brings you closer to the end of shift whistle. Around you, the factory maintains its relentless pace. The noise never diminishes. The motion never stops. The building itself seems alive, a massive organism dedicated to a single purpose. Building automobiles. More and more automobiles. An endless stream of black Model Ts rolling toward the shipping dock. Henry Ford wanted his car to be affordable for the average worker. He succeeded. The Model T now costs less than $300. Farmers can buy them, shopkeepers can buy them, factory workers can buy them. The automobile is becoming democratic. This democratization changes society in ways both obvious and subtle. People can travel farther. Rural isolation decreases. Dating habits shift when young people have cars. Shopping patterns change. Entire industries spring up to support automobile ownership, gas stations, repair shops, parts suppliers, road construction companies. You are part of this transformation whether you realize it or not. Every steering column you install helps move the world a little bit further into the automotive age. The work feels repetitive and small in the moment. But multiply your efforts by thousands of workers across 3 shifts every day, and the impact becomes enormous. This is Ford's genius. He created a system that turns individual small actions into massive collective output. No single worker builds a car, but together you build hundreds. The whole is greater than the sum of its parts. The assembly line makes this possible. The factory has a particular smell that you notice most when you first arrive each morning and when you step outside at the end of shift. Metal and oil and sweat combine into something uniquely industrial. The scent clings to your clothes and skin. You carry it home with you. Mrs. O'Brien sometimes complains that the boarders make the whole house smell like the factory. The sounds of the plant create their own language. You learn to interpret different noises. A pneumatic wrench makes a specific whine when it is working correctly. A different sound means something is wrong. The conveyor belt rumbles at a steady frequency. Any variation indicates a problem. The overhead cranes groan when moving heavy loads. You know to stay alert when you hear that groan. Machine sounds mix with human sounds. Foremen shout instructions. Workers call out warnings. Someone drops a wrench and it clangs against concrete. Laughter erupts from somewhere down the line. Even in this industrial environment, moments of humanity break through. Your hands tell their own story. Calluses form in specific patterns based on how you grip tools. The skin on your palms is thick and tough. Your fingernails are perpetually edged with grime no matter how hard you scrub. These are marks of your profession. Badge of a factory worker. The temperature on the floor varies by season but is never truly comfortable. Winter brings cold that seeps through the concrete and makes metal painful to touch. Summer brings heat that has nowhere to escape. The big windows can be opened, but they do little. Hundreds of bodies and running machines generate tremendous warmth. You learn to dress in layers during winter. Start with long underwear. Add a heavy shirt. The work will warm you up, but the first hour is brutal. In summer, you wear as little as safety allows. The heat becomes oppressive by afternoon. Some men pour water over their heads during breaks just to cool down. The light inside the factory comes from both windows and electric bulbs. Ford invested heavily in lighting. Proper illumination reduces mistakes and injuries. The building has more windows than typical factories. Natural light is cheaper than electricity. But the combination of sunlight and artificial light creates a strange quality. Shadows fall in unexpected directions. Dust hangs in the air. Fine metal particles drift through the space. You can see them in the light beams. They coat every surface. Workers breathe this dust all day. Some develop coughs that never quite go away. The company doctor says it is harmless, but workers are not so sure. The floor itself is concrete, swept clean multiple times per shift. Any debris on the floor is a safety hazard. Dropped parts could cause someone to slip. Spilled oil creates dangerous patches. Foremen are strict about housekeeping. Everything must stay clean and organised. Safety is emphasised more at Ford than at other factories you have heard about. Guards cover most moving parts. Warning signs mark dangerous areas. Workers receive basic training on accident prevention. Still, injuries happen. A hand crushed between moving parts. A foot run over by a materials cart. Burns from hot metal. The work is inherently dangerous no matter what precautions are taken. You have been lucky so far. Just minor cuts and bruises. Nothing serious. You try to stay alert and careful. But fatigue makes everyone careless eventually. That is when accidents happen. Late in the shift, when attention wanders. When hands move automatically without conscious guidance. That is the dangerous time. The rhythm of the line creates a kind of trance state. You can lose yourself in the repetition. Minutes pass without awareness. You complete chassis after chassis with no memory of the individual units. This mental absence is both blessing and curse. It makes time pass faster, but also increases risk. Some workers try to break the monotony with small variations. They develop personal techniques for their tasks, slightly different grip on a wrench, a particular way of positioning parts. These tiny acts of individuality matter in a system designed to eliminate individual variation. They remind you that you're still human, not just a component in the machine. The company discourages such variations. Standardization is everything. The right way to do each job has been determined by time studies and efficiency experts. Deviation from the approved method is not permitted, but workers find ways to assert themselves anyway. Small rebellions that management mostly ignores as long as output remains steady. Your body adapts to the work over time. Muscles develop in specific areas. Your right arm is noticeably stronger from wielding the wrench. Your grip strength has increased. You can walk further without tiring. The job makes you physically harder even as it wears you down mentally. Evening approaches, but you cannot see the sun from inside the building. You judge time by the quality of light filtering through the windows. The afternoon shifts from bright to golden to grey. Shadows lengthen. Your stomach reminds you that lunch was hours ago. You ignore the hunger. The end of shift is close now. The last hour is always the hardest. Your body knows that rest is near. Every minute feels longer. Every chassis takes more effort. But you maintain your pace. Slowing down in the final hour invites scrutiny. Better to push through and finish strong. The end of shift whistle finally sounds at 6 p.m. The line stops and the entire factory seems to exhale. You step back from your station and stretch. Your spine cracks, your shoulders burn, your hands ache. But you made it through another day. The crowd moves toward the time clock station. You retrieve your card and stamp out. 6:02 p.m. The 2-minute delay is from the walk and the crowd at the clock. Those 2 minutes are not paid, but complaining about it would be pointless. That is just how it works. You collect your coat and lunch pail from the locker. The room fills with tired men changing clothes and preparing to leave. The atmosphere is different from the morning. Now there is relief, a sense of accomplishment. 12 hours until this starts again. That feels like a lifetime right now. You step outside into the evening air. The cold feels good after the stale warmth of the factory. You take a deep breath and start walking toward home. The streets are busy with workers leaving the day shift. Thousands of men flood out of the plant and disperse into the surrounding neighbourhoods. Some men head to taverns. Drinking after work is common. The bars near the factory do good business between shifts. You occasionally join them, but not tonight. You're too tired. You just want food and bed. The walk home takes 15 minutes. Your legs are heavy, but the movement feels good after standing mostly in one place all day. Other workers walk in the same direction. You fall into step with a group heading your way. Nobody talks much. Everyone is too tired. You think about the social structure of the factory as you walk. There are clear hierarchies, but they are different from traditional class systems. Foremen hold more power than line workers. Skilled tradesmen who maintain machinery earn more than assembly workers. Office staff are separate entirely. White-collar workers who rarely interact with the floor. But within the assembly workers there is a kind of equality. You all do similar work for similar pay. Background matters less than reliability. The immigrant from Poland is judged by his output, not his accent. The black man from Georgia is measured by his speed and accuracy, not his skin colour. The system is far from perfect, but it offers opportunities that would be impossible in other contexts. This industrial mixing creates new social patterns. Workers form friendships across ethnic lines. They share lunch together. They help each other learn the work. Common experience creates bonds that transcend old divisions. Not always. Prejudice does not disappear. But it softens in the shared struggle of factory life. The boarding house appears ahead. You climb the steps and enter the warm interior. The smell of cooking fills the hallway. Mrs. O'Brien is preparing dinner for her boarders. Stew tonight. You can tell from the scent of beef and potatoes. You wash up in the bathroom, scrubbing away the worst of the grime. The water in the basin turns grey. You dry your face and hands and head to the dining room. Several other boarders are already seated. They nod in greeting as you take your usual chair. Mrs. O'Brien serves the stew family style. Everyone helps themselves. The food is simple but good. You eat hungrily, sopping up gravy with bread. Conversation around the table is sporadic. Everyone is tired, but there is comfort in the shared meal. After dinner, you retreat to your room. The space is small but private. A bed, a dresser, a chair by the window. You hang up your work clothes and change into cleaner trousers and a shirt. Then you sit in the chair and look out at the street. Evening in Detroit has its own character. Streetlights flicker on. People move past on their way to various destinations. A car rattles by, one of the few private automobiles in this neighbourhood. Most workers still walk or take streetcars, but that is changing. Every month you see more cars on the streets. You think about buying one yourself. A Model T in black, the standard configuration. It would cost about 6 months' wages at your current savings rate, but it would open up possibilities. You could visit family in Ohio more easily. You could drive to other parts of the city. The freedom appeals to you. For now, you save your money carefully. $5 a day minus room and board and expenses leaves about $3 that you can save. That adds up to around $90 per month if you are disciplined. In 6 months you would have enough for a car, or enough for a down payment on a house. The choice will have to be made eventually. The factory shapes your entire life even when you are not there. Your social circle consists mostly of other factory workers. Your schedule revolves around shift times. Your body adapts to the physical demands. Your thoughts return constantly to the work. The assembly line becomes the organising principle of your existence. Some workers resist this total absorption. They maintain hobbies and interests outside the factory. They read books. They attend church socially. They play baseball on weekends. These activities provide balance and prevent the factory from consuming everything. You admire that but struggle to find energy for it. After 8 hours on the line, you mostly just want to rest. Reading makes your eyes hurt. Social activities require effort you do not have. Baseball sounds appealing, but your body needs recovery time. The work takes everything you have to give. This is the reality that critics of the assembly line do not understand. The $5 wage is generous, but it is earned through complete physical commitment. Ford pays well because he demands total effort. There is no coasting on the assembly line. Every minute is productive or you lose your spot. The long-term effects concern you sometimes. Will your body hold up? Can you do this work for years, or will it break you down? You see older workers in their 40s and 50s who move stiffly and grimace with pain. Is that your future, or will you find a way to advance into a less physical role? Foreman positions open occasionally. Skilled maintenance jobs pay better and are less demanding physically. Office work exists for those with education. There are paths forward if you can position yourself correctly, but competition is intense. Thousands of workers all want the same limited opportunities. For now, you focus on doing your job well and staying employed. Security feels more important than advancement. The $5 wage is more than you ever made before. Keeping that wage is the priority. Everything else can wait. You pull out a piece of paper and write a letter to your mother. You tell her about the work in general terms. You do not mention the fatigue or the danger. You emphasize the good pay and the opportunities. You send her money regularly, $20 this month. She writes back with news from home and expressions of pride. Your family thinks you are part of something important. They see the factory job as a step up from farm work. They are right in many ways. The wages are better, the future seems more secure, but they do not understand the cost, the physical toll, the mental monotony, the loss of autonomy. Still, you would not trade it. The alternative is returning to the farm where wages are minimal and the future is limited, or finding work in some other factory that pays less and treats workers worse. Ford may be demanding, but the company is also more progressive than most. The $5 day proved that. The attention to safety proves it. The modern facilities prove it. You finish the letter and seal it in an envelope. You will mail it tomorrow on the way to work. Then you undress and climb into bed. The mattress feels wonderful. Your body relaxes into it. You close your eyes and sleep comes quickly. Tomorrow will be the same. Wake before dawn, walk to the factory, 8 hours on the line, walk home, eat, sleep. The cycle repeats. But you are building something, saving money, creating a future. The repetition has purpose even when it feels meaningless. Sunday is your day off. You wake naturally, no alarm needed. The luxury of sleeping until the sun is fully up feels almost decadent. You stretch and take your time getting dressed. Today, you wear your good clothes. A clean shirt with no oil stains. Trousers that still hold a crease. You eat a leisurely breakfast while reading the newspaper Mrs. O'Brien provides. The Detroit papers are full of stories about the automotive industry. Production numbers, new factories opening, expansion plans. The city is booming in ways that seem almost unbelievable. Just 10 years ago, Detroit was a mid-sized manufacturing city, known mainly for stoves and railroad cars. The population was around 300,000. Now it approaches 600,000 and grows larger every month. People pour in from everywhere seeking factory jobs. The city cannot build housing fast enough. This rapid growth creates chaos. Streets that were dirt paths 5 years ago now carry heavy traffic. Neighbourhoods spring up overnight. Speculators buy farmland on the outskirts and subdivide it into lots. Builders throw up houses as fast as possible. Quality varies wildly. The automotive industry drives all of this. Ford is the largest employer, but dozens of other companies also build cars in Detroit. Packard, Dodge, Cadillac, Studebaker. Each company runs its own factories and employs thousands. Competition is fierce. Innovation is constant. The industry evolves month by month. You decide to walk downtown and see the city on your day off. The weather is cold but clear. Perfect for exploring. You bundle up and set out. The walk takes about 40 minutes from your boarding house. You do not mind. After a week of standing in one spot, covering some distance feels good. Downtown Detroit is transformed. New buildings rise on every block. The streets buzz with activity even on Sunday. Shops display goods in elaborate window arrangements. Restaurants advertise special dinners. Movie theatres promise the latest films. The city feels alive with possibility. You window shop for a while, looking at things you cannot quite afford yet. A nice suit in a haberdashery window. Leather shoes that would last for years. A wristwatch with a second hand. These items represent the life you're working toward. Middle-class respectability, comfort, stability. The automotive wealth has created a new class of prosperous workers, men who earn enough to buy houses and furniture, and even automobiles. This worker prosperity is unprecedented. Factory workers were traditionally poor. They lived in slums and struggled to survive. But the $5 day changed that equation. You see evidence of this new prosperity everywhere. Workers dressed in good clothes, families shopping together, children who look well-fed and healthy. This is what Ford's wage revolution accomplished. It lifted thousands of workers into something resembling middle-class life. Critics argue that Ford buys worker loyalty with high wages, that the paternalistic company policies amount to control. They are not entirely wrong, but workers mostly do not care about the theoretical concerns. They care about feeding their families and having decent lives. The $5 wage makes that possible. You stop at a small restaurant for lunch, a real sit-down meal instead of the quick lunches you eat at the factory. The menu offers choices. You order roast chicken with potatoes and vegetables, coffee and a slice of pie for dessert. The whole meal costs more than a week of groceries, but you justify it as a Sunday treat. The restaurant is full of other factory workers enjoying their day off. You recognise a few faces from the plant. They nod in greeting, but everyone maintains polite distance. The factory hierarchy extends into social life. Workers do not presume friendship just because they work for the same company. After lunch, you walk to the riverfront. The Detroit River separates the city from Canada. Ships move up and down carrying goods. The water is grey under the winter sky. You stand and watch for a while, enjoying the open space and fresh air. This is one thing you miss about farm life. The open sky. The sense of space. The factory floor is vast but enclosed. You spend all week under artificial light breathing recycled air. Standing by the river on Sunday helps balance that confinement. Other people walk along the riverfront. Couples holding hands, families with children, old men feeding birds. The diversity of the crowd reflects the changing city. Detroit is becoming a genuine metropolis, a place where different kinds of people live side by side. You think about bringing someone to the riverfront someday. A woman, perhaps. You have not had much time or energy for romance since moving to Detroit. The work consumes too much. But you would like to have a family eventually, a home of your own. The normal markers of adult life. For now those dreams remain distant. You're still establishing yourself, building savings, learning the city. Romance can wait until you have more stability. That is the practical approach. Though sometimes you feel the weight of loneliness, the afternoon passes pleasantly. You explore different neighbourhoods. You see the mansions on Boston Boulevard where automotive executives live. Enormous houses with manicured lawns and expensive automobiles parked in circular driveways. This is where the real wealth accumulates. Factory wages are good, but ownership is where fortunes are made. Henry Ford is one of the richest men in America now. His personal wealth is estimated in the tens of millions. That money comes from building and selling automobiles. Every Model T that rolls off the line adds to his fortune. You helped build those cars. Your labour creates his wealth. The relationship is clear and undeniable. Some workers resent this dynamic. They argue that labour should share more of the profits. Union organisers occasionally appear near the factory gates, handing out pamphlets and making speeches. Ford opposes unions vigorously. He believes the $5 wage makes unions unnecessary. Most workers agree with him. Why organise when pay is already good? But not everyone is satisfied. Some workers want more control over working conditions, more say in how the factory operates, more security against arbitrary firing. These concerns are legitimate even if union organising remains minimal. You have mixed feelings about unions. The higher wages and better conditions would be welcome. But you also worry about conflict with management. Getting fired would be devastating. Better to keep your head down and do the work. That is the safer path. Evening approaches. The winter sun sets early. You start walking back toward the boarding house. The temperature drops as darkness comes. You move quickly to stay warm. Other people hurry past on their own errands. The city does not slow down just because the sun sets. You arrive home as Mrs. O'Brien is setting out Sunday dinner. This is the best meal of the week. Roast beef with all the accompaniments. The boarders gather and eat together. Conversation is more relaxed on Sunday evenings. The next workday is still hours away. Everyone can afford to relax a little. After dinner, you retreat to your room and read for a while. You have a book about the history of machinery. It interests you to understand the context of your work. The assembly line did not appear from nowhere. It evolved from earlier manufacturing methods. Understanding that evolution helps you see your place in a larger story. You read until your eyes grow heavy, then you set the book aside and prepare for bed. Tomorrow's Monday, back to the factory, back to the line. The cycle begins again, but Sunday provided a break. A reminder that life exists beyond the factory walls, that helps you face the week ahead. Monday morning arrives like all the others. The whistle blows. You wake and dress and eat and walk to the factory. The routine is so familiar now that you barely notice the individual steps. Your body moves through the sequence automatically. The day shift begins. You take your position at station 47. The line starts moving. Chassis after chassis passes through your hands. Reach and bolt and tighten and move. The rhythm is unchanged. The work is identical. Another week begins. But something feels different today. Maybe it is the Sunday rest. Maybe it is the time you spent exploring the city. Whatever the reason, you see the work with slightly fresher eyes. You notice details that usually blur into background. The man working 2 stations ahead has developed a limp. He favours his left leg. An injury, perhaps. Or just the accumulated strain of months on the line. He keeps working, though. Showing weakness invites replacement. You make a mental note to watch your own body more carefully. The woman who delivers parts to your station moves with practiced efficiency. Yes, women work in the factory too. Not on the assembly line itself, but in supporting roles. Parts delivery, quality inspection, administrative tasks. Ford employs women more readily than most companies. Another progressive policy that sets the company apart. She sets down a bin of steering columns and takes away the empty bin. The exchange happens in seconds. She does not speak, and neither do you. There is no time for conversation, but you appreciate her competence. The supply chain must work perfectly or the line stops. She ensures that your station never runs out of parts. The morning passes, lunch comes and goes, the afternoon shift begins. You're back in the familiar rhythm. But your mind keeps returning to larger questions. How long will you do this work? What comes next? Is there a future beyond the assembly line? These questions have no easy answers. Some workers stay on the line for years, even decades. They make peace with the monotony and focus on the steady paycheck. Others move into skilled trades or supervisory roles. A few leave for different industries entirely. There is no single path. You think about the skills you're developing. Manual dexterity, mechanical understanding, the ability to work precisely under time pressure. These skills could transfer to other roles. Tool and die maker perhaps. Machine repair technician. Jobs that pay even better than assembly work and offer more autonomy. But those positions require additional training. You would need to study, take classes, invest time and money. That feels overwhelming when you're already working 8-hour days. Still, it might be necessary. You cannot imagine doing this exact job for the rest of your working life. The foreman appears at your station. He watches you complete a chassis. You maintain steady pace and clean technique. He nods approval and moves on. Small moments like this matter. Building a reputation for reliability creates opportunities. When skilled positions open, foremen remember the workers who consistently perform well. The afternoon continues. You fall back into the semi-trance state that makes time pass faster. Chassis blur together. Numbers accumulate. The end of shift approaches slowly but inevitably. You think about Henry Ford's vision while you work. He wanted to make automobiles accessible to everyone, to transform American life through mass production. He succeeded beyond what anyone thought possible. The Model T changed everything. It brought mobility to millions. It reshaped cities and countryside alike. Your role in this transformation is small but real. Every steering column you install is essential. Remove your work and the car does not function. Multiply your contribution by all the other workers and the full scope becomes clear. Together you are building the future. This thought provides meaning to the repetitive work. You're not just tightening bolts, you are participating in something larger. The Industrial Revolution is not just an abstract historical force, it is this factory, this assembly line, these specific actions performed by real people. The philosophical perspective helps but does not eliminate the fatigue. Your body still aches, your mind still wants escape. But understanding the broader context makes the immediate difficulties more bearable. Purpose transforms suffering into something meaningful. The end of shift whistle finally sounds. You complete your last chassis of the day and step back from the line. Another day finished. Another small increment of progress toward your future goals. You clean your station and head to the locker room. The walk home passes in the usual way. Tired workers moving through darkening streets. You arrive at the boarding house and go through the evening routine. Dinner, wash up, a few minutes of reading, then bed. As you lie in the darkness waiting for sleep, you think about the bigger picture. Detroit is being built right now. The automotive industry is creating a new kind of city, a new kind of economy, a new kind of life. You are part of that creation whether you fully realize it or not. The assembly line will spread. Other industries will adopt the methods pioneered here. Production will become faster and cheaper. Consumer goods will become more abundant. Standards of living will rise. All of this flows from the innovations happening in Detroit right now. But there will be costs too. The dehumanizing aspects of assembly line work will affect millions. The environmental impact of mass automobile ownership will reshape the landscape. Urban sprawl will consume farmland. These consequences are not yet visible, but they are coming. You cannot see that far ahead. You can only see tomorrow. Another shift at the factory. Another day of repetitive work. Another small addition to your savings. One day at a time. That is all anyone can manage. Sleep finally comes. Your last conscious thought is of the morning whistle. It will sound in just a few hours. The cycle will begin again. But for now, you rest. The factory releases its hold. The assembly line stops moving. The noise fades. There is only darkness and silence, and the deep sleep of exhausted muscles. Tomorrow will bring the same work, the same routine, the same rhythm. But you will face it as you have faced all the days before, with determination, with resilience, with the knowledge that this work, however difficult, is building something. Your future, your city, your world. The early automotive workers of Detroit are creating the 20th century. You are one of them. That matters. That will always matter. No matter how tired you get or how monotonous the work becomes, that fundamental truth remains. You are building the future, one steering column at a time. In the tumultuous years following the French Revolution, when Paris streets still echoed with recent upheaval and society reinvented itself daily, two unlikely souls found each other amidst the chaos. Their love story would reshape an empire, influence the fate of nations, and endure beyond the grandest ambitions of power. You're about to witness how passion, politics, and profound affection intertwined in one of history's most compelling romances. You step into Paris in the autumn of 1795, and the city feels like it's still catching its breath after the revolution's violent convulsions. The streets carry a peculiar mix of wariness and excitement. Former aristocrats walk past newly wealthy merchants, each pretending not to notice the other. Women have adopted simpler fashions out of necessity, though some are beginning to experiment again with luxury now that the worst terrors have passed. The air smells of roasting chestnuts from street vendors and the ever-present scent of coal smoke from thousands of chimneys. Underneath it all lingers something else, something harder to name. Perhaps it's the smell of fear finally fading, or hope tentatively returning. The buildings themselves tell stories of survival. Some houses still bear marks from revolutionary violence. Bullet holes pock certain facades. Other structures display hasty repairs where doors were smashed in during searches for aristocrats or hoarded grain. But life persists with stubborn determination. Shop windows display goods again. Cafes fill with customers debating politics and philosophy. Street performers entertain crowds that actually have a few coins to spare. In one of the elegant townhouses that survived the revolution's fury, you notice a gathering taking place. The salon belongs to Paul Barras, one of the 5 directors who now govern France through a complicated system designed to prevent any one person from gaining too much power. Tonight, the rooms glow with candlelight that reflects off polished wood and the few remaining mirrors that weren't smashed during the terror. The guests represent the new France in all its contradictions. Military officers in slightly worn uniforms mingle with politicians in fashionable coats. A few survivors of the old nobility who've learned to adapt stand near former revolutionaries who sent their friends to the guillotine. The conversation flows in multiple directions at once. Someone discusses the latest play at the Comédie Française. Another group debates military strategy in the war against Austria. A cluster near the fireplace gossips about who's rising in the new government and who's falling from favour. The room hums with ambition and calculation disguised as social pleasantry. Among the guests, you observe a woman in her early 30s who seems to move through the room like water finding its path. Her name is Rose de Beauharnais, though she will soon become known to history as Josephine. She wears a simple white muslin dress that somehow appears more elegant than the fancier gowns around her. The fabric drapes in the classical style that's becoming fashionable, suggesting ancient Greek statues rather than the elaborate constructions of the old regime. Her dark hair falls in the fashionable loose curls of the day, held back with a simple ribbon. What strikes you most is how she listens. When someone speaks to her, she gives them her complete attention, her dark eyes focused, her head tilted slightly to indicate genuine interest. Each person she engages feels as though their words matter profoundly. Her hands move gracefully as she gestures, and you notice she wears very little jewellery. A simple gold bracelet catches the candlelight. The restraint is calculated. Too much jewellery would suggest she's trying too hard or doesn't understand the current political climate. Too little would make her seem poor or unimportant. She's found the perfect balance, as she does in most things. Her story already contains enough drama for several lifetimes, though most people at this gathering know only fragments of it. Born Marie-Joseph Rose, Tacher de la Pagerie, on the Caribbean island of Martinique to a sugar plantation family, she married young to Alexandre de Beauharnais and came to France full of dreams about Parisian society. The reality proved more complicated than her island fantasies. Her husband turned out to be difficult and unfaithful. They separated. Then came the revolution, which swept through France like a cleansing fire that burned everything, guilty and innocent alike. The terror imprisoned her in Les Carmes, a former convent turned holding cell for those awaiting the guillotine. She spent months in a crowded cell, never knowing if tomorrow would bring release or death. She watched her first husband go to the scaffold, his head falling into the basket while she waited her turn. But Maximilien Robespierre fell before her name came up on the execution list, and suddenly the prison doors opened. She emerged into a Paris transformed yet again, with new opportunities for those clever and brave enough to seize them. Now she lives carefully, raising her 2 children from that first marriage. Hortense is 12, pretty and musically talented. Eugène is 14, serious-minded and loyal. They remember their father, but they're also adapting to this new world where survival requires flexibility. Josephine navigates the dangerous waters of post-revolutionary society with skills learned through necessity. She knows how to read people, when to speak and when to listen, how to make herself useful without seeming desperate. Her finances are precarious despite her elegant appearance. She's renting the house on Rue Chantraine, and some months the rent comes due before the money arrives. She's received a small pension as the widow of a general, but it doesn't stretch as far as needed. She's learned to make a single dress appear new through different accessories. She borrows jewellery from friends for important occasions. She's mastered the art of appearing more prosperous than she actually is. Across the room, you notice a thin young officer who looks decidedly out of place among the polished politicians and elegant women. Napoleon Bonaparte is 26 years old and resembles someone who forgot to eat regular meals while studying military tactics until 3 in the morning. His uniform, while clean and properly buttoned, hangs a bit loosely on his spare frame. His hair is unfashionably long and often falls across his forehead, which annoys him but not enough to visit a barber. Unlike the other guests who chat easily about trivial matters, he stands apart watching everyone with intense grey eyes that seem to catalogue and analyse every detail. His posture suggests someone ready to flee at any moment. He shifts his weight from foot to foot. His hands move restlessly, sometimes touching his sword hilt, sometimes clasping behind his back, never quite settling. When someone tries to engage him in small talk about the weather or fashion, he responds with curt, factual observations that kill the conversation dead. He simply doesn't understand how to discuss nothing gracefully. Napoleon grew up on Corsica, that rugged island where family loyalty runs deeper than any political allegiance and where blood feuds can span generations. The island only became French a year before his birth, so he considers himself Corsican first, French second. He speaks French with an accent that immediately marks him as an outsider in Paris society. He pronounces his R's differently. He uses phrases that sound slightly foreign. People sometimes ask him to repeat himself, and he hates it. He's brilliant with artillery and military strategy, but utterly hopeless at small talk and social graces. He can calculate trajectories in his head and predict where an enemy army will move 3 days hence. But he cannot remember which fork to use at a formal dinner. He reads voraciously in multiple languages, devouring books on history, philosophy, mathematics, and warfare. Just weeks ago, he helped put down a royalist uprising in Paris, using his cannons to scatter the rebels attempting to overthrow the government. This success earned him promotion to general and the notice of powerful men like Barras, but it hasn't taught him how to navigate a fancy salon. The other guests instinctively sense his discomfort and mostly avoid him. He's useful in a crisis, clearly, but he's also strange and intense in ways that make polite conversation difficult. Better to let him stand by himself near the bookshelf, examining the spines with more interest than he shows the actual people in the room. You watch as Barras, playing matchmaker with the subtlety of a man who enjoys manipulating others for their own good, engineers an introduction. He's noticed Napoleon's isolation and Josephine's grace, and some instinct tells him these two might complement each other. He guides Napoleon over to where Josephine stands examining a painting of a pastoral scene, all soft clouds and grazing sheep. The young officer tries to bow gracefully and nearly trips over his own sword. The weapon clatters against a chair leg. 2 nearby conversations pause as heads turn to see what caused the noise. Napoleon's face flushes with embarrassment, but Josephine's mouth curves into a smile that somehow manages to be amused without being mocking. It's the smile of someone who's witnessed far too many awkward moments to be bothered by one more, and who finds human imperfection endearing rather than contemptible. Barras makes the introduction with practiced ease, then drifts away to other conversations, leaving them together. An uncomfortable silence threatens to develop. Josephine, experienced in rescuing failing social situations, asks Napoleon about the painting. Does he like pastoral scenes? Has he spent time in the countryside? The question opens a floodgate. Napoleon begins to talk, and something shifts in the room's energy. He tells her about Corsica, about the mountains and the sea, about terrain and how it shapes military strategy. Then somehow he's discussing Italy, about his theories on warfare, about how ancient generals used geography to their advantage. His hands move as he speaks, tracing invisible battle formations in the air. Most people find his intensity overwhelming, like standing too close to a fire, but Josephine leans in slightly, genuinely interested. She asks him questions that show she's actually following his complicated explanations. She mentions a book she read about Hannibal crossing the Alps with elephants. Did Napoleon think that was militarily sound or just dramatic? Napoleon looks at her as though she just revealed herself to be a fellow member of some secret society. He spent years being dismissed as too serious, too intense, too focused on matters that polite society considers boring. Here's someone actually engaging with his ideas. He explains his theory about Hannibal's campaign with growing enthusiasm. He's forgotten to be self-conscious. He's in his element now, discussing tactics and strategy. Josephine watches his face transform. The awkward, uncomfortable young man disappears, replaced by someone confident and passionate. She sees intelligence flash in those grey eyes, along with something else. Hunger, ambition, a desire to prove himself that burns like a forge. For a man who spends most of his time with soldiers and feels perpetually out of place in civilian life, finding someone who engages with his ideas feels like discovering water in the desert. He's been so lonely, though he'd never admit it. Lonely in Paris, lonely in the army, lonely in rooms full of people who don't understand him. Suddenly he's not lonely, at least for this moment, and it's intoxicating. Josephine, for her part, recognises something in this awkward young officer. She's spent years learning to read people's potential beneath their surface presentation. It's a survival skill. During the Terror, she learned to identify which guards might be bribed, which fellow prisoners might betray you, which officials might show mercy. After her release, she learned to spot who was rising in the new government and who was falling. She's developed an instinct for potential. She sees past his ill-fitting uniform and social clumsiness to glimpse the fierce intelligence and ambition burning underneath. She notices how other people in the room occasionally glance his way, with a mix of wariness and respect. This strange Corsican clearly matters to powerful people like Barras. She also notices something the other salon guests miss. When Napoleon looks at her, he doesn't see a widow trying to survive in difficult times. He sees someone worthy of building empires for. The evening grows late, and the candles burn lower in their holders, creating deeper shadows in the corners of the room. The other guests begin to drift away, calling for their carriages, making plans for future gatherings, saying elaborate goodbyes. But Napoleon and Josephine remain in conversation. They've moved to a settee near one of the tall windows overlooking the street. Outside, Paris settles into its nighttime rhythms. Lamplighters make their rounds. The sounds of carriages on cobblestones echo up from the street. The night air carries a chill that makes the warmth inside more welcome. They've moved beyond military history now. Napoleon asks about her children. His whole demeanour softens when she describes Hortense's musical talent and Eugene's seriousness. He tells her about his own family, his complicated relationship with his mother who both loves and criticises him, his siblings who depend on him financially, even as they mock his provincial manners. There's vulnerability in this sharing that surprises them both. Josephine finds herself genuinely charmed. Yes, he's strange and awkward and far too intense. But he's also brilliant and oddly innocent despite his military achievements. When he talks about his dreams for France, about making the country strong and prosperous, about earning glory through great deeds, there's a purity to his ambition that's refreshing. He's not cynical like most of the men she knows. He actually believes in something beyond personal advancement. Napoleon, meanwhile, is falling hopelessly in love. Every smile she gives him feels like a gift. The way she listens, really listens, makes him want to tell her everything. He wants to impress her with his knowledge, protect her from hardship, give her everything she deserves. He's read about love in books, but this is the first time he's felt it, and it overwhelms him with its intensity. When they finally part ways as the gathering breaks up, Napoleon bows over her hand with more grace than his earlier attempt. He asks permission to call on her. She grants it, giving him her address on Rue Chanterine. She watches him leave, noticing how he glances back twice before disappearing into the night. She's not sure what to make of this strange young general, but she's intrigued. Over the following weeks, Napoleon becomes a regular visitor to Josephine's modest home. You might see him arriving at odd hours whenever his military duties allow. He brings books he thinks she'll enjoy, carefully selected from his own collection. He brings flowers purchased from street vendors, usually choosing them with more enthusiasm than aesthetic judgment. Josephine learns to appreciate the gesture even when the bouquets are slightly lopsided. Her children view this new visitor with initial suspicion. Hortense and Eugène remember their father and aren't eager to see their mother with another man. But Napoleon wins them over gradually. He treats Eugène like a young man rather than a child, discussing military matters seriously. He brings Hortense sheet music and listens attentively when she plays the piano. He doesn't try to replace their father. Instead, he offers friendship and genuine interest in their lives. The house on Rue Chanterine is small, but Josephine has made it charming through clever decoration. She's draped fabrics to hide worn furniture. She's arranged her few good pieces to maximum effect. Fresh flowers always fill the vases when she can afford them. The rooms smell of beeswax polish, and the lavender she uses to scent her linens. It's not grand, but it's welcoming, and Napoleon finds it infinitely preferable to his own sparse bachelor quarters. He's falling in love with the desperation of someone who never expected to find such feelings. Every moment away from her feels wasted. He thinks about her constantly during military meetings. He sees something that reminds him of her, and his first thought is to share it with her. He writes her letters, sometimes 2 or 3 a day, filled with passionate declarations that would embarrass him if he stopped to think about them rationally. But he doesn't think rationally where Josephine is concerned. He spent his entire life being rational, calculating, strategic. With her, all those careful defences crumble. He pours out his heart in letters that mix military updates with declarations of love. He tells her she's invaded his thoughts like an occupying army. He says her smile haunts him more effectively than any ghost. He complains bitterly when her responses arrive less frequently than his letters. Josephine approaches the relationship more cautiously. She's 6 years older and has learned the hard way that survival requires careful choices. Napoleon is clearly talented and rising in importance, but he's also poor, intense and socially awkward in ways that could limit his advancement. Her friends think she's making a mistake. Why would an elegant, sophisticated woman tie herself to this strange Corsican officer who owns more books than changes of clothing? They meet for walks in the Tuileries Gardens when weather permits. The gardens provide neutral ground away from both their homes. They stroll along the gravel paths between carefully trimmed hedges. Autumn leaves crunch under their feet. Napoleon talks about his plans for military reform, while Josephine occasionally steers him toward less weighty topics. She points out the changing colours of the trees. She comments on other walkers' fashion choices, teaching him by example how to make pleasant conversation about trivial matters. Sometimes they sit on benches watching fountains that still function despite years of revolutionary neglect. Napoleon continues talking, but now he also listens. He asks about her childhood in Martinique, and she describes island life with such vivid detail that he can almost smell the tropical flowers and feel the Caribbean sun. She makes him laugh with stories about the monkeys that used to steal fruit from her family's trees and the parrots that learned to mimic her grandmother's scolding voice. But something about Napoleon touches her heart despite her initial caution. His absolute devotion feels refreshing after years of navigating relationships based on advantage and survival. The men she's known since the Revolution view relationships as transactions. They calculate what they can gain from any connection. Napoleon doesn't calculate, he just loves, completely and overwhelmingly. When he looks at her, she feels seen in a way she hasn't experienced since before the revolution shattered her first life. His awkwardness around others disappears when they're alone. He makes a laugh with his observations about the pompous politicians and social climbers they encounter. He can perfectly mimic Barris's self-important manner or the affected speech of the new rich who try too hard to sound cultured. His impression of the Austrian ambassador at a recent reception has her laughing so hard she has to wipe tears from her eyes. There's also the practical matter that Josephine needs stability. She has children to raise and limited resources. The pension she receives is unreliable, and she's exhausted from constantly worrying about money. Napoleon, despite his current lack of wealth, clearly possesses a brilliant future. She's not naive about this calculation, but it exists alongside genuine affection. The best relationships she's learned balance both heart and head. Love alone won't pay rent or feed children, but money without affection creates its own misery. Her friends notice the change in her. She seems lighter, younger. She smiles more easily. When Napoleon's name comes up in conversation, her whole face softens. She tries to be practical and measured, but her heart has other ideas. She's falling in love too, though in her own way, more slowly and carefully than his passionate plunge. By late 1795, they're spending nearly every free moment together. Napoleon's military responsibilities keep him busy, but he arranges his schedule to maximize time with Josephine. He neglects sleep. He works through meals, anything to create hours he can spend with her. His fellow officers notice their commander's distraction and make knowing jokes. They've never seen the serious young Corsican so obviously besotted. In the cold January of 1796, they marry in a brief civil ceremony at a municipal building. The revolution abolished religious marriage, so civil ceremonies have become the norm. The room is bare and official-looking, nothing like the grand church weddings Josephine might have imagined in her youth. A few witnesses attend. The official who performs the ceremony rushes through the words, clearly eager to move on to his next appointment. Napoleon arrives late because he's been working on last-minute details for his upcoming command. He's been appointed to lead the army of Italy, and the departure date looms. Josephine waits with growing anxiety, wondering if he's changed his mind. When he finally bursts through the door, breathless and apologetic, she feels relief flood through her. Josephine lies about her age on the paperwork, making herself 4 years younger. Napoleon adds 2 years to his age. They're both presenting slightly edited versions of themselves, which seems fitting for two people who will spend their marriage reinventing reality together. The official doesn't care about the discrepancies. He's processed dozens of marriages today and will process dozens more tomorrow. The wedding night takes place in Josephine's home on Rue Chantrine, and you might imagine it as tender and passionate despite the odd circumstances. Her children are staying with friends, giving them privacy. Napoleon has to leave in just days to take command of the army of Italy. This campaign represents his first major independent command, the chance he's been waiting for his entire career. But now leaving feels impossibly difficult. He's spent years preparing for military glory, and suddenly all he wants is to stay in bed with his new wife. They talk through much of the night. Napoleon tells her about his plans for the Italian campaign. Josephine listens, occasionally asking questions that show she understands more about military matters than most civilians. She's learned by paying attention, by reading, by being curious about the world. He's grateful for this. He can be fully himself with her, discussing tactics and strategy without having to simplify or explain. She tells him about her fears. What if something happens to him? War is dangerous, and generals die like common soldiers. He promises to be careful, to come back to her, to write constantly. She makes him promise to eat properly and get enough sleep, knowing he'll probably break both promises. They make plans for the future, where they'll live when he returns, how they'll raise the children, what kind of life they'll build together. Josephine gives him a small portrait of herself to carry with him. It's painted on ivory and small enough to fit in his pocket. The artist captured her gentle expression and dark eyes. Napoleon treats this miniature like a religious relic. He holds it up in the candlelight, memorising every detail. Throughout the Italian campaign, he'll sleep with it near his heart, talk to it when alone in his tent, and show it to his officers who have learned not to mock their commander's romantic obsession. The morning he departs, Paris still lies wrapped in winter darkness. The sun won't rise for another hour. Frost covers the windows in delicate patterns. Napoleon dresses in his uniform while Josephine watches from the bed, wrapped in blankets against the cold. They've said their goodbyes multiple times already, but it doesn't make the parting easier. You might see Josephine standing at her window watching Napoleon's carriage disappear down the street. She's wearing only a nightgown and shawl, and the cold from the window glass makes her shiver. She's crying, which surprises her. She's said goodbye to men before without much emotion. She watched her first husband leave without tears, but this feels different. She touches the window glass, still cold from the night, and wonders what she's gotten herself into by marrying this intense young general who looks at her like she hung the moon. Napoleon rides south toward Italy and his destiny, but his heart remains in Paris. The journey takes days over rough winter roads. The carriage jolts and sways. He tries to read military reports, but keeps finding his thoughts drifting back to Josephine. What is she doing right now? Is she thinking of him? Does she miss him as much as he misses her? The letters begin immediately. He writes to her constantly, sometimes on horseback, sometimes by candlelight in whatever rough accommodation the army provides. His handwriting, never particularly neat, becomes almost illegible when he's writing quickly, trying to get all his thoughts onto paper before the next military crisis demands his attention. His letters overflow with passion that would seem ridiculous if it weren't so genuine. He tells her she haunts his dreams. He describes how the thought of her smile sustains him through difficult days. He complains bitterly when her letters arrive less frequently than his. He accuses her of not loving him as much as he loves her. He apologises for the accusations in the next letter, then makes the same complaints again a day later. You can imagine these letters travelling back and forth across France and into Italy. The couriers carrying them have no idea they're transporting some of the most passionate correspondence in history. They're just doing their job, delivering mail for the army. Napoleon's letters come bundled with official military dispatches. Sometimes he marks them urgent, abusing his authority to ensure they travel quickly. Napoleon's handwriting grows messier when he's particularly emotional. He covers pages with endearments, complaints about her silence, military updates mixed with romantic declarations, and plans for their future together. He signs them with elaborate expressions of love. He uses every term of endearment he can think of, some in French, some in Italian, some he seems to invent on the spot. Josephine's letters back to him are affectionate but less frequent and less intense. She writes about daily life in Paris. She describes parties she's attended and people she's met. She assures him of her love and tells him to be careful. But her letters lack the fevered passion of his correspondence. She loves Napoleon, but she doesn't share his capacity for total romantic obsession. She's managing life in Paris, raising her children, and trying to maintain her position in society. Hortense needs music lessons and new dresses. Eugène is thinking about a military career and needs guidance. The house on Rue Chantrine requires constant maintenance that she can barely afford. Her days fill with practical concerns that leave little energy for writing passionate love letters. This imbalance will characterize their relationship throughout their marriage. He loves with the single-minded intensity he brings to military campaigns. When Napoleon loves, he loves completely, exclusively, obsessively. She loves more moderately, more practically, with warm affection than burning passion. She cares for him deeply, but she also cares about many other things. He can barely think about anything except her. Meanwhile, in Italy, Napoleon is revolutionizing warfare and becoming famous. He takes command of an army that's in terrible condition. The soldiers haven't been paid in months. They're hungry, ragged, and demoralized. Their equipment is worn out. Their boots have holes. Many are barefoot. They look at their new young commander with skepticism. What can this skinny Corsican do for them that the previous commanders couldn't? Everything, as it turns out. Napoleon immediately begins to transform the army. He secures pay for the troops. He arranges for food supplies. He gives them inspiring speeches about glory and plunder waiting in Italy. Most importantly, he gives them victories. Within weeks of taking command, he's won his first battle against the Austrians, then another, then another. Suddenly, this ragtag force is conquering northern Italy. He uses speed and surprise as weapons. He moves his army faster than anyone expects. He hits the enemy where they're weakest. He divides enemy forces and defeats them piecemeal before they can unite against him. He makes decisions so quickly his opponents can't adapt their plans fast enough. His officers struggle to keep up with his mental pace. He sees possibilities and opportunities that others miss entirely. His soldiers, who started out sceptical of this young Corsican officer, begin to worship him. He leads from the front, sharing their dangers rather than directing from the rear. He sleeps in the same rough conditions they endure. He knows many of them by name. When he rides past, they cheer. They call him the Little Corporal affectionately, noting his relative lack of height and his hands-on command style. They trust him to lead them to victory, and he rarely disappoints. The victories bring both glory and plunder. Italian cities surrender and pay tribute. The army seizes art treasures and wealth. The soldiers get their share, and suddenly they're enthusiastically following this general who's making them rich and famous. Napoleon sends the best art and the most valuable plunder back to Paris, helping establish his reputation there as a conquering hero. News of his victories reaches Paris through official dispatches and newspapers. The Directory, the five-man executive ruling France, is both pleased and nervous. They wanted someone to defeat the Austrians in Italy, and Napoleon is certainly doing that. But his growing fame makes him potentially dangerous. Successful generals sometimes become ambitious politicians. Still, for now, they're happy to claim credit for his victories. Josephine finds herself famous by association. She's invited to fancier salons, treated with more respect, sought out for her opinions. People who previously dismissed her as a widow of uncertain means now court her favour. She's the wife of France's most celebrated general. She discovers that being married to genius and success, even at a distance, provides its own rewards. You might picture her reading his letters in her dressing room, seated at her vanity surrounded by the simple luxuries she's accumulated. Her face shows a mix of tenderness and exasperation as she works through the latest packet of letters. There are 5 of them, all written within a 3-day period. He's demanding she come to Italy to join him. He's jealous of every man she might speak to in Paris. He's declaring that life without her is meaningless, even as he's conquering half of Italy. She writes back with soothing words and practical delays. She'll come when she can, she promises, when the children are settled, when travel is safer, when she's finished attending to necessary matters in Paris. She doesn't mention that she's not particularly eager to trade her comfortable life in Paris for the uncertainties of following an army through Italy. In truth, Josephine is enjoying Paris more than she has in years. She's become a fashion leader. Women copy her style, her hairstyles, her way of draping shawls in the classical manner. She's learned to move in the higher circles with ease. Her salon has become important in Paris society. Artists, writers, and politicians gather at her home. She has influence and independence. Italy means dusty roads, military camps, and uncertainty. It means following an army that could face defeat at any time. It means living in requisitioned buildings with limited comforts. It means being constantly surrounded by soldiers and military matters. Paris means comfort, society, and independence. She can manage her own schedule, see her friends, and enjoy cultural life. She loves Napoleon, but she's not eager to trade her life for his military world. Eventually, though, his pleading becomes impossible to ignore. He writes that he cannot function without her. He threatens to abandon the campaign and return to Paris if she doesn't come. He sends his brother to escort her safely. The pressure builds until she finally agrees. In the summer of 1796, She begins the journey to Italy. The trip takes weeks over rough roads. Her carriage jostles over mountain passes and through territories recently conquered by Napoleon's army. The Alps prove particularly challenging. The roads are narrow and steep. Sometimes she has to get out and walk while servants guide the horses carefully around dangerous curves. She brings cases of elegant clothes because she refuses to appear in Italy, looking like a camp follower. She brings her lapdog, Fortune, a small pug who hates Napoleon and will continue to hate him throughout their marriage, occasionally expressing this hatred by biting the general's ankles. The journey gives her time to think about what she's doing. She's leaving behind her comfortable life to join her husband in a war zone. It's romantic in a way, but it's also inconvenient and potentially dangerous. What if the military situation changes? What if Napoleon's luck runs out? She's putting herself at risk by making this journey, and for what? To satisfy her husband's romantic needs. But she's also curious. She wants to see this new Napoleon everyone talks about. The dispatches reaching Paris describe him as a military genius. The newspapers print stories about his brilliant tactics and inspiring leadership. She wants to see firsthand how the awkward officer who tripped over his sword has transformed into a conquering general. Their reunion takes place in Milan in July. Napoleon has taken over one of the grand palaces for his headquarters. When her carriage finally pulls up after weeks of travel, he rushes out like a young boy rather than a commanding general. He embraces her before she's fully out of the carriage. He's babbling in Italian, French and Corsican all mixed together. His staff watches with barely concealed amusement as their fearsome commander reduces himself to incoherent joy. The reunion is everything Napoleon hoped for and slightly overwhelming for Josephine. He cancels military plans to spend time with her. He gives orders that he's not to be disturbed unless the French army faces imminent destruction. His officers learn to schedule important meetings for times when Josephine is occupied elsewhere, perhaps napping or writing letters or exploring the palace gardens. The commanding general who terrorizes Austrian armies becomes almost silly in his devotion to his wife. He follows her around like an adoring puppy. He wants to show her everything he's accomplished. He takes her to see captured cities and points out his strategic brilliance. He introduces her to his officers with obvious pride. "This is my wife," his whole demeanour says. "Isn't she magnificent?" Josephine sees Italy through the eyes of comfort and aesthetics rather than military conquest. She notices the art, the architecture, the gardens that survive despite the war. Northern Italy in summer is beautiful. The light has a particular quality that makes everything look slightly golden. The smell of olive groves and lemon trees perfumes the air. Ancient villas dot the hillsides. The people, despite being conquered, maintain a warmth and style that appeals to her. Napoleon shows her palaces he's requisitioning. They're rooms filled with Renaissance art and Baroque furniture. He's sending much of it back to Paris, creating what will become the Louvre's collection. He points out particular paintings he thinks she'll enjoy. Here's a Madonna by Raphael. There's a landscape by one of the Venetian masters. Look at how they've used light and shadow. He's learning to appreciate art not just as plunder, but as beautiful objects worth preserving. She helps him understand the cultural significance of what he's conquering, teaching him to see Italy as more than just strategic territory. She explains the history of the various city-states, the artistic movements, the literary traditions. She's better educated in these matters than he is, despite his voracious reading. His education focused on military history and mathematics. Hers included literature, music and art. They establish a pattern that will repeat throughout their marriage. Napoleon focuses on glory and empire. Josephine creates beauty and social connection. He needs her as an anchor to the normal world beyond military campaigns and political ambitions. When he's with her, he remembers he's human, not just a military machine. She needs him as a source of power and protection in unstable times. His success gives her security she couldn't achieve on her own. They complement each other in ways neither fully understands. He's all intensity and ambition. She's all grace and social intelligence. He can outthink any opponent on a battlefield but gets lost in complex social situations. She can navigate the trickiest political gathering with ease but has no head for military strategy. Together they form something stronger than either could be alone. The months in Italy give them the closest thing to normal married life they'll ever experience. You might imagine mornings when they wake late in some Italian villa requisitioned for the army's use. Sunlight streams through tall windows that look out on formal gardens where fountains still play. The rooms smell of fresh bread from the kitchens and flowers from the gardens. Napoleon reads dispatches while Josephine brushes her long, dark hair at a vanity, watching him in the mirror. They take carriage rides through the countryside when military duties allow. The roads wind through vineyards heavy with grapes ripening in the summer sun. They pass ancient ruins that Napoleon insists on exploring. He clambers over broken columns and reads inscriptions in Latin, showing off his classical education. Josephine watches with amusement and occasional concern for his safety when he climbs particularly precarious structures. They attend dinners where local Italian nobility tries to ingratiate themselves with the conqueror. Josephine smooths these occasions with her social skills. She compliments the food, admires the artwork, and makes conversation that puts people at ease. Napoleon watches her work the room and marvels at her ability to make people like her. It's a skill he entirely lacks and deeply needs in a political wife. Sometimes he wakes in the night and just watches her sleep. He can't quite believe his fortune. This elegant, beautiful woman chose to marry him. She left her comfortable life in Paris to join him in Italy. She loves him despite all his awkwardness and intensity. He feels gratitude so profound it almost frightens him. What would he do if he lost her? He can't even contemplate the possibility without feeling panic. Josephine becomes pregnant during this time, though she'll miscarry before the pregnancy advances very far. The loss happens quietly, painfully in one of the Italian villas where they're staying. The army doctors attend her. Napoleon hovers anxiously until she tells him firmly to go deal with military matters and let her recover in peace. She's been through childbirth twice before and knows how to handle these matters. Neither of them discusses this loss much in their letters or records. For Napoleon, it represents a disappointment he pushes aside to focus on campaigns. There will be other opportunities for children, he tells himself. They're both young enough. For Josephine, who already has 2 children from her first marriage, it's a sadness she processes privately. She's old enough to worry that future pregnancies might not happen, but she doesn't share these worries with Napoleon. Why add to his burdens? As autumn approaches, military necessity separates them again. Napoleon must continue his campaign deeper into Austrian territory. Josephine needs to return to Paris to see her children and manage affairs there. The partings never get easier for him. He stands watching her carriage until it disappears from view, then returns to his work with grim determination. His letters resume immediately, as passionate and demanding as before. Back in Paris, Josephine settles into her role as the wife of France's most celebrated general. The victories in Italy have made Napoleon even more famous. Songs are written about him. Newspapers print dramatic accounts of his battles. Political cartoons show him as a hero or a threat, depending on the artist's politics. Everyone wants to meet his wife, to hear her stories, to bask in reflected glory. She moves to a grander house on Rue de la Victoire. The name itself a piece of propaganda about Napoleon's successes. The new house requires extensive renovation and decoration. Josephine throws herself into this project with enthusiasm. She has an eye for design and the budget now to indulge her taste. She creates rooms that blend classical restraint with comfortable luxury. She redecorates with the plunder Napoleon sends from Italy. Egyptian artifacts from his looming campaign in that country. Italian paintings in gilded frames. Ancient Roman sculptures. Persian carpets. Chinese porcelain. The house becomes a showcase of international treasures, all brought together through conquest and carefully arranged by Josephine's aesthetic sense. She becomes known for her taste and her ability to blend the classical with the contemporary. Fashion magazines describe her style in detail. Other women try to copy her combinations of simple dresses with exotic accessories. She has a gift for making the foreign seem accessible and the classical seem modern. A Greek vase sits next to a contemporary French clock. An Egyptian statue stands beside Italian Renaissance furniture. It shouldn't work, but somehow it does. Her salon becomes increasingly important in Paris political and social life. Artists, writers, politicians and military officers gather in her drawing rooms on designated evenings. The conversation flows easily. Ideas get exchanged. Introductions get made. Alliances form. Josephine presides over all of it with warmth and intelligence. She has a gift for making people feel comfortable and important. She remembers details about people's lives and asks about them later. How is your son doing at military school? Did your book find a publisher? Has your mother recovered from her illness? These small attentions create loyalty and affection. People feel valued in her presence. She introduces useful contacts to each other. The young painter needs a patron. That wealthy merchant wants to commission art. Let me introduce you. The politician seeks military information. That general knows exactly what's happening at the front. Come, let me make an introduction. She builds networks that serve both her interests and Napoleon's. Napoleon, fighting in distant lands, relies on her letters to understand the political currents of Paris. She describes who's rising in the government and who's falling. She explains which policies are popular and which are causing discontent. She gossips about rivalries and alliances. This information proves invaluable. Napoleon can adjust his own political manoeuvring based on her reports. The time apart also allows certain complications to develop. Josephine is a beautiful woman living alone in a society where marital fidelity is not strictly observed. Young officers come to pay their respects to their commander's wife. They linger longer than necessary. They offer to escort her to the theatre. They send flowers and small gifts. The attention flatters her, and the loneliness of Napoleon's long absence weighs on her. Rumours reach Napoleon about her possible infidelities. His officers, returning from Paris, bring whispered stories. Did you know your wife has been seen frequently with that cavalry officer? She attended the opera with him last week. They seemed quite familiar with each other. The rumours may be exaggerated or entirely false, products of gossip and malice, or they may contain elements of truth. War makes separation inevitable, and separation creates temptation. Napoleon writes her letters full of jealous accusations mixed with desperate pleas. How can she do this to him? Doesn't she understand that he thinks of no one but her? He's faithful despite opportunities and temptations. The least she can do is show him the same loyalty. Then, in the next paragraph, he's begging her to reassure him. Tell him the rumours are false. Tell him she loves only him. He needs to hear it. Josephine denies everything and scolds him for believing gossip. Of course she's faithful. How dare he question her honour? The accusations hurt her deeply, she writes. She's alone in Paris, managing everything while he's off winning glory, and he repays her by believing malicious rumours spread by people who envy their happiness. Her letters mix genuine indignation with skillful deflection. The truth, as is often the case, likely falls somewhere between his suspicions and her denials. Perhaps she enjoys the attention of handsome young officers without letting it go too far. Perhaps she's crossed lines she shouldn't have during particularly lonely moments. Perhaps the rumours are entirely baseless, created by enemies seeking to wound Napoleon through his obvious vulnerability where his wife is concerned. The historical record remains ambiguous, and both principles have good reasons to obscure the truth. Napoleon himself remains utterly faithful, not from moral superiority, but because he's incapable of dividing his passions. When he loves completely. When he fights completely. The idea of casual romantic adventures while longing for Josephine simply doesn't fit his nature. He's offered opportunities. Victory brings admiration, and admiration sometimes comes with romantic overtures. But he brushes these aside without serious temptation. This imbalance in their relationship causes him genuine pain, but he can't stop loving her any more than he can stop breathing. She's become essential to his emotional survival. The thought of losing her terrifies him more than any military defeat. So he endures the jealousy, writes the pleading letters, believes her reassurances because the alternative is unbearable. In 1798, Napoleon convinces the government to let him lead an expedition to Egypt. His stated goal is to threaten British interests in the East and potentially open a route to India. His unstated goals include achieving more glory, studying ancient Egyptian civilization, and escaping Paris politics for a while. The Directory approves because they're nervous about his growing fame and influence. Better to have him far away conquering Egypt than nearby plotting political manoeuvres. Josephine decidedly does not accompany him on this expedition. The idea of Egypt's heat, insects, and lack of Parisian amenities holds zero appeal for her. She's heard enough about desert conditions to know she has no interest in experiencing them firsthand. Besides, her children need her in Paris. Her social position requires her presence. Napoleon tries to convince her, but for once she refuses absolutely. He can conquer Egypt without her. The Egyptian campaign proves both triumphant and difficult. Napoleon wins the Battle of the Pyramids with his usual brilliance, routing the Mameluke cavalry that's ruled Egypt for centuries. He makes his famous speech about 40 centuries, looking down on his soldiers from the pyramids. He captures Cairo and begins reorganizing Egyptian government. He studies Egyptian antiquities with genuine fascination, bringing scholars and scientists along specifically to study this ancient civilization. But he's also cut off from Europe when British Admiral Nelson destroys his fleet at the Battle of the Nile. The ships that brought his army to Egypt lie at the bottom of the Mediterranean. He's stuck in Egypt, unable to return easily to France, while rumours about Josephine's conduct in Paris drive him nearly mad with jealousy and hurt. The letters take weeks to travel between Paris and Cairo, and when they do arrive, they bring little comfort. You can imagine him in Cairo, sitting in some commandeered palace that once belonged to the Mamluks. The rooms are opulent in an oriental style completely different from European architecture. Intricate tile work covers the walls. Screens of carved wood filter the harsh sunlight. The smell of incense and spices drifts up from the markets below. But Napoleon notices none of this beauty. He's trying to focus on governing Egypt, while his mind circles obsessively around what Josephine might be doing 5,000 miles away. His officers notice their commander growing more short-tempered and distracted. He snaps at subordinates over minor mistakes. He works punishing hours, as if exhaustion might quiet his thoughts. He throws himself into studying hieroglyphics and pharaonic history, seeking escape in ancient mysteries. But thoughts of Josephine intrude constantly, unwelcome and unavoidable. The heat in Cairo during summer becomes oppressive. Even the stone buildings that stay relatively cool during the day radiate stored heat at night. Napoleon lies awake on sweat-soaked sheets, imagining scenarios that torture him. Josephine at the opera with another man, Josephine laughing at jokes he can't hear, Josephine in someone else's arms. He knows these thoughts are probably exaggerated products of distance and anxiety, but knowing doesn't help. The images haunt him anyway. Eventually, Napoleon makes a bold decision. He abandons the army in Egypt and slips back to France with a few trusted companions. It's a risky move, both militarily and politically. If the voyage fails and British ships capture him, he could spend years as a prisoner of war. If it succeeds, but the government disapproves of his unauthorised departure, he could be court-martialed for deserting his post. But he doesn't care about these risks. He needs to get home to Josephine. He needs to see her, confront her if necessary, reassure himself of her love. Everything else is secondary. Let the army manage without him. Let the politicians complain. He's going home. The journey back takes weeks of tension. His ship must dodge British patrols through a combination of luck, careful navigation, and favourable winds. They sail close to the North African coast, hoping to avoid the main British fleet routes. Every sail on the horizon brings panic until they confirm it's not an enemy ship. Napoleon spends the time composing speeches in his mind, planning confrontations, imagining reunions. His emotions swing between anger and longing, between determination and anxiety. By the time he reaches French soil in October 1799, he's wound tight with emotion and anticipation. He travels directly to Paris, to their house on Rue de la Victoire, barely stopping to rest or change clothes. He needs to see Josephine immediately. He bursts into the house only to find it empty. She's not there. The servants tell him she's travelling, having gone to meet him at a different port. They've literally passed each other on different roads, like characters in some tragic comedy. Napoleon, exhausted from weeks of travel and emotionally raw from months of anxiety, lets himself into the empty house and has a spectacular fit of rage and hurt. He storms through the rooms, noting changes in decoration, finding evidence of her life continuing happily without him. He tells Josephine's children and servants that the marriage is over. He's done. He cannot continue this way. He locks himself in the bedroom they shared and refuses to come out, refusing food, refusing company, refusing everything except his wounded pride and broken heart. Josephine arrives home the next day to find the house in uproar and her husband barricaded in their room. The servants meet her at the door with anxious reports. The general is very angry. He's locked himself upstairs. He's said terrible things. He's threatened divorce. She climbs the stairs slowly, her mind racing. She knows why he's angry. The rumours have reached him. Now she must face the consequences. She stands outside the locked door and pleads with him. She explains where she's been and why. She denies the worst accusations while carefully not addressing others. She cries and the tears are genuine. She doesn't want to lose him. Yes, she's been foolish. Yes, she's enjoyed attention from other men. But she loves him. She's always loved him. These other men mean nothing compared to him. Napoleon, inside the room, wants desperately to believe her but feels betrayed and wounded. He's given her everything, his whole heart, his complete devotion. And how has she repaid him? By making him a laughingstock in Paris society while he conquered Egypt for France. The pain is physical, like someone's driven a knife into his chest and keeps twisting it. Her daughter Hortense and son Eugène add their voices outside the door, begging Napoleon to forgive their mother. They've come to love this intense Corsican who treats them with real affection. He's been more of a father to them than their actual father ever was. They don't want to lose him. They understand their mother has faults, but who doesn't? He should forgive her. They need him. For hours this continues. Outside the door, Josephine pours out her heart with growing desperation. She apologizes for everything. She promises reform. She swears eternal faithfulness from this moment forward. Inside, Napoleon's anger battles with his love. He wants to punish her. He wants to throw her out and never see her again. But he also wants to hold her and pretend none of this ever happened. Finally, sometime in the early morning hours, you might hear the lock click. The door opens slowly. Josephine enters. Napoleon stands by the window, his back to her, his shoulders tense. What happens next remains private, but by morning they've reconciled. Napoleon emerges having forgiven everything because he cannot imagine his life without her. Josephine emerges having learned that despite his rage, his love for her overrides everything else. This knowledge is both comforting and slightly terrifying. This pattern of conflict and reconciliation will repeat throughout their marriage, though never quite as dramatically as this first major crisis. Napoleon's jealousy and Josephine's independence clash. They fight, they reconcile. Their love survives because underneath all the drama, they genuinely need each other. He needs her warmth and social grace. She needs his devotion and protection. The balance isn't always equal or fair, but it functions. Within weeks of this reunion, Napoleon helps orchestrate the coup of 18 Brumaire that overthrows the Directory. France has grown tired of weak, corrupt government. The economy staggers. The war drags on. Political instability threatens everything. Napoleon and his fellow plotters establish the consulate, supposedly a shared leadership among 3 consuls. In reality, Napoleon quickly becomes first consul, an effective dictator of France. He's 30 years old and now rules the nation. Josephine becomes First Lady of France in all but name. She moves with Napoleon into the Tuileries Palace, where French kings once lived before the Revolution. The irony isn't lost on her. She grew up on a Caribbean plantation reading about Versailles and French royalty, survived the revolution that destroyed that world, and now lives in a palace with her husband wielding royal power under a different title. Life has a sense of humour sometimes. She transforms herself once again, this time into something approaching a queen. She establishes a court around herself with ladies-in-waiting and formal protocols. The rules are less rigid than the old monarchy's elaborate etiquette, but structure exists. People learn when they can approach her and when they must wait. She holds regular audiences. She attends official functions. She represents France at diplomatic receptions. She sets fashion for all of France. When Josephine adopts a new style of dress or a different way of arranging hair, women across the country copy her within weeks. She has impeccable taste and the confidence to make bold choices. She introduces the high-waisted empire silhouette that will dominate fashion for years. She popularizes specific fabrics, certain colors, particular ways of draping shawls. Fashion magazines follow her every appearance and describe her outfits in minute detail. The Tuileries under Josephine's influence becomes elegant without being stuffy. She understands that Napoleon's government needs to impress foreign diplomats and establish legitimacy, but she also remembers her own discomfort in the overly formal courts of the old regime that she learned about through stories and books. She creates something new, a blend of republican simplicity and imperial grandeur that suggests France has moved beyond both the Ancien regime and the Revolution's chaos. Napoleon, meanwhile, works constantly to stabilise France and defeat its enemies. He rises at dawn and works until midnight most days. He reforms the legal system, creating the Napoleonic Code that will influence law across Europe and eventually around the world. He rebuilds roads and canals destroyed during years of revolutionary neglect. He negotiates treaties with European powers. He plans military campaigns. He sleeps only a few hours a night and expects everyone around him to match his energy, which proves exhausting for his staff. Josephine provides necessary balance to his intense nature. When he's been working for 16 hours straight, barely pausing to eat, she convinces him to take a walk in the gardens. The fresh air and movement help clear his mind. When he's raged at some incompetent official until the poor man nearly faints, she soothes Napoleon with gentle humour afterward. She mimics his thunderous expressions until he laughs despite himself. When foreign ambassadors need to be charmed rather than intimidated, she deploys her considerable social skills, making France seem civilized and cultured rather than just militarily powerful. She's become indispensable to both Napoleon personally and to his government practically. He relies on her judgment about people, who can be trusted, who's seeking advantage, who's genuinely loyal. She reads people better than he does, picking up social cues he misses entirely. He learns to value her assessments even when they contradict his own initial impressions. Their life develops rhythms of surprising domesticity despite the imperial grandeur surrounding them. Napoleon sometimes reads to her in the evenings, choosing history or classical literature. He has a good voice for reading and brings dramatic flair to battle descriptions or philosophical arguments. Josephine sketches or does needlework while listening, her hands busy with delicate work while her mind follows the narrative. She occasionally makes observations that surprise him with their insight, seeing implications in the text he hadn't considered. They take breakfast together when his schedule allows, which isn't often but enough to establish the routine as meaningful. The breakfast room overlooks the palace gardens. Morning light streams through tall windows. The table holds fresh bread, preserves, coffee for him, and chocolate for her. They discuss the day's planned activities. Napoleon mentions meetings and military reviews. Josephine describes her schedule of receptions and charitable visits. For these brief moments, They could be any married couple planning their day. They walk in the gardens with Josephine's lapdog Fortune, who has grudgingly accepted Napoleon's permanent presence after years of resistance. The dog no longer actively tries to bite Napoleon's ankles, which represents progress. Fortune trots along beside them, occasionally investigating interesting smells or chasing birds that land on the gravel paths. Napoleon tolerates the dog for Josephine's sake, though he still finds the animal ridiculous. The palace fills with Josephine's family, creating a warmth that prevents the Tuileries from feeling like a museum despite its formal grandeur. Her daughter Hortense grows into a beautiful and accomplished young woman, talented at music and painting. Her son Eugène becomes one of Napoleon's most trusted officers, proving himself both brave and capable. Napoleon adopts them emotionally, if not legally, treating them as the children he doesn't yet have from his own blood. He arranges advantageous marriages for both, understanding that family connections matter in building and maintaining power. Hortense marries Napoleon's brother Louis, a match that serves political purposes but will prove unhappy personally. Eugène marries Auguste of Bavaria and finds genuine happiness, which pleases both Napoleon and Josephine. They stand together at both weddings, proud parents despite the complicated nature of their blended family. In 1804, Napoleon decides the time has come to crown himself Emperor of France. The consulate has served its purpose, stabilising the government and allowing him to consolidate power, but he wants something more permanent, more impressive. The title of Emperor carries weight that First Consul lacks. It announces to Europe that France has a new leader worthy of standing among ancient monarchies. It establishes a dynasty, or at least the intention of creating one. The coronation takes place in Notre Dame Cathedral in December, and you can imagine the scene in all its elaborate grandeur. The great cathedral has been decorated with red velvet and gold thread for months. Carpenters built special platforms and seating to accommodate the massive crowd. Artists created backdrops suggesting imperial Rome rather than Christian humility. Candles by the thousands create a warm glow that softens the winter light filtering through stained glass windows depicting biblical scenes. The congregation includes everyone important in France and representatives from across Europe. Diplomats from nations that are technically enemies sit near those from allied countries, all maintaining diplomatic courtesy while assessing France's new imperial pretensions. The imperial family occupies prominent seats, though Napoleon's mother has refused to attend in protest of his treatment of certain relatives. Her empty chair creates a small scandal that palace officials try to ignore. Napoleon wears a heavy red velvet cloak trimmed with ermine and embroidered with golden bees, his chosen symbol. The bees represent industry and appear everywhere in imperial decoration now. His crown is specially made for the occasion, designed to suggest Charlemagne rather than the more recent Bourbon kings. Every detail has been carefully planned to create the right symbolic effect. But the most dramatic moment involves Josephine. Napoleon has decided she should be crowned empress despite his family's objections. They argue that she's not worthy, that she's too old, that she can't provide heirs. He overrules them all. Josephine will be empress. The Pope has been brought from Rome to sanctify the ceremony, though everyone understands this is purely for show. Napoleon will actually crown himself to demonstrate his power comes from the people and his own achievements, not from religious authority. When the moment comes for Josephine to be crowned, she kneels before Napoleon on a velvet cushion. She wears a white dress embroidered with gold thread and diamonds, designed specially for this occasion. Her own red velvet cloak spreads behind her, so heavy it requires her sisters-in-law to hold the train. But Napoleon's sisters, who resent Josephine's influence and hate that she's been crowned, instead let the train drag on the floor in a petty rebellion. Napoleon sees this insulting behaviour immediately. He turns and glares at them with such intensity that they quickly pick up the train properly, their faces flushing with embarrassment at being caught in their spite. The moment passes quickly, but those watching understand the message. Napoleon will not tolerate disrespect toward his wife, not even from his own family. He places the crown on her head with genuine tenderness, momentarily forgetting the thousands watching. His fingers adjust it carefully, making sure it sits correctly on her elaborately arranged hair. For a moment, despite all the pageantry and politics, you see two people who love each other. She rises as Empress Josephine, and tears shine in her eyes. She never imagined, growing up on a Caribbean sugar plantation, that she would wear a crown in Notre Dame Cathedral. Napoleon never imagined, growing up on Corsica as the second son of a minor noble family, that he would place it there. The years that follow bring both imperial splendour and increasing strain. Napoleon fights wars across Europe, winning battle after battle, redrawing maps and installing relatives as kings and queens of conquered territories. His brother Joseph becomes king of Spain. His brother Louis rules Holland. His brother Jerome gets Westphalia. The Bonaparte family rises to dizzying heights on Napoleon's military genius, though they frequently prove difficult to manage and ungrateful for their positions. Josephine remains in Paris, managing the imperial household, representing France in Napoleon's absence, and trying to maintain some sense of normalcy in a life that grows steadily more abnormal. The demands on her time increase constantly. She must attend state functions, host diplomatic receptions, patronize the arts, visit hospitals and orphanages, write correspondence, manage palace staff, and somehow maintain the private warmth that first attracted Napoleon. She creates a court at the various palaces they now occupy. The Tuileries serves as their main Parisian residence, but there's also Saint-Cloud, Fontainebleau, and most precious to Josephine, Malmaison. That chateau outside Paris becomes her special domain, the one place that feels truly hers rather than belonging to the empire or Napoleon's ambitions. She fills Malmaison with gardens that showcase plants from around the world. She collects roses with particular passion, eventually growing more than 250 varieties in her gardens. The collection becomes famous throughout Europe. Botanists travel from other countries to see it. She corresponds with gardeners and plant collectors, always seeking new varieties to add to her rose gardens. The roses at Malmaison bloom in profusion each summer, creating a spectacle of colour and fragrance. Red roses climb wooden trellises built specially to support them. White roses spill over stone pathways worn smooth by generations of footsteps. Pink and yellow varieties fill dedicated beds arranged in geometric patterns visible from the upper windows. Rare specimens get special treatment in the greenhouse, where gardeners tend them carefully through winter. Josephine employs botanists and gardeners from across Europe to help her cultivate this collection. She doesn't merely order plants and expect servants to manage everything. She involves herself directly, learning botanical names, understanding growing conditions, planning the garden layouts herself. She walks the grounds daily when weather permits, checking on individual plants, noting what needs pruning or fertilizing or transplanting. She has her roses painted by the finest botanical artists of the age, creating a visual catalogue of her collection. Pierre-Joseph Redoute becomes her favourite artist, and his delicate watercolours capture each variety with scientific accuracy and artistic beauty. These paintings survive long after the actual flowers have faded, preserved in albums and eventually published in books that spread botanical knowledge throughout Europe. When Napoleon returns from campaigns, Malmaison provides refuge from the constant demands of empire. He walks with Josephine through the gardens, temporarily setting aside the burden of ruling most of Europe. They discuss plants and landscaping instead of war and politics. He teases her about her obsession with roses, calling her his Rose Empress. She teases him about his inability to remember which variety is which, despite her patient attempts to teach him. They sit on benches near the fountains, listening to water splash over carved stone. The sound masks their conversation from passing servants, creating islands of privacy. They talk about matters both serious and trivial. What should be done about the situation in Spain? Did she notice how beautifully the white roses bloom this year? His brother Jerome needs managing again. The new greenhouse needs better ventilation. These conversations blend the personal and political in ways that characterize their entire relationship. For brief periods at Malmaison, they're just a married couple enjoying their garden and each other's company. The weight of empire lifts temporarily. Napoleon's face loses some of its habitual tension. Josephine's smile comes more easily. These moments are precious and increasingly rare as the empire's demands grow. But one topic increasingly poisons their peace and intrudes even into Malmaison's gardens. Napoleon needs an heir. The empire he's building requires continuity beyond his lifetime. His brothers have children, but Napoleon wants his own son to inherit. Everything he's accomplished means nothing if it dies with him. He's studied enough history to know that empires crumble without clear succession. Josephine's first marriage produced 2 healthy children who've grown into capable adults. But her marriage to Napoleon, now stretching into its 10th year, remains childless. Whether this is due to her age, the miscarriage she suffered in Italy, Napoleon's own potential fertility issues, or simply bad luck, becomes a source of endless speculation and growing desperation. Josephine feels this pressure constantly, like physical weight pressing on her shoulders. Napoleon's mother and siblings never liked her, and now have the perfect weapon to use against her. They whisper constantly about the need for divorce. They point out that Josephine is in her mid-40s now, and unlikely to produce children. They suggest younger women who could give Napoleon the dynasty he needs. Every word reaches Josephine through the palace gossip network she's carefully cultivated over the years. She tries everything she can think of to become pregnant. She consults doctors who prescribe various treatments, none effective. She prays in churches and chapels, making bargains with God. If she could just give Napoleon a son, she'd dedicate herself to charity. She'd give up her gardens. She'd endure anything. But the prayers go unanswered. She even consults fortune-tellers and folk healers, desperately seeking some solution. An old woman in Paris sells her an amulet guaranteed to ensure pregnancy. Josephine wears it constantly for months before finally accepting it's worthless. Another recommends specific foods and herbs. Josephine follows the regime faithfully despite its unpleasant taste and inconvenience. Nothing works. Napoleon himself is torn between love and duty. He loves Josephine deeply. She's been his companion through his rise from obscure artillery officer to Emperor of France. She understands him in ways no one else does. She knows when he needs encouragement and when he needs someone to challenge his assumptions. She makes him laugh. She makes him feel human. The thought of life without her feels impossible to contemplate. But he also believes absolutely in dynasty and continuity. He studied Roman emperors and Egyptian pharaohs. He knows what happens when succession is unclear. Civil war, chaos. Everything he's built could collapse in fighting between rival claimants. France needs stability, and stability requires a legitimate heir from his own body. The conflict between personal love and political necessity eats at him like a slow poison. He becomes moody and difficult, his temper flaring over minor irritations. Sometimes he's affectionate with Josephine, pulling her close and murmuring endearments. Other times he's coldly distant, treating her with formal politeness that's worse than anger. He's making lists of potential second wives while still sharing a bed with his empress. The duplicity tortures him, but he cannot see another path forward. Josephine knows what's coming, but feels helpless to stop it. She watches Napoleon's moods swing and understands their cause. She sees him looking at her sometimes with an expression of such sadness it breaks her heart. He doesn't want to divorce her, but he will. She knows this with terrible certainty. The only question is when. She tries to delay the inevitable. She makes herself indispensable. She represents him beautifully at state functions. She manages complex diplomatic situations with grace. She supports his policies publicly even when she disagrees privately. She's the perfect empress in every way except the one that matters most. She cannot give him a son. Her friends offer sympathy but no real comfort. They've seen enough of politics and power to know that personal feelings rarely triumph over dynastic necessity. Some suggest she should accept the inevitable and negotiate the best terms possible for her divorce. Others encourage her to fight, to make Napoleon choose explicitly between love and duty. None of it helps. In 1809, matters finally come to a head. Napoleon has defeated Austria again at the Battle of Wagram. His position in Europe feels more secure than ever. The diplomatic situation now allows him to seek a marriage alliance with one of the great European dynasties. The time has come to make the difficult decision he's been avoiding for years. One evening in November, he asks Josephine to come to his study after dinner. The request itself feels ominous. They normally spend evenings together without such formal summons. She knows immediately what's coming. She takes extra time preparing herself, choosing her dress carefully, arranging her hair, applying subtle cosmetics. If this is to be her last night as Napoleon's wife, she'll face it looking her best. You can picture the scene that follows. Winter darkness presses against the palace windows. A fire burns in the fireplace, crackling softly and casting moving shadows on the walls. Napoleon paces the study, unable to sit still or look at Josephine directly. She sits very still in a chair near the fire, her hands folded in her lap, her face composed despite the panic rising in her chest. He tells her they must divorce, and the words come out in a rush, like he's afraid if he slows down he'll lose his nerve. He explains about the dynasty, the empire, the need for an heir. His voice breaks multiple times. Tears run down his face openly, something his hardened veterans would struggle to imagine their emperor doing. He tells her he still loves her, and always will, but he must do what duty demands for France. She cries too, though she's had time to prepare for this moment. She knew it was coming when he started winning battles again, when his power became unshakable, when he no longer needed her the way he once did. She understands the political necessity, even as it destroys her heart. She tells him she understands. She'll agree to the divorce for the good of France. She loves him enough to let him go, though the words nearly choke her. They hold each other and cry together until neither has tears left. The fire burns low in the fireplace. The room grows cold, but neither notices. They're mourning the end of their marriage and the death of the future they once imagined together. Tomorrow they'll put on their public faces and manage the formal proceedings with dignity. But tonight, they're just two people who love each other facing an unbearable loss. The formal divorce happens in December at the Tuileries Palace. The imperial family gathers in the throne room, a space designed to impress with its grandeur but which now feels cold and hostile. Napoleon reads a statement about the separation being necessary for the good of France and his duty to provide for succession. His voice remains steady only through tremendous effort. Josephine reads her own statement in a voice choked with emotion, agreeing to the divorce for the same patriotic reasons. Then she signs the documents with shaking hands and becomes officially the former Empress Josephine. Napoleon provides generously for her in the divorce settlement. She keeps the title of Empress, maintaining her rank and dignity. She receives Malmaison and several other properties as her personal possessions. She gets a substantial annual income that will allow her to live in comfort. He ensures she'll want for nothing material. But none of this changes the fundamental fact that he's sending her away after 14 years of marriage. Josephine moves to Malmaison and begins a new life as an empress without an emperor. She throws herself into her gardens with renewed passion, as if beautiful flowers can fill the void Napoleon's absence creates. She hosts gatherings for friends and family in her elegant drawing rooms. She maintains correspondence with Napoleon, who writes to her regularly even as he negotiates marriage to Marie-Louise of Austria, an Austrian archduchess young enough to be Josephine's granddaughter. The letters between them after the divorce reveal the enduring nature of their connection despite its official termination. Napoleon writes asking about her health, her gardens, her daily activities. He signs his letters with continued affection and concern. He needs to know she's well, that she's not suffering too much from their separation. Josephine writes back with news of Malmaison and gentle reminders of their shared past. They've moved from passionate lovers to something more complex. a bond forged through years of shared experience that survives the formal ending of their marriage. Marie-Louise arrives in France in 1810, and Napoleon marries her with all appropriate ceremony. The new empress is pretty, young, and fertile in ways Josephine no longer can be. Within a year, she produces exactly what Napoleon desperately wanted: a son. He names the boy Napoleon Francois Charles Joseph Bonaparte and gives him the title King of Rome. Finally, Napoleon has his heir. Finally, the dynasty seems secure, but the personal cost haunts him in quiet moments when he allows himself to feel. Josephine hears about the birth through the gossip network that still keeps her informed of palace life, despite her physical distance from it. She sends official congratulations through proper channels. Privately alone at Malmaison, she tends her roses and tries not to think about the child that should have been hers. She's gracious about the new empress in her limited public statements, never speaking publicly against Marie-Louise, though it must sting to be replaced by a girl barely older than her own grandchildren. The years between the divorce and Josephine's death prove bittersweet. She maintains her dignity and position in society. She's no longer empress, in fact, but people still treat her with imperial respect. Foreign dignitaries visiting Paris often call on her at Malmaison. She's become a beloved figure to the French people, who remember her kindness and grace during her years beside Napoleon. Artists and writers continue to seek her patronage. Her gardens remain famous throughout Europe, and visitors come specifically to see the roses she's cultivated. In the spring of 1814, everything changes with shocking speed. Napoleon's empire, which seemed invincible for so many years, suddenly crumbles under the weight of its own ambitions. Years of constant warfare have exhausted France's manpower and treasury. His enemies unite against him in ways they couldn't manage before. The defeats mount. Russian winter destroyed his grand army. German states rebel. Spain bleeds his forces in guerrilla warfare. Paris itself comes under threat from Allied armies. Napoleon rushes back from his latest campaign to try to save his capital, but he's fighting against overwhelming odds. Josephine watches events unfold from Malmaison with growing alarm and sadness. The empire she helped build is falling apart. The man she still loves despite everything is facing disaster. Allied armies approach Paris, and there's nothing anyone can do to stop them. The Allies enter Paris in March 1814, and the world Napoleon created ends. Russian Tsar Alexander personally visits Josephine at Malmaison, treating her with the elaborate courtesy that surprises his staff. He's charmed by the former empress, finding her more gracious and appealing than he expected. They walk in her gardens and she shows him her roses with quiet pride. He's surprisingly kind, treating her with respect and genuine admiration. But the strain of these events takes a terrible toll on Josephine's health. She catches a cold after walking in her gardens with the Tsar on a day when the weather was worse than expected. In those days, before antibiotics, a cold can quickly become something far more serious. Pneumonia develops with frightening speed. Her doctors try everything their limited medical knowledge allows, but she grows steadily weaker despite their efforts. Her children gather around her bed as she slips in and out of consciousness. Hortense holds her hand and weeps. Eugène sits nearby, his face showing the grief of losing the mother who raised him through impossible times. Her grandchildren visit to say goodbye, some too young to fully understand what's happening. The rooms at Malmaison fill with flowers from her beloved gardens, brought inside to surround her with beauty one final time. On May 29th, 1814, Josephine dies at Malmaison, surrounded by her roses and the people she loved most. She's 50 years old. Her last words are about Napoleon and the garden she created. The life that began on a Caribbean plantation and took her through revolution, terror, love, and empire ends peacefully in the chateau she made her own. News of her death spreads quickly through Paris. People genuinely mourn her passing. She represented a gentler side of Napoleon's empire, the grace and beauty that balanced his ambition and glory. Many remember her personal kindness. She helped people quietly, without making public displays of her charity. She remembered servants' names and asked about their families. She made people feel valued regardless of their rank. Napoleon, forced into exile on the island of Elba, learns of Josephine's death weeks later through letters and newspapers that reach his tiny Mediterranean kingdom. He shuts himself in his room for 2 days after receiving the news. His companions hear him weeping through the closed door. When he finally emerges, he's aged visibly. The loss of Josephine seems to break something in him that military defeat couldn't touch. He says her name constantly over the following weeks, remembering their years together, regretting the divorce even though it gave him the son he wanted. He talks to anyone who will listen about Josephine, how beautiful she was, how graceful, how she made him feel when they were together. His guards and servants learn to recognize when the emperor needs to talk about his first wife, and to listen patiently to stories they've heard before. He keeps a lock of her hair carefully preserved in a special box. He carries the portrait she gave him during the Italian campaign, the same miniature he treasured throughout his military campaigns. During his 100 days of return to power in 1815, after escaping from Elba, he visits Malmaison and walks through her gardens alone. He touches the roses she planted, smells their fragrance, and lets himself remember happier times. After Waterloo and his final exile to St. Helena, that remote island in the South Atlantic where he'll spend his last years, he speaks of Josephine often to his small circle of companions. They write down his reminiscences, preserving his memories of their relationship. In his will, he requests to be buried next to her at Malmaison, though this final wish isn't fulfilled. The British bury him on St. Helena when he dies in 1821. Only decades later will his remains return to France, to lie in state at Les Invalides rather than beside Josephine's grave. The legacy of Napoleon and Josephine's love story extends far beyond their own lifetimes, touching aspects of culture, art, and society in ways neither could have predicted. Their passionate letters survive, carefully preserved first by family members and later by museums and archives. These letters offer intimate glimpses into their relationship, revealing the human hearts beneath the imperial crowns. Her botanical collections influence gardening across Europe and eventually worldwide. The roses she cultivated spread to other gardens. The techniques her botanists developed get shared and improved. The paintings redoute created of her roses become foundational texts in botanical illustration, studied by artists and scientists for generations. The fashions she popularized continue to inspire designers centuries later. The empire silhouette appears and reappears in fashion. Her way of combining classical elements with contemporary style becomes a template for elegant simplicity. Museums display her dresses and accessories, and modern designers study the cuts and techniques. Malmaison itself becomes a museum dedicated to their memory. Visitors walk through rooms where they lived, see furniture they used, view paintings they collected. The gardens, carefully maintained, continue to bloom each spring and summer. People come from around the world to see the roses and imagine Josephine walking these same paths, tending these same beds, creating beauty that outlasted empire. But perhaps the most enduring legacy is simply the story itself. In an age when most aristocratic marriages were arranged for political advantage, when love matches were rare, especially among the powerful, Napoleon and Josephine found genuine passion. Yes, there were complications. Yes, there were infidelities and jealousies and ultimately a heartbreaking divorce. Yes, ambition and politics shaped their relationship as much as affection, but underneath all the complexity, two people who shouldn't have worked together somehow did. She taught him grace and social connection, softening his rough Corsican edges and helping him navigate the complexities of French society. He gave her security and devotion after years of precarious survival. She survived revolution and imprisonment to become an empress who was genuinely beloved. He rose from provincial obscurity to reshape Europe's political landscape. Together they created something larger and more significant than either could have achieved alone. The roses still bloom at Malmaison every spring and summer, just as Josephine planned. Visitors walk through gardens she designed more than 200 years ago and touch walls she touched. The furniture she selected still furnishes rooms where she lived. Her portrait hangs in museums around the world, showing a beautiful woman with kind eyes who somehow navigated the most tumultuous period in French history with her dignity intact. Napoleon's final years on St. Helena found him dictating his memoirs to his small circle of companions, trying to shape how history would remember him and his achievements. He spoke often of Josephine during these sessions, remembering their early days together with obvious tenderness. He told his companions that she was the woman he loved most deeply, even more than Marie-Louise, who gave him the son he desperately wanted. He said that if Josephine had been able to give him children, he would never have divorced her, and perhaps his entire fate would have been different. You stand now at Malmaison in your imagination, in the rose garden Josephine created with such care and love. The flowers bloom in every colour imaginable, and in varieties collected from around the world. The air carries their fragrance mixed with the scent of boxwood hedges and freshly turned earth from the gardener's constant work. If you close your eyes, you might almost hear laughter from the house, or the sound of voices in animated conversation, or the rustle of silk gowns on gravel paths. This is where their story lives most vividly. Not in the grand palaces or blood-soaked battlefields, not in the official portraits or state ceremonies, but here in this garden where a woman from Martinique who became an empress planted roses and walked with her husband who conquered Europe. Here, for brief moments between campaigns and crises, they were simply two people in love, enjoying beauty they created together. The love story of Napoleon and Josephine reminds us that even the mightiest historical forces are shaped by human hearts, beating beneath the formal costumes and impressive titles. Their romance influenced the fate of nations, determined the outcomes of wars, and shaped the political map of Europe. But at its core, their relationship remained achingly human. The passionate letters, the jealous rages, the tender reconciliations, the ultimate heartbreak of their separation. These are experiences that transcend time and empire, speaking to fundamental truths about love and loss that remain constant across centuries. As you drift towards sleep tonight, let yourself rest in Malmaison's gardens on a perfect summer afternoon. Feel the warmth of sunshine on your face and arms. Smell the roses Josephine nurtured, each variety distinct yet blending into an overall fragrance of beauty and care. Hear the distant murmur of fountains and the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze. Somewhere nearby, a bird sings its territorial claim. The gravel crunches softly under your feet as you walk slowly along paths designed for contemplation and peace. Two people met in revolutionary Paris at a time when the world seemed to be ending and everything solid was melting into air. They loved each other through impossible circumstances, survived separations and reconciliations, built an empire together, and ultimately broke each other's hearts in service of duty they both accepted as necessary. They changed the world through their partnership, leaving behind reforms and institutions and cultural influences that persist to this day. Their roses still bloom, their letters still speak across the centuries with undiminished passion, and their love story endures as a testament to what human connection can achieve and endure. Let these images and thoughts carry you gently into sleep. Napoleon and Josephine's story is over now, finished more than 200 years ago, but the gardens remain, the beauty endures, the love they shared, complicated and painful and real, continues to touch hearts and inspire dreams. Rest now, surrounded by roses and history and the eternal human story of love found, love tested and love remembered beyond death and empire. Let's start at the very beginning. Back when your biggest clothing decision was whether to drape that mammoth hide with the fur on the inside or outside. We're talking about roughly 170,000 years ago, give or take a few millennia, back when Fashion Week lasted about 4 seasons, literally. Your earliest ancestors had what you might call the ultimate minimalist wardrobe. Imagine waking up each morning and your only outfit choice being naked, or slightly less naked with some leaves strategically placed. It was like having a closet with just one item, and that item was whatever you could hunt, gather, or convince to stay put long enough to provide coverage. But here's where it gets interesting. Those early humans weren't just randomly throwing animal skins over their shoulders like they were playing prehistoric dress-up. They were actually solving problems. The same kind of problems you face today, just with higher stakes. Instead of, will this make me look professional in my Zoom meeting? They were dealing with, will this keep me from becoming a popsicle during the Ice Age? The first real breakthrough came when someone, let's call them the world's first fashion designer, figured out that you could actually shape these animal hides. Instead of just draping a deerskin over your shoulders like a furry cape, you could cut holes for your arms. Revolutionary stuff. This was probably the moment when clothing stopped being just about survival and started being about looking good while surviving. You can almost picture it. Some Paleolithic trendsetter walking around the camp showing off their new fitted mammoth hide jacket, while their neighbours were still wearing shapeless fur blankets. Oh, this old thing. They'd probably grunt in whatever passed for language back then. I just threw it together. It's vintage Pleistocene. The tools they used were beautifully simple. Sharp stones for cutting, bone needles for sewing. Yes, they had needles 40,000 years ago, which means they were probably dealing with the same frustrating experience of trying to thread a needle in dim light that you face today. Some things never change. But the really clever part was how they figured out different materials for different needs. Lighter skins for summer, thicker furs for winter, waterproof treatments for rainy seasons. They were essentially creating the world's first weather-appropriate wardrobes, long before anyone had invented weather forecasts to ignore. And let's not forget the accessories. Archaeological evidence shows they were making jewellery, decorative elements, even what appear to be the world's first buttons. Because apparently, even 100,000 years ago, humans looked at functional clothing and thought, this is nice, but how can we make it prettier? By the end of this era, your ancestors had essentially invented everything we still use in clothing today. Cutting, sewing, layering, accessorizing, and most importantly, the eternal human struggle of having a closet full of options and still feeling like you have nothing appropriate to wear to the clan's mammoth barbecue. Around 10,000 years ago, something remarkable happened that would forever change what you wore to bed. Humans discovered agriculture, which meant they could stop chasing their dinner around and start growing it instead. This was great news for many reasons, but particularly excellent news for your wardrobe. You see, when people settled down and started farming, they suddenly had time to think about things other than, where's my next meal coming from? Questions like, why am I wearing the same mammoth skin my great-grandfather wore? And surely there's got to be something softer than hide for undergarments? Enter plant fibres. Some brilliant early farmer looked at their fields of flax and thought, I bet I could turn this into something more comfortable than leather. And thus began humanity's long, beautiful relationship with textiles that don't require hunting large, dangerous animals. The process of turning plants into clothing was wonderfully complex and completely mind-boggling if you really think about it. Take flax, for instance. You had to harvest it, ret it, which is a fancy word for letting it rot in just the right way. Break it, scutch it, hackle it, and then finally spin it into thread. It was like the world's most complicated recipe, except instead of ending up with dinner, you ended up with linen underwear. But here's what's really charming about this period. People started specialising. Instead of everyone in the village making their own clothes, you had the person who was really good at spinning, the one who excelled at weaving, and the one who had a knack for dyeing things interesting colours. It was the beginning of the fashion industry, though they probably didn't call it that. More likely they called it, hey, can you make me something that doesn't itch? The invention of the loom was particularly revolutionary. Imagine being the first person to see fabric being created on one of these contraptions. It must have seemed like absolute magic. Threads going in one direction, threads going in the other, and somehow out comes cloth. It was like watching a 3D printer, except the technology was made of wood and required actual skill to operate. Cotton appeared on the scene around this time too, first in India and Pakistan. Cotton was like the miracle fabric of its day, softer than linen, more comfortable than wool, and it got better the more you washed it. Ancient peoples probably looked at cotton the way you look at moisture-wicking, stain-resistant, wrinkle-free fabrics today, like some kind of textile wizardry. Wool brought its own revolution. Sheep were basically walking sweater factories, and once people figured out how to shear them, hopefully without too much protest from the sheep, they had access to a renewable resource for warm, durable clothing. Plus, wool had this amazing property of keeping you warm even when wet, which made it the ancient equivalent of high-tech outdoor gear. The really interesting part of this agricultural clothing revolution was how it started creating social distinctions. The quality of your fabric began saying things about who you were. Fine linen suggested you had time and resources. Coarse wool meant you were practical and hard-working. Certain colours became associated with wealth, because the dyes were expensive or difficult to obtain. By the end of this period, you had gone from wearing whatever animal you could catch to having actual choices. Linen for hot weather, wool for cold, different weaves for different occasions. It was the birth of the seasonal wardrobe, and probably the birth of that familiar feeling of looking at your closet and sighing, "I need new clothes." As civilizations began to flourish around rivers like the Nile, Euphrates and Indus, clothing stopped being just about comfort and protection and started becoming something much more interesting. A way to show the world exactly who you thought you were. The ancient Egyptians were perhaps the world's first fashion influencers, though their Instagram would have been painted on tomb walls. They took linen, remember that plant fibre we talked about, and elevated it to an art form. Egyptian linen was so fine and well made that other civilizations literally used it as currency. Imagine paying your mortgage with bed sheets, except these bed sheets were woven so skillfully they were nearly transparent. Egyptian fashion was all about clean lines, elegant draping and accessories that would make a modern jewellery designer weep with envy. The wealthy wore linen so fine it was practically see-through, which might seem impractical until you remember they lived in a desert. Their clothing was designed to be cool, comfortable and stunning, the ancient equivalent of athleisure, if athleisure came with golden collars and enough eyeliner to supply a rock band. But here's what's really delightful about Egyptian fashion. They invented so many things we still use today. Pleating? That was them. They could create permanent pleats in linen that would last for years. Makeup as a fashion accessory? Absolutely Egyptian. Both men and women wore elaborate eye makeup, not just for beauty, but for protection from the desert sun. They basically invented sunglasses, except theirs were painted on. Meanwhile, over in Mesopotamia, the Sumerians and Babylonians were having their own fashion moment. They were the first civilization to really embrace wool as a luxury item, creating incredibly elaborate garments with complex patterns and rich colours. Their clothing tended to be more structured than Egyptian fashion. Lots of layering, fringe and geometric designs that would look perfectly at home in a modern art museum. The Mesopotamians also gave us one of fashion's most enduring concepts, the idea that your clothes should match your job. Priests wore certain styles, rulers wore others, merchants had their look, and farmers had theirs. It was the beginning of dress codes, though thankfully more colourful than most modern office attire. Ancient Greece brought a completely different aesthetic to the table. Where Egyptians loved structure and Mesopotamians loved complexity, the Greeks fell in love with simplicity and the beauty of draped fabric. The chiton and himation weren't really sewn garments in the way we think of clothes today. They were essentially rectangles of fabric draped and pinned in elegant ways. Greek fashion was remarkably democratic, at least in terms of basic construction. Rich and poor wore essentially the same styles. The difference was in the quality of the fabric and the fineness of the weave. A wealthy Greek might wear a chiton made of the finest imported silk, while a farmer wore one made of rough wool, but the basic shape was the same. The Romans, never ones to let the Greeks outdo them in anything, took Greek fashion and made it more Roman, which is to say, more elaborate, more colourful, and with better marketing. The toga became the ultimate status symbol, though anyone who's ever tried to wear a bedsheet as clothing can appreciate what a feat it was to wear one with dignity. Roman fashion gave us the concept of seasonal collections, though they didn't call them that. They had different weights and styles for different times of year, different colours for different occasions, and an elaborate system of accessories that could take hours to put on properly. Getting dressed as a wealthy Roman was basically a full-time job. But perhaps the most important contribution of these ancient civilizations was the idea that clothing could be beautiful for its own sake. It didn't just have to keep you warm or cool or modest, it could be art that you wore. This was the beginning of fashion as we know it today, the moment when humans looked at perfectly functional clothing and asked, but is it fabulous? If you think getting dressed for work is complicated now, be grateful you weren't born into medieval nobility. The Middle Ages turned clothing into something resembling an engineering project, complete with structural supports, complex layering systems, and enough fabric to upholster a small castle. The medieval period began around 500 CE with what you might charitably call simple clothing. After the fall of Rome, fashion became much more practical. People wore basic tunics, simple dresses, and sturdy cloaks. It was the clothing equivalent of comfort food. Nothing fancy, but it got the job done. But as the centuries progressed and society became more structured, clothing became more structured too. By the High Middle Ages, getting dressed, especially if you were wealthy, required assistance, planning, and occasionally architectural knowledge. Let's start with the undergarments, because medieval people were surprisingly sophisticated about what went underneath. Women wore linen chemises that served as both underwear and protection for their expensive outer garments. Men wore brays, which were essentially linen shorts tied at the waist. These weren't just practical, they were essential, because medieval wool could be remarkably itchy. The layering system that developed during this period was like wearing your entire closet at once. Women might wear a chemise, then a tunic, then a surcoat, then a cloak, each layer serving a specific purpose. It was practical for the climate, certainly, but it also created endless opportunities for showing off different fabrics, colours, and trims. Medieval fashion gave us some of the most impractical but gorgeous clothing innovations in history. Take the hennin, those tall, pointed headdresses that look like traffic cones decorated by angels. They could be several feet tall and required careful navigation through doorways. Imagine trying to get into a car while wearing one. Actually, don't imagine that. It's too disturbing. The wealthy medieval Europeans were obsessed with sleeves. Not just any sleeves, but sleeves that defied logic and occasionally gravity. Some were so long they dragged on the ground. Others were so wide you could hide a small child in them. There were detachable sleeves, slashed sleeves that showed contrasting fabric underneath, and sleeves with so many buttons that getting dressed must have felt like assembling furniture. But here's what's really interesting about medieval fashion. It was incredibly regulated. Sumptuary laws dictated who could wear what colours, which fabrics, how much fur, even how long your shoes could be. Purple was reserved for royalty, certain furs were forbidden to merchants, and the length of your pointed shoes was directly proportional to your social status. These laws existed partly for economic reasons, keeping people from bankrupting themselves on clothing, but mostly to maintain social order. Your outfit was essentially your ID card, announcing your place in society to everyone you met. It was like wearing your LinkedIn profile, except more colourful and with better accessories. The medieval period also gave us some of fashion's most enduring mysteries, like the coat hardie, which fashion historians still can't quite figure out how to put on. The instructions have been lost to time, leaving modern costume designers to basically guess how these garments worked. It's like finding a recipe that just says, assemble ingredients fashionably. Trade during this period brought new fabrics and ideas from across the known world. Silk from Asia, fine wools from England, exotic dyes from everywhere in between. Medieval fashion was surprisingly international, though it travelled at the speed of horses and sailing ships rather than social media. By the end of the Middle Ages, clothing had become incredibly sophisticated. The fit was precise, the construction was complex, and the social meanings were elaborate. It was the foundation for everything that would come next. Though thankfully, later periods would be less interested in requiring engineering degrees to get dressed in the morning. The Renaissance didn't just give us incredible art, groundbreaking science, and revolutionary literature. It also gave us the idea that getting dressed in the morning should be a creative act worthy of Michelangelo himself. Starting around the 14th century in Italy and spreading across Europe like the world's most fashionable virus, the Renaissance brought a completely new attitude to clothing. Where medieval fashion had been about showing your place in the rigid social hierarchy, Renaissance fashion was about showing your wealth, your taste, your education, and your ability to afford really excellent tailors. The Italians led the charge, as they did with most Renaissance innovations. Italian city-states like Florence and Venice became fashion capitals, producing silks so luxurious that other Europeans would travel hundreds of miles just to shop. Italian fashion during this period was like wearing liquid sunlight, everything flowing, gleaming, and ridiculously beautiful. But it was the invention of new tailoring techniques that really revolutionized Renaissance clothing. Medieval garments had been relatively loose and flowing. Renaissance fashion introduced the revolutionary concept of clothes that actually fit your body. This required much more sophisticated pattern making, cutting, and sewing. Essentially, it required the invention of tailoring as we know it today. The doublet became the foundation of men's fashion, and it was a masterpiece of engineering disguised as clothing. A good doublet required dozens of pieces, careful padding to create the ideal masculine silhouette, and enough buttons to keep a small factory in business. Men's legs were covered in hose that fit like a second skin. which meant Renaissance men were probably in better shape than most modern gym enthusiasts, simply out of necessity. Women's fashion during the Renaissance was equally complex but in different ways. The gowns required internal structures that were basically wearable architecture. Farthingales created bell-shaped skirts that could span several feet in diameter. Corsets shaped the torso into the fashionable silhouette. Ruffs framed the face like fabric flowers. Getting dressed was like putting on a building. But here's what's really remarkable about Renaissance fashion: the sheer creativity and artistry involved. Fabrics were works of art in themselves: brocades with gold thread, velvets with cut patterns, silks with intricate designs. Garments were slashed to show contrasting fabrics underneath, creating patterns that changed as the wearer moved. It was like wearing a kaleidoscope. The Renaissance also gave us fashion's relationship with celebrity culture. What the nobility wore mattered enormously, and news of the latest court fashions spread across Europe through detailed letters and prints. When Henry VIII decided to favour a particular style of hat, hat makers across England suddenly got very busy. It was the 16th century equivalent of a red carpet fashion moment going viral. Colour became incredibly important during this period, partly because new dyes and techniques made a wider range of colours available, but also because different colours carried complex meanings. Red suggested wealth and power. Blue was associated with loyalty and virtue. Black became fashionable as the ultimate luxury colour because it was incredibly difficult to achieve a deep, rich black that wouldn't fade. The Renaissance also saw the rise of fashion as an international language. Styles spread from court to court, country to country, creating the first truly European fashion trends. A dress style that started in the Spanish court might appear in modified form in the French court 6 months later, then influence English fashion the following season. Perhaps most importantly, the Renaissance established the idea that fashion could be an art form in itself. Clothing wasn't just functional or even just beautiful. It could be creative, innovative, expressive. It could make statements about the wearer's values, education, and aesthetic sensibilities. This period laid the groundwork for everything that would follow in fashion history. The concept of seasonal changes, the importance of fit, the role of celebrity influence, the internationalization of style, all of these started during the Renaissance when Europeans decided that life was too short for boring clothes. As we move into the 1600s and 1700s, fashion entered what we might call its more is more phase. If Renaissance clothing was like wearing art, Baroque and Rococo fashion was like wearing an entire art museum, complete with guided tours and gift shop. The 17th century started with what fashion historians politely call elaborate clothing, but which anyone with modern sensibilities would recognise as completely over the top. Men wore doublets with so much padding they looked like they were wearing life preservers. Women's skirts became so wide that doorways had to be navigated sideways. It was the period when fashion designers apparently looked at practical clothing and asked, but how can we make this much more complicated? The court of Louis XIV at Versailles became the epicentre of European fashion, and Louis took the job seriously. He understood that fashion was politics, and he used clothing as a tool of power. The more elaborate and expensive your outfit, the higher your status at court. It was like a very expensive, very beautiful arms race. Except instead of weapons, people were competing with embroidered silk and precious gems. Men's fashion during this period was particularly fascinating because it was so unapologetically decorative. Men wore silk stockings, high-heeled shoes, yes, high heels were originally for men, elaborate wigs, and enough lace to stock a bridal shop. The modern idea that men's clothing should be simple and understated would have baffled a 17th century gentleman who saw his outfit as a canvas for artistic expression. The periwig, or powdered wig, became the ultimate status symbol for men. These weren't just hairpieces. They were architectural marvels that could cost as much as a house and required daily maintenance by skilled professionals. Wealthy men would own multiple wigs for different occasions, like a very expensive hat collection that happened to be made of human hair. Women's fashion reached new heights of complexity during the Rococo period of the 18th century. The panniers, side hoops that made skirts extend horizontally, created silhouettes so wide that two women couldn't walk through a doorway at the same time. Court dresses required so much fabric that they were essentially wearable buildings, complete with structural engineering to keep everything upright. But the real showstopper was the hair. 18th century hairstyling was like topiary gardening, except on people's heads. Women's hairstyles could be several feet tall, decorated with ribbons, flowers, feathers, and sometimes entire miniature scenes. There are historical accounts of hairstyles that included model ships, miniature gardens, and even small cages with live birds. The cosmetics of this period were equally dramatic. Both men and women wore white face powder made from lead, which was probably not great for their health. Bright red rouge and beauty patches, small pieces of silk or velvet cut into shapes like stars or crescents and glued to the face. It was like wearing stickers, if stickers were considered the height of sophistication. The 18th century also saw the rise of fashion magazines and fashion dolls. Small dolls dressed in the latest styles that were sent between fashion capitals to spread new trends. These were the ancestors of modern fashion photography and social media influencers, though considerably smaller and requiring more delicate shipping arrangements. But perhaps the most interesting aspect of the 18th century fashion was how it reflected the philosophy of the time. The elaborate decoration, the emphasis on artifice over nature, the celebration of luxury and refinement, all of this reflected Enlightenment ideas about civilization, progress, and the power of human creativity to improve upon nature. Of course, all this fashion came with a price, both literally and figuratively. The cost of maintaining an 18th century wardrobe was astronomical, and the time required for dressing and grooming could take hours. Wealthy people essentially needed staff just to get dressed in the morning. By the end of the 18th century, this elaborate system was beginning to crack. The French Revolution put a sudden and violent end to the most extreme court fashions, and a new philosophy was emerging that valued simplicity, naturalness, and practicality over elaborate artifice. But before we move on to that revolutionary change, take a moment to appreciate the sheer audacity of the 18th century fashion. It was clothing that announced loudly and proudly that the wearer had so much money and leisure time that they could afford to dress like a walking work of art, even if it meant they couldn't sit down properly or fit through doorways. The late 18th and early 19th centuries brought political revolution across Europe and America, and fashion revolutions followed close behind. It was the period when people looked at those elaborate 18th century court costumes and said, you know what? Maybe wearing a small building on my head isn't the best way to show I'm in touch with the people. The French Revolution of 1789 didn't just change government, it completely transformed what people wore. It was the ultimate fashion do-over, motivated by actual fear for your life. The revolutionary period introduced what we might call democracy dress. Simpler, more practical clothing that suggested you were a hard-working citizen rather than a parasitic aristocrat. The sans-culotte, literally without knee breeches, got their name from rejecting the silk knee breeches worn by the upper classes in favour of practical long trousers. It was the first time in European history that pants became a political statement. Women's fashion underwent an equally dramatic transformation. The enormous panniers and elaborate hairstyles disappeared almost overnight, replaced by simple white muslin dresses inspired by classical Greek and Roman clothing. The empire waistline, which sat just below the bust, became fashionable, creating a silhouette that was both elegant and practical. This neoclassical style wasn't just about looking good, it was about embodying Enlightenment values. The simple, flowing lines were supposed to suggest virtue, reason, and natural beauty. Everything the old aristocratic style was not. It was like wearing your political philosophy. Napoleon Bonaparte, never one to miss an opportunity for drama, turned fashion into a tool of empire building. He established a court at the Tuileries that was almost as elaborate as the old royal court, but with better marketing. Napoleonic fashion was designed to suggest both luxury and military efficiency. Think Roman emperor meets modern general. The Empire period gave us some of fashion's most enduring silhouettes. The high-waisted dress became a classic that would return again and again in later decades. The military influence in men's fashion, all those brass buttons, frogging and structured shoulders, established a template for masculine dress that we still see today in everything from military uniforms to business suits. But perhaps the most interesting development of this period was how fashion became international in a completely new way. Napoleon's conquests spread French fashion across Europe, but also brought new influences back to Paris. Spanish mantillas, Russian furs, Egyptian motifs, after Napoleon's campaigns there. European fashion became a fusion cuisine of styles from across the continent and beyond. The Industrial Revolution was beginning to change how clothes were made too. While most garments were still hand-sewn, new machines could produce fabrics faster and more cheaply than ever before. Cotton, in particular, became much more affordable and available, democratizing fashion in ways that would have been impossible in earlier centuries. This period also saw the rise of the fashion press as we know it today. Fashion magazines like Journal des Dames et des Modes provided detailed illustrations and descriptions of the latest styles, spreading fashion trends faster than ever before. It was the beginning of fashion media, though their Instagram followers were measured in hundreds rather than millions. The Romantic movement that emerged in the early 19th century brought yet another fashion revolution. Where neoclassical style had been about reason and simplicity, Romantic fashion celebrated emotion, individualism, and dramatic effect. Sleeves got bigger, skirts got fuller, and everything got more decorative. By the 1820s and 1830s, women's fashion had swung back toward complexity, though in new ways. The crinoline, a structured underskirt that created a bell-shaped silhouette, was the great innovation of the period. It was like wearing a small tent, but an incredibly fashionable tent that allowed women to move more freely than the restrictive clothing of earlier periods. This revolutionary period established many of the principles that would guide fashion for the next century. The idea that clothing should reflect contemporary values, that fashion could be both beautiful and practical, and that style should be accessible to more than just the wealthy elite. It was the beginning of modern fashion as we know it today, even if the clothes themselves look pretty foreign to modern eyes. The Victorian era, roughly 1837 to 1901, was like fashion's adolescent phase. Everything was dramatic, complicated, and slightly embarrassing in retrospect, but also kind of impressive in its sheer ambition. Queen Victoria's reign coincided with the Industrial Revolution hitting its stride, which meant that for the first time in human history, the middle class could afford to dress almost as elaborately as the wealthy. This was wonderful news for textile manufacturers and absolutely terrible news for anyone who valued simplicity in clothing. The Victorian silhouette for women was essentially an exercise in architectural engineering. The goal was to create an hourglass figure so dramatic that it defied anatomy. This required corsets that could literally reshape the human torso, bustles that could support several yards of fabric, and an undergarment system so complex it came with its own instruction manual. The crinoline reached its peak during this period, creating skirts that could measure up to 6 feet in diameter. Imagine trying to navigate a Victorian parlour, wearing what was essentially a fabric geodesic dome around your waist. Doorways became tactical challenges. Sitting required careful planning. Getting into a carriage was like solving a geometry problem. But here's what's really remarkable about Victorian fashion: the sheer amount of work that went into every garment. A typical Victorian dress might have hundreds of buttons, miles of trim, intricate pleating, elaborate embroidery, and enough fabric to upholster several chairs. Each dress was essentially a masterpiece of textile craftsmanship, even if the overall effect was sometimes like wearing a curtain from a very expensive hotel. Men's fashion during the Victorian era was more restrained but equally complex in its own way. The modern business suit was invented during this period, though Victorian men's suits had more pieces than a Swiss watch. There were different coats for different times of day, different trousers for different occasions, and enough accessories to stock a small store. The Victorian obsession with propriety meant that clothing had to cover everything. Women's dresses had sleeves that covered the arms completely, skirts that touched the ground, and necklines that barely showed the collarbone. The amount of skin showing in proper Victorian dress was roughly equivalent to what you might see in a modern business meeting, except with more fabric and better posture. But the Victorians also invented the concept of specialised clothing for specific activities. Before this period, you basically had everyday clothes and fancy clothes. The Victorians created riding habits for horseback riding, walking dresses for afternoon strolls, tea gowns for informal entertaining, and ball gowns for formal occasions. They essentially invented the modern concept of having different outfits for different parts of your life. The Industrial Revolution made all of this possible by creating new fabrics, new dyes, and new manufacturing techniques. Aniline dyes produced colours that were brighter and more stable than anything previously available. The sewing machine, invented in the 1840s, revolutionised garment construction. Ready-to-wear clothing began to appear in stores, though it was still considered inferior to custom-made garments. Children's fashion during the Victorian era deserves special mention because it was particularly elaborate and often fairly impractical. Victorian children were essentially dressed as miniature adults, complete with all the restrictive undergarments and complex layering systems. Little girls wore corsets, little boys wore elaborate suits with knee breeches, and everyone wore clothing that would make modern parents weep at the laundry implications. The Victorian era also gave us the concept of mourning dress, elaborate rules about what to wear and for how long after someone died. Queen Victoria herself, after the death of Prince Albert in 1861, wore mourning dress for the rest of her life, which was another 40 years. The fashion industry essentially created a whole subcategory of clothing for grief, complete with degrees of mourning that determined how much black you had to wear and when you could start adding other colours back into your wardrobe. By the end of the Victorian era, fashion had reached a level of complexity that was becoming unsustainable. Getting dressed took hours. Maintaining a proper wardrobe required significant staff. The physical restrictions of the clothing were beginning to conflict with new ideas about women's roles and activities. The stage was set for a fashion revolution that would sweep away much of this elaborate system and replace it with something more practical, more modern, and significantly easier to put on in the morning. But before that happened, the Victorian era gave us some of fashion's most memorable and most photographed moments, even if many of those photographs required the subjects to stand very still for very long periods of time. As the 19th century drew to a close and the 20th century began, fashion underwent one of its most dramatic transformations. It was as if the entire industry looked at Victorian clothing and collectively asked, but what if we could actually move while wearing our clothes? The changes began gradually in the 1890s with what was called the New Woman movement. These were women who wanted to ride bicycles, play tennis, work outside the home, and generally participate in life without requiring architectural support garments. The fashion industry, sensing an opportunity, began creating clothes that acknowledged that women might want to use their bodies for something other than standing gracefully in parlours. The S-curve corset became popular in the early 1900s, which created a silhouette that thrust the chest forward and the hips back. While this might not sound like progress, it actually represented a move away from the tightest waist restriction of the Victorian era. It was like fashion's version of glasnost, a gradual loosening of restrictions. Paul Poiret, a French designer, became the revolutionary leader of fashion liberation. In 1906, he introduced designs that completely eliminated the corset, replacing the structured Victorian silhouette with flowing columnar dresses inspired by ancient Greece and the Orient. It was as if he took a pair of scissors to 100 years of fashion tradition and said, let's start over. Poiret's designs were radical for their time. High waistlines, narrow skirts, and no corsets. Women could actually breathe while wearing them, which was a refreshing change from Victorian dress. His Oriental-inspired designs, with their rich colours and exotic patterns, introduced European women to a completely different aesthetic philosophy. The hobble skirt, one of Poiret's most famous innovations, was both liberating and restricting at the same time. While it freed women from corsets and crinolines, it was so narrow at the ankles that walking required small, careful steps. It was like trading one set of restrictions for another, but at least the new restrictions didn't require structural engineering. World War I accelerated these fashion changes dramatically. With men away at war and women entering the workforce in unprecedented numbers, practical clothing became a necessity rather than a choice. The elaborate, time-consuming dress of the pre-war period was simply incompatible with working in factories, driving ambulances, or managing businesses. Hemlines began to rise, first just enough to show the ankle, then gradually higher. This might seem like a small change, but it was revolutionary. For the first time in Western fashion since ancient Greece, women's legs became visible in public. It was a seismic shift in social norms disguised as a fashion trend. The war also changed men's fashion, though more subtly. Military uniforms influenced civilian clothing, making men's suits more structured and functional. The three-piece suit became standardized during this period, establishing a template for men's business dress that would last for decades. Hair became shorter and simpler. The elaborate hairstyles of the Victorian era, which required hours of maintenance and multiple hairpieces, were replaced by more manageable styles. This was partly practical. Shorter hair was easier to maintain while working in factories or hospitals, but it was also symbolic of women's changing roles in society. The introduction of new synthetic fabrics during this period also revolutionized what people could wear. Rayon, the first commercially successful synthetic fibre, was developed in the early 1900s. While it wasn't perfect, early rayon had a tendency to shrink dramatically when washed. It offered an affordable alternative to silk and opened up new possibilities for garment design. By 1910, fashion magazines were already predicting that the new century would bring clothing that was more practical, more comfortable, and more suited to active lifestyles. They had no idea how right they were, or how dramatically the next decade would accelerate these changes. The period just before World War I represented a fascinating transition moment in fashion history. You could see both the old and the new existing simultaneously. Elaborate Edwardian gowns sharing space with Poiret's revolutionary designs, corseted ladies walking alongside the first women to embrace the new, natural silhouette. It was like watching fashion hold its breath before taking a giant leap into modernity. The restrictive, elaborate clothing of the past was still beautiful, still masterfully crafted, but it was beginning to look like a museum piece even as people were still wearing it. If the 1910s were about gradual liberation, the 1920s were about fashion doing the Charleston while wearing a headband and shouting "freedom" at the top of its lungs. The decade didn't just change what people wore, it completely revolutionized the relationship between clothing and identity. The flapper dress was the decade's signature achievement, and it was basically everything Victorian clothing wasn't. Short, straight, and shockingly simple, it hung loosely from the shoulders and ended daringly at the knee or even higher. Victorian ladies would have needed smelling salts just looking at it, which was precisely the point. What made the flapper dress so revolutionary wasn't just how it looked, but what it allowed women to do. You could dance in it, really dance, with energetic movements and spins. You could drive a car without your skirt getting caught in the door. You could cross your legs while sitting. These might seem like small freedoms, but they represented a complete transformation in how women could move through the world. The dropped waistline of 1920s dresses created a completely new silhouette that de-emphasized the female form in ways that would have shocked previous generations. Where Victorian fashion had been obsessed with creating an exaggerated hourglass figure, 1920s fashion celebrated a more boyish, androgynous look. It was as if fashion decided that women's bodies didn't need to be architectural projects after all. Hair got even shorter with the bob cut, which caused genuine social controversy. Women were literally receiving death threats for cutting their hair short. Imagine that. Getting violent mail because of your haircut. But the bob was more than just a hairstyle. It was a declaration of independence from the time-consuming beauty routines that had kept women tethered to their vanity tables for hours each day. Men's fashion during the 1920s became more relaxed and varied, though it was still more formal than what we consider normal today. The three-piece suit remained standard, but new fabrics and cuts made it more comfortable and practical. +4s for golf, sweater vests for casual wear, and the introduction of sportswear began to give men more options for different occasions. The 1920s also saw the rise of ready-to-wear fashion, becoming truly mainstream. Department stores expanded their clothing sections, and for the first time, middle-class people could buy fashionable clothing off the rack rather than having everything custom-made. It was the democratization of fashion, though the truly wealthy still preferred their bespoke tailors. Coco Chanel emerged as one of the decade's most influential designers, and her philosophy was revolutionary. Fashion should be comfortable, practical, and elegant all at the same time. She introduced the concept of casual chic, the idea that you could look sophisticated while wearing simple, well-cut clothing. Her little black dress, introduced in 1926, was like fashion's version of the Model T Ford. Simple, elegant, and versatile enough to be appropriate for almost any occasion. Chanel also liberated women from the tyranny of decorative accessories. Where Victorian fashion had required elaborate jewellery, hair ornaments, and trim, Chanel's designs were based on the radical idea that sometimes less really was more. She made simplicity sophisticated, which was perhaps the decade's greatest fashion innovation. The influence of jazz music on fashion can't be overstated. The energetic, improvisational nature of jazz translated directly into clothing that moved with the body, sparkled under dance hall lights, and celebrated individual expression over conformity. Fashion became performative in a completely new way. Clothes were designed to look good in motion, not just in formal portraits. Evening wear during the 1920s was particularly spectacular. Beaded dresses that caught and reflected light, fringe that moved with every step, and metallic fabrics that turned the wearer into a walking disco ball. It was fashion designed for artificial lighting and energetic dancing, the first truly modern party clothes. The decade also introduced the concept of fashion seasons as we know them today. Magazines began showing spring collections and fall collections, and the idea that your wardrobe should change with the calendar became entrenched. It was the beginning of planned obsolescence in fashion, the idea that last season's clothes were somehow inadequate for this season's activities. By the end of the 1920s, fashion had been completely transformed. The elaborate, restrictive clothing of the Victorian era looked as foreign as medieval armour. Women had gained the freedom to move, dance, work and play in ways that their grandmothers never could have imagined. But the party couldn't last forever. The stock market crash of 1929 was about to change everything, including what people wore and how they thought about fashion. The carefree extravagance of the 1920s was about to run headlong into the practical realities of economic depression. The Great Depression hit fashion like a bucket of cold water thrown on a very fashionable party. Suddenly, the carefree extravagance of the 1920s seemed not just outdated, but almost offensive. The new motto became, "Make it last, make it count, and make it work for everything." The 1930s ushered in what we might call elegant practicality. Designers had to create clothing that was beautiful enough to maintain morale during difficult times, but practical enough to be worn for years without replacement. It was like solving a very sophisticated math problem where the variables were style, durability and budget. Hemlines dropped back down to mid-calf, partly for modesty but mostly because longer skirts meant more fabric, which meant the garment would last longer and provide better value. The silhouette became more fitted and feminine again, but in a sleeker, more streamlined way than the Victorian era. It was as if fashion had learned to be curvaceous without being cumbersome. The bias cut became the signature technique of the decade, thanks largely to designer Madeleine Vionnet. Cutting fabric on the bias, at a 45-degree angle to the grain, created garments that draped beautifully and moved with the body, using the fabric's natural stretch rather than fighting against it. It was an ingenious solution that created elegant, figure-flattering clothes without requiring elaborate construction or expensive materials. Hollywood became a major influence on fashion during this period, partly because movies provided an escape from economic hardship, but also because film stars had the resources to wear beautiful clothes when most people couldn't afford them. Magazines featured pages of Hollywood style on a depression budget, showing readers how to achieve movie star glamour with ingenuity and thrift. The concept of separates became popular during the 1930s. Blouses, skirts and jackets that could be mixed and matched to create different outfits from fewer pieces. It was the beginning of the modern concept of a wardrobe, as a coordinated system rather than a collection of individual dresses. You could buy one skirt and 3 blouses and suddenly have multiple outfits, which was revolutionary for people on tight budgets. Daywear became more casual and practical. Shirtwaist dresses, essentially button-up shirts extended into dress length, became a staple because they were comfortable, easy to launder, and appropriate for both work and casual social occasions. It was clothing designed for real life rather than for making fashion statements. Then came World War II, and fashion faced challenges that made the Depression look like a minor budget adjustment. Rationing affected everything: fabric, leather, metal for buttons and zippers, even elastic. The fashion industry had to completely reimagine what clothing could be when you couldn't get the materials you needed. The utility clothing program in Britain and similar initiatives in other countries created standardized designs that used minimal materials while still being attractive and functional. It was fashion by committee, designed by government regulations, but somehow it worked. The clothes were simple, well-cut and practical, the fashion equivalent of wartime efficiency. Hemlines rose again during the war, but this time it wasn't about freedom or rebellion. It was about fabric conservation. Every inch of fabric saved was fabric that could be used for military purposes. Women's skirts became shorter and narrower, not as a fashion statement, but as a patriotic duty. The make-do and mend philosophy became a virtue rather than a necessity. Fashion magazines published articles on how to refresh old clothes, how to make children's clothes from adult garments that were too worn to repair, and how to create accessories from household items. Creativity became more valuable than money in fashion for perhaps the first time in history. Women entering the workforce in unprecedented numbers needed clothes that could handle factory work, driving trucks, and operating machinery. This led to the widespread adoption of trousers for women, not as a fashion choice but as a practical necessity. Rosie the Riveter's uniform of practical pants and sensible shirts became an icon not just of women's capabilities, but of fashion's ability to adapt to changing social needs. Men's fashion was similarly affected by wartime needs. Civilian suits were simplified, no trouser cuffs, fewer pockets, narrower lapels to conserve fabric. The victory suit became a symbol of patriotic sacrifice, proving that even fashion could contribute to the war effort. But perhaps the most important development of this period was the psychological role that fashion played. During the darkest times of economic depression and global war, people still cared about looking good. Fashion became a form of resistance against despair, a way of maintaining dignity and hope when everything else was falling apart. The period also saw the rise of American fashion as a force independent of European influence. With Paris under German occupation, American designers had to develop their own aesthetic rather than copying French couture. This led to a distinctly American style that was more practical, more casual, and more democratic than traditional European fashion. By the mid-1940s, fashion had been tested by economic catastrophe and global war, and it had survived by becoming more practical, more creative, and more attuned to real people's needs. The stage was set for the post-war fashion explosion that would celebrate both the return of prosperity and the lessons learned during the lean years. In 1947, after years of fabric rationing, utility clothing, and making do with less, Christian Dior unveiled his new look, and fashion essentially fainted from sheer relief. Here finally was clothing that celebrated abundance, femininity, and the return of peacetime prosperity. The new look was everything wartime fashion wasn't. Full skirts that used yards and yards of fabric, tiny cinched waists that required foundational undergarments, and a silhouette that was unabashedly feminine and decorative. It was like fashion had been holding its breath for 6 years and finally exhaled in a whoosh of silk and satin. The reaction was immediate and intense. Women who had spent years in practical, simplified clothing fell in love with the romantic femininity of Dior's designs. But there was also controversy. Critics argued that the new look was a step backward for women's liberation, forcing them back into restrictive, impractical clothing just when they had proven they could do anything men could do. But the new look succeeded because it wasn't really about going backward. It was about having choices again. After years of being told what they couldn't wear due to rationing and wartime restrictions, women could choose to wear full skirts and fitted bodices if they wanted to. The key word was choose. The 1950s became the decade of the suburban dream, and fashion reflected this new lifestyle. Daywear was practical but pretty. Shirtwaist dresses, cardigans, and circle skirts that were perfect for driving to the grocery store, hosting coffee mornings, and chasing children around backyards. It was domestic fashion, but domestic with style. Evening wear during the 1950s was pure fantasy. Ball gowns with massive skirts that required crinolines or even small hoops, fitted bodices that showed off tiny waists, and enough fabric to upholster a sofa. It was clothing designed for a society that wanted to celebrate prosperity and femininity after years of austerity. The concept of teenage fashion emerged during this decade, driven by post-war prosperity and the new phenomenon of teenagers having their own spending money. For the first time in fashion history, young people had their own distinct style rather than just wearing simplified versions of adult clothing. Poodle skirts, saddle shoes, and letter sweaters became the uniform of American youth. Men's fashion during the 1950s was characterized by what we might call confident conformity. The grey flannel suit became the uniform of the suburban businessman, but it was worn with a confidence that reflected post-war optimism. Casual wear became more important as suburbs created more opportunities for relaxed socializing. Barbecues, lawn parties, and family gatherings that required clothing that was nice but not formal. The influence of Hollywood continued to grow during this period, but now it was supplemented by the new medium of television. Fashion became more immediately accessible as people could see the latest styles every week in their living rooms. TV stars influenced fashion in ways that movie stars never could because they appeared more regularly and seemed more accessible. Ready-to-wear fashion came into its own during the 1950s. Department stores expanded their fashion offerings, and the quality of mass-produced clothing improved dramatically. For the first time, you could buy clothes off the rack that were almost as well made as custom garments, and significantly less expensive. The decade also saw the beginning of fashion's relationship with technology. New synthetic fabrics like nylon, polyester, and acrylic offered properties that natural fibres couldn't match. Wrinkle resistance, easy care, and durability. The wash-and-wear garment became the holy grail of 1950s fashion, promising busy housewives that they could look good without spending hours on clothing maintenance. Youth culture began to challenge the adult fashion establishment during this period. The greaser style for young men, leather jackets, white t-shirts and jeans, was specifically designed to shock adults and declare independence from their values. It was the beginning of fashion as generational rebellion, a theme that would become central to fashion for decades to come. By the end of the 1950s, fashion had established many of the patterns that would define modern clothing. The importance of youth markets, the role of celebrity influence, the democratization of style through ready-to-wear, and the constant tension between practicality and fantasy. All of these became permanent features of the fashion landscape. But beneath the surface of 1950s conformity and prosperity, changes were brewing. The civil rights movement was gaining momentum. Women were beginning to question their prescribed roles, and young people were starting to challenge authority in ways that their clothing choices reflected. The stage was set for the fashion revolution of the 1960s. The 1960s didn't just change fashion, it grabbed fashion by the shoulders, spun it around 3 times, and sent it dancing off in directions nobody had ever imagined. It was the decade when fashion stopped being something that happened to you and became something you used to express exactly who you were, or at least who you wanted to be. The decade started innocently enough. Jackie Kennedy became First Lady in 1961, and her elegant, sophisticated style set the tone for early 1960s fashion. The pillbox hat, A-line dresses, and understated elegance of the Jackie look represented a refined evolution of 1950s style. It was fashion for grown-ups who wanted to look modern but not revolutionary. But then came the youth explosion. The baby boomers were reaching their teens and 20s, and they had money, attitudes, and absolutely no interest in dressing like their parents. Fashion suddenly had to serve 2 completely different markets: the adults who wanted sophisticated elegance, and the young people who wanted something entirely new. Mary Quant in London created the miniskirt around 1965, and it was like dropping a fashion bomb. Hemlines that had been creeping up gradually throughout the early 1960s suddenly jumped to mid-thigh, creating a silhouette that was shocking, liberating, and completely different from anything women had worn before. It wasn't just shorter. It was a completely different philosophy of what women's clothing could be. The miniskirt represented more than just a fashion choice. It was a declaration of independence. Young women were rejecting the idea that their clothing should be modest, practical, and approved by their elders. They wanted fashion that was fun, sexy, and expressive of their own values, rather than society's expectations. London became the fashion capital of the world for young people, overtaking Paris for the first time in centuries. Carnaby Street and the King's Road became pilgrimage destinations for anyone who wanted to be fashionable. British designers like Mary Quant, Twiggy, who was both model and designer, and later Zandra Rhodes created a distinctly British aesthetic that was playful, irreverent, and completely modern. The shift dress became the decade's signature garment, simple, straight, and perfect, for showing off legs in the new shorter lengths. It was the opposite of the fitted, structured dresses of the 1950s, where 1950s fashion had emphasised the waist and hips. 1960s fashion ignored traditional body shaping altogether in favour of a more geometric architectural approach. Mod fashion brought us geometric patterns, bold colours, and a futuristic aesthetic that seemed to come from another planet. Op art patterns that created optical illusions when the wearer moved, space-age silver and white colour schemes, and designs that looked like they belonged in a science fiction movie. Fashion became experimental in ways it had never been before. The influence of youth culture created entirely new categories of clothing. The poor boy sweater, go-go boots, and peasant dresses were all designed specifically for young people, rather than being adaptations of adult styles. It was the first time in fashion history that adults started copying young people's clothing rather than the other way around. Men's fashion underwent its own revolution during the 1960s. The conservative business suit remained standard for work, but casual wear became much more adventurous. The peacock revolution brought bright colours, bold patterns, and more fitted silhouettes to men's clothing. Hair got longer, pants got tighter, and for the first time since the 18th century, men's fashion became unabashedly decorative. The hippie movement that emerged in the mid to late 1960s brought yet another fashion revolution. Where mod fashion had been about the future, hippie fashion looked to the past and to other cultures for inspiration. Indian prints, peasant dresses, fringe, embroidery, and natural fabrics created a bohemian aesthetic that rejected both mainstream fashion and the space-age futurism of mod style. Hippie fashion also introduced the concept of vintage and second-hand clothing as fashion choices rather than economic necessities. Shopping at thrift stores and wearing your grandmother's clothes became ways of rejecting consumer culture, while creating individual style. It was fashion as philosophy, not just appearance. The decade also saw the rise of fashion as political statement. The miniskirt was feminist for some women and anti-feminist for others. Long hair on men was a rejection of military and corporate values. Dashikis and afros became expressions of black pride and cultural identity. What you wore became a way of announcing your politics to the world. Unisex fashion emerged as gender roles began to be questioned. The same jeans, t-shirts and work shirts could be worn by men or women, creating a shared fashion vocabulary that had never existed before. It was the beginning of the breakdown of strict gender distinctions in clothing that continues today. By 1970, fashion had been completely transformed. The idea that there was one correct way to dress for your age, class and gender had been shattered. Personal expression had become more important than social conformity. Fashion had become democratic, diverse and individual in ways that would have been impossible just 10 years earlier. If the 1960s had been about breaking the rules, the 1970s were about celebrating the fact that there were no rules left to break. Fashion entered its most experimental, diverse and frankly weird decade, where you could dress like a Victorian Gothic romantic, a disco dancing queen, or a back-to-the-land hippie, and all three looks were equally fashionable. The decade started with hippie fashion still going strong, but it quickly evolved into something more sophisticated and wearable. The peasant dress became the maxi dress, flowing and romantic but made in beautiful fabrics and elegant cuts. It was hippie philosophy dressed up for dinner parties. Bohemian style during the 1970s wasn't just about rejecting mainstream fashion, it was about creating an entirely alternative aesthetic. Flowing fabrics, earth tones, natural fibres, and handcrafted details created a look that celebrated individuality and artistic sensibility. It was fashion for people who saw themselves as creative souls rather than consumers. But the 1970s also gave us disco fashion, which was bohemian's glittery party-loving cousin. Metallics, sequins, tight pants, and shirts with enormous collars created a look that was specifically designed for dancing under flashing lights. Disco fashion was about transformation, putting on your sparkly clothes and becoming someone more glamorous, more exciting, more alive. The decade's silhouettes were revolutionary in their diversity. You could wear a flowing maxi dress that covered you from neck to ankle, or shorts so short they were barely there, or anything in between. Fashion had finally accepted that different people wanted to show different amounts of skin, and that was perfectly fine. Platform shoes became the decade's most distinctive accessory, and they were essentially architecture for your feet. Some platforms were 6 inches high or more, turning walking into a performance art piece, and making everyone several inches taller than nature intended. They were impractical, occasionally dangerous, and absolutely fabulous. The influence of different decades became a major theme in the 1970s fashion. There was a revival of 1930s and 1940s styles, flowing dresses, dramatic shoulders, and vintage glamour. But there was also a fascination with the Victorian era, high necklines, long sleeves, and romantic details. Fashion became historical, drawing inspiration from the past while creating something entirely new. Punk fashion emerged in the mid-1970s as a deliberate rejection of both mainstream fashion and hippie idealism. Ripped clothes, safety pins, aggressive makeup, and deliberately ugly combinations created a look that was designed to shock and challenge. Punk fashion was about anger, rebellion, and the rejection of beauty as a social value. But punk was also incredibly creative and influential. The DIY aesthetic, making your own clothes, customizing store-bought items, and creating unique looks from whatever materials you could find, introduced new ideas about what fashion could be. It didn't have to be expensive, professionally made, or even particularly attractive. It just had to express something authentic about the person wearing it. Men's fashion during the 1970s became more adventurous than it had been since the 18th century. Wide lapels, bright colours, bold patterns, and fitted silhouettes created a look that was unabashedly decorative. The three-piece suit remained standard for business, but casual wear became an opportunity for self-expression rather than conformity. The decade also saw the rise of designer jeans as a fashion category. What had been basic workwear became a luxury item, with different brands offering different cuts, washes, and styling details. It was the democratization of fashion through denim. Everyone could afford jeans, but designer jeans offered a way to be fashionable within that democratic framework. Athletic wear began to influence fashion during the 1970s, driven by new interest in fitness and health. Jogging suits, tennis dresses, and exercise clothes began appearing in non-athletic contexts. It was the beginning of the athleisure trend that would eventually take over casual fashion completely. The concept of lifestyle dressing became important during this decade. Instead of having one fashion identity, people could dress like surfers, executives, artists, or athletes, depending on their mood or the occasion. Fashion became fluid and situational rather than fixed and hierarchical. By the end of the 1970s, fashion had become incredibly diverse and individualistic. The idea that everyone should dress alike had been completely abandoned in favour of a philosophy that celebrated personal expression and cultural diversity. It set the stage for the 1980s, which would take this individualism and turn it into performance art. The 1980s looked at fashion and said, you know what this needs? More of everything. More colour, more texture, more volume, more accessories, more attitude. It was the decade when subtlety went into hiding and didn't emerge until sometime in the mid-1990s. Power dressing became the decade's signature concept, driven by women entering corporate environments in unprecedented numbers. The power suit, with massive shoulder pads that could double as small aircraft wings, was designed to help women compete in male-dominated workplaces by literally making them look bigger and more imposing. It was fashion as armour, designed for corporate warfare. The shoulder pads of the 1980s deserve their own chapter in fashion history. Starting as modest additions to create a more structured silhouette, they grew throughout the decade until they reached proportions that challenged doorway architecture. By the late 1980s, shoulder pads had become so enormous that they looked like fashion's interpretation of American football gear. But power dressing wasn't just about looking tough, it was about looking expensive. The 1980s celebrated wealth in ways that previous decades had considered vulgar. Designer labels became status symbols, worn prominently on the outside of clothing rather than hidden discreetly inside. It was the decade when fashion became about broadcasting your success to anyone within visual range. The influence of television, particularly shows like Dynasty and Dallas, created a fashion aesthetic that was pure fantasy. Evening wear featured massive quantities of sequins, beads, and metallic fabrics. Hair got bigger, jewellery got more elaborate, and makeup became more dramatic. It was fashion designed to be seen from the back row of a theatre, except people wore it to dinner. Casual wear during the 1980s was equally excessive. Athletic wear became street fashion, but not the simple athletic wear of previous decades. This was athletic wear designed by fashion designers who apparently thought that exercise clothes should be suitable for Las Vegas showrooms. Neon colours, metallic fabrics, and geometric patterns created workout clothes that were more about making fashion statements than actual working out. The decade also saw the rise of youth fashion as a commercial force independent of adult fashion. MTV launched in 1981, and suddenly young people had a visual reference for how musicians dressed. Fashion became faster, more immediate, and more tied to popular culture than ever before. What you wore became a way of showing which bands you liked, which movies you'd seen, and which cultural tribes you belonged to. Punk fashion evolved during the 1980s into new wave style, which took punk's rebellious aesthetic and made it more wearable and commercially viable. The result was fashion that was edgy and artistic but didn't require safety pins or deliberate ugliness. It was rebellion with better production values. The preppy look also became fashionable during the 1980s, driven partly by nostalgia for simpler times and partly by the popularity of films like The Breakfast Club. Preppy fashion represented security, tradition, and belonging to established social institutions, everything that punk and new wave fashion rejected. But perhaps the most interesting aspect of 1980s fashion was how it embraced artificial materials and construction. Synthetic fabrics, structured silhouettes, and obviously manufactured looks became desirable rather than apologetic. It was the first decade when fashion celebrated the fact that clothes were human-made rather than trying to mimic natural forms and materials. Hair became a fashion accessory in its own right during the 1980s. The bigger, the more elaborate, the better. Hairspray became an essential fashion tool, and hairstyles required architecture and engineering to maintain their structural integrity. It was like wearing sculpture on your head, except the sculpture was made of your own hair and industrial-strength styling products. Colour during the 1980s was intense and often clashing. Electric blue, hot pink, acid green, and metallic silver were combined in ways that would have been considered garish in any other decade. Fashion became fluorescent, glittery, and deliberately artificial. It was like wearing a neon sign, which was exactly the point. The decade also introduced the concept of mix and match dressing taken to extremes. Different patterns, textures, and colours were combined in ways that created visual chaos, but somehow worked because everyone was doing it. It was fashion democracy through excess. If everyone was wearing too much of everything, then no one looked out of place. By 1990, fashion had reached such heights of excess that the only possible response was a complete reaction in the opposite direction. The 1980s had been so much about more that the 1990s would inevitably be about less. But before that happened, the 1980s had established some important principles. Fashion could be fun, experimental, and completely divorced from practical considerations while still being socially acceptable and commercially successful. As the 1990s dawned, fashion looked at the excess of the 1980s and said, you know what? Maybe we went a little overboard with those shoulder pads. The decade began with what fashion historians call the minimalist reaction, a complete swing away from the more is more philosophy that had dominated the previous decade. Calvin Klein became the poster child for this new minimalism, creating clothes that were clean, simple, and almost architectural in their purity. His designs celebrated negative space, neutral colours, and the beauty of perfect proportions. It was fashion that whispered rather than shouted, and after a decade of shouting, whispering felt revolutionary. But the 1990s quickly proved that it wasn't going to settle for just one fashion philosophy. Grunge fashion emerged from the Pacific Northwest music scene, bringing thrift store aesthetics into mainstream fashion. Flannel shirts, ripped jeans, and the deliberate anti-fashion aesthetic of bands like Nirvana created a look that celebrated not caring about fashion, which paradoxically became a major fashion trend. Marc Ecko, Calvin Klein, and other designers took grunge influences and refined them into something more wearable, for people who wanted to look casually rebellious without actually shopping at thrift stores. It was rebellion with better fit and higher quality fabrics, the gentrification of anti-fashion. The decade also saw the rise of streetwear as a legitimate fashion category, what people actually wore on the street, sneakers, hoodies, baseball caps and athletic wear, became influences on high fashion rather than just copying high fashion. It was the democratization of fashion influence flowing from the bottom up rather than trickling down from the top. Hip-hop culture became a major influence on mainstream fashion during the 1990s, bringing oversized clothing, athletic wear, and bold logos into general fashion consciousness. The aesthetic celebrated comfort, movement, and cultural identity in ways that traditional fashion had never considered. It was fashion that acknowledged that people wanted to look good while actually living their lives. The supermodel phenomenon reached its peak during the 1990s, creating fashion celebrities who were famous for wearing clothes rather than for any other talent. Models like Naomi Campbell, Cindy Crawford, and Kate Moss became household names, and their personal styles influenced fashion as much as the designers they wore. Technology began to influence fashion in new ways during the 1990s. New synthetic fabrics offered performance characteristics that had never been available before: moisture wicking, UV protection, and temperature regulation. Fashion began to acknowledge that clothes could be both beautiful and functional in ways that previous generations had never imagined. The internet emerged as a fashion force during the mid to late 1990s, though its full impact wouldn't be felt until the following decade. Online shopping began to change how people bought clothes, and fashion websites started to influence how people thought about style and trends. As we moved into the 2000s, fashion became increasingly fast-paced and diverse. The concept of seasonal collections began to break down as designers offered more frequent releases. Fast fashion retailers could take a trend from the runway to the store in weeks rather than months, democratizing fashion but also accelerating its pace in ways that were sometimes overwhelming. The 2000s brought their own aesthetic revolutions: the rise of casual Friday that gradually expanded to casual everyday, the influence of reality television on fashion, and the beginning of social media's impact on how people thought about personal style. Looking back over this entire journey from animal skins to Instagram-worthy outfits, what's remarkable is how consistent certain human impulses have remained. People have always wanted to look good, express their identity through their appearance, and use clothing to navigate social situations. The materials, techniques, and social contexts have changed dramatically, but the fundamental human relationship with clothing has remained surprisingly constant. Fashion has always been about solving problems: protection from the elements, social signaling, personal expression, and cultural belonging. The solutions have evolved from mammoth hides to moisture-wicking synthetics, but the problems have remained recognizably human throughout history. So here you are, at the end of this journey through fashion history, probably wearing the culmination of 170,000 years of human creativity and ingenuity. That comfortable t-shirt you're wearing? It represents the development of cotton cultivation, textile manufacturing, the invention of knitting machines, the creation of synthetic dyes, and centuries of refinement in garment construction. Those jeans you might have on represent the California Gold Rush, the needs of working people for durable clothing, the influence of American casual culture on global fashion, and the transformation of workwear into fashion statements. Even your socks, yes, your socks, represent innovations in knitting, synthetic fibres, and foot comfort that would have amazed our ancestors. The amazing thing is that you got dressed this morning in about 10 minutes, choosing from options that represent the best of human textile technology and fashion design, and you probably didn't think about any of this history. You just wanted to put on something comfortable, appropriate for your day, and maybe something that made you feel like yourself. That's the real triumph of fashion history. Not the elaborate court dress or the revolutionary designs, but the fact that good clothing has become so accessible and unremarkable that we take it for granted. Your closet contains options that would have been unimaginable luxuries to most humans throughout history. Fabrics that are soft, durable, and easy to care for. Colours that won't fade after one washing. Clothes that fit your body and your lifestyle. Seasonal options that keep you comfortable in any weather. The freedom to choose clothing that expresses your personality rather than just your social class or economic status. Even your most casual outfit represents solutions to problems that occupied human minds for millennia. How do you create fabric that breathes but also protects? How do you make colours that last? How do you construct garments that move with the body without falling apart? How do you mass-produce clothing while maintaining quality and individual choice? The fashion industry today grapples with new challenges that our ancestors never had to consider. Environmental sustainability, ethical manufacturing, the pace of trend cycles, and the psychological effects of constant fashion messaging through social media. But these are the kinds of problems that come with success, not failure. As you drift off to sleep tonight in your comfortable pajamas, which, by the way, are a relatively recent invention that would have puzzled medieval people who slept in their day clothes, or nothing at all, you're participating in the latest chapter of this ongoing human story. Fashion continues to evolve. Sustainable materials are being developed from everything from mushroom roots to recycled ocean plastic. Smart fabrics can monitor your health, regulate your temperature, or even charge your phone. 3D printing is beginning to create custom-fitted garments. Virtual reality is changing how we shop for clothes. The same human creativity that turned animal skins into haute couture continues to push fashion into territories we can barely imagine. But whatever comes next in fashion, it will still be serving those same basic human needs that drove our ancestors to start wearing clothes in the first place. Protection, comfort, beauty, and the eternal desire to wake up in the morning and put on something that makes us feel like the best version of ourselves. Sweet dreams, and may you always have something wonderful to wear. Picture yourself settling into a worn leather chair by a crackling fire, holding a steaming mug of something warm. Now, let me tell you about a time when your biggest medical worry wasn't whether your insurance would cover a procedure, but whether the local barber surgeon had remembered to sharpen his saw that morning. You're about to step into the wonderfully bizarre world of medieval medicine, where logic took a permanent vacation, and common sense apparently got lost somewhere around the 5th century. This book isn't just any old history lesson. It's a gentle stroll through humanity's most creative attempts at staying alive, back when people thought your personality was determined by how much yellow bile you had sloshing around inside you. Imagine waking up in the year 1347 with a headache. Today you might reach for some ibuprofen and call it good. But in medieval times? Well, first someone would need to examine the colour of your urine, preferably while holding it up to the morning light like a sommelier evaluating a fine wine. Next, they would determine the direction of the wind, consult the position of Mars, and potentially drill a small hole in your skull to release any evil spirits. The headache remedy might involve wearing a necklace made of peony roots, or better yet, having someone read Latin poetry to your forehead. Medieval folks lived in a world where everything interconnected in the most intricate ways possible. Your health depended not just on what you ate or how much you exercised, but on whether you'd angered any saints lately, if you'd been looking at too many beautiful women, apparently hazardous to male health, or whether you'd committed the grave sin of bathing too frequently. The medieval medical toolkit resembled a combination of a spice rack, a garden shed, and a church, all combined with a generous dose of wishful thinking. Physicians of the time, and I use that term loosely, carried around bags filled with dried herbs that smelled like your grandmother's attic, mysterious powders that might have been anything from ground pearls to pulverized unicorn horn, spoiler alert, it was usually just regular old horn, and an impressive collection of sharp objects that would make a modern surgeon weep. But here's what makes this all so endearing. These weren't stupid people. They were working with the best information they had, which admittedly wasn't much. They looked at the human body like it was a mysterious black box that occasionally made alarming noises, and they did their level best to figure out what all the buttons did. Occasionally they encountered luck. More often, well, let's just say that surviving medieval medicine was almost as challenging as surviving medieval diseases. The beautiful thing about medieval medical beliefs is how thoroughly they committed to their theories. When they concluded that all illness stemmed from an imbalance of 4 bodily fluids known as humours, they delved deeply into this particular area of logic. Everything, and I mean everything, got explained through this lens. Feeling sad? If you're feeling sad, it's likely due to an abundance of black bile. Angry? Undoubtedly there is an abundance of yellow bile. In love? Oh, that's just your blood getting a bit too enthusiastic. As you sink into your chair and the fire pops, you may wonder how people survived back then. The answer lies in a blend of exceptional human fortitude, serendipitous circumstances, and the remarkable ability of the human body to self-heal, even when we attempt to disrupt this process. So pour yourself another cup of whatever's warming your hands, and let's continue this journey together. We're going to delve into a world where medical treatment was a blend of theatre, chemistry experiments, and religious ceremonies. And yet, somehow, miraculously, people continued to improve. Let's talk about the cornerstone of medieval medicine, the theory of the 4 humours. Think of it as the medieval equivalent of personality tests, except instead of asking whether you're more of a dog person or a cat person, they were checking how much phlegm you were producing and whether your blood was feeling particularly sanguine that day. You had 4 main characters in this bodily drama: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. These weren't just random fluids sloshing around inside you. Oh no, they were sophisticated, complex substances that determined everything from your mood to your favourite colour to whether you were likely to become a successful merchant or a melancholy poet. Blood stood out among the group. If you had too much blood, you were sanguine, cheerful, optimistic, and probably the life of every medieval party. Sanguine folks were supposedly hot and moist. Medieval medicine was surprisingly concerned with everyone's internal temperature and humidity levels, with rosy cheeks and an unfortunate tendency to be overly trusting. The cure for excess blood was refreshingly straightforward. Just remove some of it. Medieval physicians approached bloodletting with the enthusiasm of a wine enthusiast discussing a particularly excellent vintage. Phlegm, meanwhile, was the calm, steady type. Too much phlegm made you phlegmatic, slow, thoughtful, and about as exciting as watching paint dry in a monastery. Phlegmatic people were cold and moist, which sounds deeply unpleasant when you put it that way. They were the reliable ones, the people you'd want doing your taxes if medieval people had taxes the way we understand them today. Yellow bile served as the catalyst, literally. It was hot and dry, and if you had too much of it, you became choleric, quick-tempered, ambitious, and probably the type who would challenge someone to a duel over a perceived slight about your horse. Choleric people were natural leaders, which was convenient because they were also natural arguers. Black bile was the emotional side of medieval humours. Too much black bile made you melancholic, sad, artistic, and prone to staring wistfully out of windows while composing tragic poetry about unrequited love. Melancholic people were cold and dry, and they were often incredibly intelligent, though they used that intelligence primarily to contemplate the fundamental sadness of existence. Now, here's where it gets really interesting. Your humoral balance could change based on your age, diet, the season, and Mercury's position. Yes, medieval medicine was also surprisingly astrological. A perfectly balanced person would have just the right amount of each humour, creating a kind of internal harmony that would make them healthy, wise, and probably insufferably well-adjusted. The practical implications of this system were enormous. Medieval physicians didn't just treat diseases, they treated entire personality types. They wouldn't just give you herbs and send you off if you were sad. First, they determined that you obviously had too much black bile. Then they'd prescribe a complete lifestyle overhaul designed to heat you up and dry you out a bit. Such an intervention might involve eating different foods, more hot, moist things to counteract all that cold, dry black bile, changing your exercise routine, moving to a different climate, or even taking up a more cheerful profession. Medieval medicine was nothing if not holistic, though their idea of it included factors that modern medicine might consider slightly irrelevant, like the moral character of your ancestors and whether you'd been exposed to too much moonlight recently. The beauty of the humoral system was its elegant simplicity. Every medical problem had a clear cause and a logical solution. Are you experiencing symptoms of illness? Clearly your humours were imbalanced. Pushing your humours back into balance was the simple treatment, akin to adjusting the settings on a complex biological thermostat. Of course, the challenge was figuring out exactly which jokes were misbehaving, and by how much. This process required considerable skill, or at least a great deal of confidence, which explains why medieval physicians devoted so much time to examining bodily fluids with the same intensity as wine critics at a tasting competition. Imagine you're not feeling well in medieval times, so you decide to visit the local physician. As you enter their chamber, you anticipate a setting akin to a modern doctor's office, but instead, you encounter a scene akin to a hybrid of an alchemist's laboratory and a fortune-teller's parlour, replete with jars filled with unidentifiable floating objects. Your medieval doctor would want to see your urine first, not your insurance card or medical history. Not just a small sample, mind you, but a nice big flask of the stuff, preferably your first morning production when it was at its most diagnostically informative. Medieval physicians were absolutely obsessed with urine, and they had elevated its examination to an art form that would make modern lab technicians jealous. They possessed special flasks known as matulas, specifically designed for urine examination, and they would scrutinise these flasks as if they were evaluating precious gems. The colour, clarity, smell, and even the way it settled in the flask could tell them everything they needed to know about your condition. If your urine had an unusual colour, it could reveal a multitude of diagnostic possibilities. Red urine might indicate too much blood, clearly, while dark urine suggested an excess of black bile. If your urine was particularly aromatic, that could mean your kidneys were working overtime, or possibly that you'd been eating too much garlic, which was apparently a medical concern worth noting. Some physicians claim they could tell not just what was wrong with you, but also predict your future health, your romantic prospects, and whether your crops would do well that year, all from a single flask of morning urine. But urine was just the beginning. Medieval doctors were also intrigued by your pulse, but their interpretation was more imaginative than today's. They didn't just count beats per minute, they analysed the quality of the pulse, its rhythm, its strength, and its character. A pulse could be described as jumping like a grasshopper, creeping like a snake, or flowing like honey, and each of these poetic descriptions supposedly revealed different aspects of your internal condition. Your complexion was another crucial diagnostic tool. Medieval physicians could read your face like a map, finding clues in the colour of your cheeks, the brightness of your eyes, and the texture of your skin. A ruddy complexion might indicate too much blood, while a pale, wan appearance suggested insufficient vital heat. They paid particular attention to your nose, which they believed was directly connected to your brain, and therefore a reliable indicator of your mental state. The examination process also involved a considerable amount of what we might call lifestyle counselling. Your physician would want to know about your diet, your sleeping habits, your emotional state, and your recent activities. Have you been exposed to any strong emotions lately? Had you eaten anything particularly heating or cooling? Had you been in the presence of anyone with suspicious humoral imbalances? They were also deeply interested in your dreams, which they considered windows into your internal state. Dreaming about water might indicate excess phlegm, while dreams of fire could suggest too much yellow bile. If you dreamed about flying, that was clearly a sign that your natural heat was trying to escape your body, which required immediate cooling therapy. Medieval physicians also paid attention to your astrological sign and the current position of the planets. Your health was intimately connected to celestial movements, and a good physician would consult star charts before making any major treatment decisions. If Mars was in an aggressive position, it might not be the best time for bloodletting, while a favourable Venus might enhance the effectiveness of love potions prescribed for melancholy. The diagnostic process could take hours, involving detailed questioning, careful observation, and quite a bit of thoughtful stroking of beards. Medieval physicians were apparently required to have impressive facial hair. By the end of it, your physician would have a complete picture not just of your physical condition, but of your moral character, your spiritual state, and your place in the cosmic order. Now we come to perhaps the most famous and, from our modern perspective, most alarming aspect of medieval medicine: bloodletting. If you lived in medieval times, you would have seen this practice as often as we see a spearin now. Headache. It's time to administer some bloodletting. Fever. Undoubtedly there is an abundance of blood present. Are you experiencing a mood swing? Clearly your blood needs some attention. The logic behind bloodletting was actually quite elegant, in a twisted medieval sort of way. Remember those 4 jokes we talked about? Well, blood was the most active and abundant of these, and medieval physicians believed that most illnesses were caused by having too much of it. So the obvious solution was to remove the excess, like letting air out of an overinflated balloon. Except the balloon was you, and the air was your life force. Medieval bloodletting wasn't just a matter of making a small cut and collecting a cup or two. Oh no, they had elevated it to a sophisticated art with multiple techniques, specialised tools and elaborate theories about timing and technique. You could choose from various bloodletting methods, like selecting items from a deeply disturbing medical menu. There was venesection, which involved making strategic cuts into major veins. Medieval physicians had mapped out the human body like a roadmap, identifying the best veins for different conditions. Arm veins were good for head problems, leg veins helped with abdominal issues, and there were specific veins that were thought to be connected to different organs through invisible pathways that made perfect sense if you didn't think about them too hard. Then there was cupping, which involved placing heated cups on your skin to draw blood to the surface. The cups would create suction as they cooled, pulling your skin up into little domes and supposedly drawing out the problematic blood along with whatever evil humours were causing your trouble. Occasionally they'd make small cuts first, turning the cupping session into a more efficient blood extraction process. Leeches were the genteel option, considered more refined and controlled than crude cutting. Medieval physicians maintained collections of medical leeches, like modern doctors keep stethoscopes, and they had strong opinions about leech quality and technique. A good leech should be hungry but not desperate, active but not overly aggressive, and preferably sourced from clean, running water rather than stagnant ponds. The timing of bloodletting was crucial and required consulting multiple sources of information. The phase of the moon mattered. Certain phases were better for bloodletting than others. Your astrological sign was important, as was the current position of various planets. The season affected the quality of your blood, and even the time of day could influence the success of the procedure. Medieval physicians had elaborate charts showing the best times to bleed from different parts of the body. Spring was generally beneficial for bloodletting because that's when blood was thought to be most active, like sap rising in trees. But you had to be careful not to overdo it during hot summer months when your natural heat was already elevated. The amount of blood removed was determined by a complex calculation involving your age, constitution, the nature of your illness, and various environmental factors. Young, strong people could handle more bloodletting than elderly or weak individuals. Someone with a sanguine temperament might need more aggressive treatment than someone who was naturally phlegmatic. What's remarkable is how enthusiastic people were about this treatment. Bloodletting wasn't something you endured, it was something you looked forward to, like a medieval spa day. People would schedule regular bloodletting sessions as preventive medicine, and physicians would recommend it for everything from preventing illness to improving your complexion to enhancing your mental clarity. Barber surgeons, who combined haircutting with minor medical procedures, advertised their bloodletting services alongside their grooming options. You could get a shave, a haircut, and have some excess blood removed all in one convenient visit. The traditional barber pole, with its red and white stripes, actually represents bloodied bandages wrapped around a pole, a cheerful reminder of the profession's medical heritage. The social aspect of bloodletting was also important. It was often performed in groups, turning medical treatment into a social event where people could catch up on local gossip while having their humours rebalanced. Wealthy families would sometimes hire physicians to perform bloodletting sessions for the entire household, like hosting a very specialised dinner party. Medieval medicine cabinets were incredibly chaotic, causing a modern pharmacist to shudder in confusion. Imagine opening a medieval physician's bag and finding everything from dried beetles to powdered unicorn horn, which was actually narwhal tusk, but don't tell anyone, alongside herbs that might actually work and substances that definitely wouldn't, but smelled intriguing enough to seem medicinal. The medieval approach to herbal medicine was refreshingly inclusive. If something existed in nature, someone had probably tried using it as medicine. This approach led to an enormous pharmacopoeia that included not just plants, but also animal parts, minerals, and substances that defied easy categorization. Medieval physicians were like enthusiastic collectors who never met a potential remedy they didn't want to try at least once. For instance, the theriac, regarded as the ultimate remedy, could contain anywhere from 60 to 100 different ingredients depending on the maker. The recipe included viper's flesh, which had to be prepared in a very specific way. Opium, various spices, herbs, and enough other ingredients to stock a small apothecary. In some cities, the complex process of making theriac became a public event, drawing crowds to witness the master apothecaries perform their mysterious magic. But most medieval remedies were more accessible, built around herbs and plants that grew locally and could be prepared in any reasonably well-equipped kitchen. People expected medieval housewives to understand basic herbal medicine, just as modern parents understand basic first aid. They maintained herb gardens with plants specifically chosen for their medicinal properties, and they passed down recipes and techniques through generations of women who took their healing responsibilities seriously. Willow bark was used for pain relief, and it actually worked because it contains salicin, a compound related to aspirin. Medieval people didn't know why it worked, but they knew it did, which was good enough for practical purposes. Similarly, digitalis from foxglove was used for heart problems, and while it was dangerously easy to overdose on, it was actually an effective cardiac medication. But for every real remedy, there were many that were pure fantasy dressed up in medical terms. People prescribed powdered pearls for melancholy, presumably due to the belief that their lustrous beauty could uplift spirits. Ground-up precious stones were mixed into medicines, not because they had any therapeutic value, but because expensive ingredients were obviously more powerful than cheap ones. Animal-based remedies were particularly creative. Unicorn horn was the most prestigious, thought to neutralize poisons and cure virtually any ailment. But since actual unicorns were in short supply, most unicorn horn was actually powdered rhinoceros horn, narwhal tusk, or just regular old animal horn that had been blessed by someone with impressive religious credentials. Medieval physicians also prescribed remedies made from human body parts, which sounds ghoulish, but made perfect sense according to their logic. If someone had died in perfect health, usually a young person who had suffered an accident, parts of their body could be used to transfer that health to sick patients. This process led to a thriving trade in various human-derived medicines that we probably don't need to discuss in detail during our cozy bedtime story. The preparation of these remedies was often as elaborate as their ingredients were exotic. Medieval medicine involved a lot of precise timing, specific astronomical conditions, and ritual elements that transformed simple cooking into something resembling a religious ceremony. Herbs had to be picked at the right phase of the moon, dried in particular ways, and combined according to formulas that had been passed down through generations of practitioners. Medieval people also believed strongly in the power of sympathetic magic, which meant that remedies should somehow resemble either the problem they were treating or the solution they were trying to achieve. Yellow herbs were good for liver problems because the liver produced yellow bile. Red substances were good for blood disorders. Heart-shaped leaves were obviously beneficial for heart conditions. These discoveries led to some remarkably creative connections between appearance and function. The spotted leaves of lungwort were thought to resemble diseased lungs, so they were used to treat respiratory problems. Walnuts, which looked somewhat like tiny brains, were considered brain food long before anyone knew about omega-3 fatty acids. The dosing of medieval medicines was more art than science, relying heavily on the physician's experience and intuition. Too little might not work, but too much could kill you, and the line between effective dose and fatal overdose was often uncomfortably thin. This is why medieval physicians spent so much time studying their patients' constitutions and carefully adjusting treatments based on individual factors. Medieval surgery was not for the faint of heart, and if you lived during this time, you would have approached it with roughly the same enthusiasm most people today reserve for root canal surgery, except medieval surgery was performed without anaesthesia, antibiotics, or any real understanding of how infections worked. The surgical toolkit of a medieval practitioner looked like something assembled by someone who had heard about surgery second-hand, but had never actually seen it performed. Their bags were filled with saws, knives, hot irons for cauterizing wounds, and various sharp implements that appeared to be designed more for carpentry than for medicine. Medieval surgeons approached the human body with the confidence of people who had never heard of medical malpractice lawsuits. Trepanation, drilling holes in skulls, was surprisingly common and was used to treat everything from headaches to mental illness to what they called melancholy madness. The theory was that evil spirits, excess humour, or bad air had gotten trapped inside the head and needed a way to escape. Medieval surgeons would carefully drill a small hole in the patient's skull, sometimes while the patient was fully conscious, and then wait to see if the problem spirits would take the hint and leave. What's remarkable is that some patients actually survived this procedure and even seemed to get better afterward, though such improvement was probably more due to the placebo effect and sheer luck than to any therapeutic value of having holes drilled in their heads. Medieval people interpreted these successes as proof that the treatment worked, rather than evidence that the human body is surprisingly resilient. Cataract surgery was another common procedure, performed by travelling specialists who would arrive in town, perform a dozen or so cataract operations in a day, and then leave before anyone had time to evaluate the long-term results. The technique involved pushing the clouded lens back into the eye with a sharp needle, which sometimes worked and sometimes resulted in complete blindness, but at least it was quick. But medieval medicine wasn't purely physical, it was deeply intertwined with spiritual healing and religious belief. Medieval people understood illness as having spiritual as well as physical causes, which meant that treatment needed to address both the body and the soul. This understanding led to a fascinating integration of medical and religious practices that would seem strange to modern eyes, but made perfect sense in a world where the boundary between physical and spiritual was much more fluid. Saints were specialised medical consultants, each with their areas of expertise. St. Blaise was good for throat problems, St. Lucy handled eye diseases, and St. Apollonia was the go-to saint for dental issues. If you had a specific medical problem, there was probably a saint who had suffered a similar affliction during their martyrdom and could therefore provide targeted assistance. Pilgrimage was considered both a medical treatment and a spiritual exercise. Medieval people would travel hundreds of miles to visit holy sites where miraculous healings were said to occur. These journeys served multiple purposes. The physical exercise was probably beneficial, the change of scenery might help with mental health, and the hope and faith involved in the pilgrimage could have real therapeutic effects. Holy relics were another important category of medieval medicine. A bone from a saint, a piece of cloth that had touched a holy person, or water that had been blessed by someone with the right religious credentials, could all serve as powerful medicines. The more exotic and well-documented the relic, the more effective it was believed to be. Medieval hospitals were usually run by religious communities and focused as much on spiritual care as on physical treatment. Patients received regular prayers, confession, and spiritual counselling alongside whatever medical treatments were available. The idea was that healing involved the whole person, not just their physical symptoms. This spiritual dimension of medieval medicine also included elaborate rituals and ceremonies designed to drive out evil influences. Exorcism was a recognised medical treatment for certain types of mental illness, performed by clergy who specialised in spiritual healing. These ceremonies could last for hours or even days, involving prayers, holy water, religious artefacts, and considerable drama. What's fascinating is how this spiritual approach sometimes produced real results. The combination of hope, community support, ritual healing, and focused attention could have genuine therapeutic effects, especially for conditions that had strong psychological components. Medieval people might not have understood the placebo effect, but they certainly knew how to harness the power of belief and community in their healing practices. The integration of physical and spiritual healing also meant that medieval medicine was deeply personal and holistic. Your physician wasn't just treating your symptoms, they were treating your entire life situation, your spiritual state, your relationships, and your place in the community. It was an approach that modern medicine is, in some ways, still trying to figure out how to replicate. As we conclude our intimate exploration of medieval medicine, you may be curious about the fate of these vibrant theories and inventive treatments. Did they just vanish overnight when someone invented the microscope? Or did they gradually fade away like old tapestries left too long in the sun? The truth is that medieval medicine didn't disappear all at once. It evolved, sometimes gracefully and sometimes with the awkward stumbling of a teenager trying to learn new dance steps. Many medieval ideas hung around well into the Renaissance and beyond, like houseguests who don't quite know when it's time to leave the party. The four humours theory, for instance, continued to influence medical thinking well into the 19th century. Even as new discoveries challenged the basic premises, physicians found ways to adapt and modify the system rather than abandon it entirely. The language of the humours became so embedded in how people thought about personality and health that we still use terms like sanguine, phlegmatic, choleric, and melancholic today, though now they're more likely to appear in literature classes than medical textbooks. Bloodletting proved particularly stubborn, persisting as a standard medical treatment for centuries after medieval times ended. George Washington himself was treated with extensive bloodletting during his final illness in 1799, receiving what modern doctors would consider a fatal amount of blood loss in a well-intentioned but misguided attempt to cure his throat infection. It took until the mid-19th century for the medical establishment to finally admit that maybe, just maybe, removing large quantities of blood from sick people wasn't actually helping them get better. But medieval medicine also gave us some genuinely valuable contributions that we still use today. Many of the herbal remedies that medieval physicians prescribed contained active compounds that modern science has validated and refined. Aspirin comes from willow bark, digitalis from foxglove, and morphine from poppies, all plants that medieval healers used, even though they didn't understand the chemistry behind why they worked. The medieval emphasis on careful observation of patients also laid important groundwork for modern diagnostic techniques. Medieval physicians might have been wrong about what they were observing, but they established the principle that healing required paying close attention to individual patients and their specific symptoms. The practices of taking detailed medical histories, examining bodily fluids, and monitoring changes in patient conditions all trace their roots back to medieval medical practice. Perhaps most importantly, medieval medicine established the idea that healing was a professional skill that required training, study, and ongoing learning. Medieval universities began offering medical degrees, creating the foundation for modern medical education. The requirement that physicians study anatomy, even if their understanding was limited, established precedents that eventually led to much more accurate knowledge of how bodies actually work. Medieval medicine also gave us the concept of hospitals as institutions dedicated to healing, rather than just places where sick people went to die. Medieval hospitals, usually run by religious orders, established the principle that society had a responsibility to care for the sick, and that healing should be available to everyone, not just the wealthy. This approach was a revolutionary idea that continues to influence healthcare policy discussions today. The medieval integration of physical and spiritual healing also contributed valuable insights that modern medicine is still exploring. The recognition that illness affects the whole person, not just specific body parts, and that healing involves psychological and social factors as well as purely physical ones, reflects an understanding that contemporary medicine is working to recapture. Even some of the more seemingly bizarre medieval practices contained kernels of wisdom that we're only now beginning to appreciate. The emphasis on diet, exercise, and lifestyle factors in maintaining health was remarkably sophisticated, even if the specific theories were wrong. The comprehension that mental and emotional states could impact physical health was centuries ahead of its era. As you settle back into your comfortable chair and finish the last drops of your warm drink, you might reflect on how medieval medicine, for all its apparent strangeness, represented humanity's persistent, creative, and often touching attempts to understand and heal the mysterious vessel that carries us through life. These medieval physicians and healers were working with limited information and primitive tools, but they approached their task with dedication, creativity, and genuine care for their patients. They remind us that medicine is not just a science, but also an art, requiring not only technical knowledge but also compassion, creativity, and the willingness to keep trying new approaches when old ones don't work. And perhaps most importantly, they show us that the desire to heal and help others is one of humanity's most enduring and noble impulses, persisting across centuries and cultures, adapting to new knowledge while maintaining its essential character. Sleep well and be grateful for modern medicine, but don't forget to appreciate the long, winding, often amusing path that led us here. Now, imagine yourself sitting in your favourite armchair in 1939, perhaps with a lukewarm cup of tea on the side table, as the world prepares to undergo unprecedented transformations. But the people who were about to change it had no idea they were writing the most expensive recipe ever. The recipe required approximately 130,000 individuals, a duration of 3 years, and sufficient funds to establish a modest nation. It all started because some very smart people got very worried. Imagine the feeling you get when you realise you left the stove on, and imagine that feeling multiplied by the entire future of civilization. That's roughly what Leo Szilard felt when he heard that German scientists had figured out how to split uranium atoms. Szilard was a genius who could probably calculate the trajectory of falling toast in his pyjamas, but even he couldn't foresee the consequences of his concern. The amusing thing about Szilard is that he was the kind of guy who would patent an idea for a nuclear reactor, then immediately realise it might be dangerous and try to keep it secret. It's like inventing dynamite and then whispering the recipe. He spent most of 1939 pacing around New York, likely frightening pigeons with his intense expression, trying to persuade anyone who would listen that America needed to outpace Germany in the atomic race. But you can't just walk into the White House and say, "Hey, we need to build a massive bomb." Well, you can try, but they'll probably escort you out rather quickly. So Szilard did what any reasonable person would do. He got Einstein to write a letter. Apparently, even in 1939, name recognition held significant importance. Einstein, who probably just wanted to work on his theories in peace, found himself accidentally becoming the godfather of the atomic age. He later recognised the irony, given that he was a pacifist who had previously expressed a preference for being a lighthouse keeper over a physicist. Roosevelt got the letter in October 1939, right around the time he was dealing with a dozen other world-ending problems. You have to admire the man's ability to prioritise. Most of us get overwhelmed choosing what to watch on streaming services, but FDR was juggling potential nuclear weapons, a world war, and probably wondering if his morning coffee was strong enough for any of this. The initial response was about as enthusiastic as you'd expect from a government bureaucracy. They formed a committee. Nothing conveys the urgency of a world-changing scientific breakthrough more effectively than the formation of a committee. The Uranium Committee, as they called it, met a few times, allocated a whopping $6,000 for research, and probably spent more on coffee than uranium. It was the governmental equivalent of putting a band-aid on a volcano. But here's where the story gets intriguing, in that uniquely American way. While the committee was busy being committee-like, Pearl Harbor happened. Suddenly, the abstract concept of maybe we should look into this atomic thing became, we need this atomic thing yesterday, and we'll build it bigger than anyone has ever built anything. Enter General Leslie Groves, a man who had just finished building the Pentagon and was probably looking forward to a comfortable, quiet desk job. Instead, he got handed the Manhattan Project, which was like being asked to organise the world's most dangerous science fair with unlimited funding and a deadline that could determine the fate of democracy. Groves was the kind of military mind who could look at an impossible task and immediately start figuring out how to make it slightly less impossible, one spreadsheet at a time. The beautiful absurdity of the Manhattan Project was already becoming clear. You had theoretical physicists who could barely balance their checkbooks being asked to create the most practical and devastating weapon in history, while military men who understood logistics had to wrap their heads around concepts that sounded like they belonged in comic books. And so began the most improbable collaboration in human history, where the marriage of pure science and applied paranoia would reshape everything. Now, you might think that assembling the world's greatest scientific minds would be like organising a really intellectual dinner party. You'd be wrong. It was more like trying to herd cats, if the cats were Nobel Prize winners with strong opinions about quantum mechanics, and an alarming tendency to argue about theoretical physics at inappropriate volumes. General Groves, bless his practical heart, approached this challenge the way any good military man would. He made lists. Lots of lists. Lists of scientists, lists of locations, lists of things they'd need, and probably a list of reasons why this was either the best or worst assignment of his career. He realised pretty quickly that managing brilliant people was like managing regular people, except they could prove you wrong with math. The first real breakthrough came when someone suggested they recruit Robert Oppenheimer to lead the scientific effort. Now, Oppenheimer was an interesting choice. He was brilliant, absolutely, but he was also the kind of guy who quoted Sanskrit at cocktail parties and had a habit of making everyone around him feel slightly undereducated. He was like that friend who can discuss wine, literature, and nuclear physics with equal fluency, except instead of being annoying at dinner parties, he was about to become the most famous scientist in America. What made Oppenheimer perfect for the job wasn't just his scientific credentials, though those were impressive enough. It was his ability to translate between the language of pure science and the language of "we need results now, please." He could talk to a theoretical physicist about quantum mechanics in the morning and explain to a general why they needed more funding in the afternoon, all while maintaining the kind of cool demeanour that suggested he found the whole thing intellectually fascinating rather than terrifying. But you can't run a massive scientific project from university offices and borrowed laboratories. They needed space, and not just any space. They needed secret space. Really secret space. The kind of secret space where you could accidentally change the world without anyone noticing until it was too late. Enter Los Alamos, New Mexico, a location so remote that it made the middle of nowhere look like downtown Manhattan. It was perfect in the way that only truly imperfect places can be perfect. The site was isolated enough that any accidental explosions would mostly just bother the local wildlife, but accessible enough that they could actually transport equipment and people without requiring pack mules. The original plan was to house maybe 30 scientists there. This was a bit like planning a small dinner party and having it turn into a wedding reception for 500 people. By the end of the project, Los Alamos had grown from a sleepy ranch school into a secret city with its own post office, school system, and probably the highest concentration of advanced degrees per square mile in human history. But Los Alamos was just one piece of the puzzle. The Manhattan Project ended up requiring an entire secret infrastructure spread across the country. They built massive facilities in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, where they would separate uranium isotopes using methods that were equal parts brilliant and brute force. They constructed another enormous complex in Hanford, Washington, for producing plutonium, because apparently one type of nuclear material wasn't enough for their ambitious plans. The logistics alone were mind-boggling. Try explaining to your accountant that you need to build several cities from scratch, hire tens of thousands of people, and consume more electricity than some entire states. All for a project you can't actually tell anyone about. The Tennessee Valley Authority suddenly found itself powering what looked like the industrial equivalent of a small alien invasion, and they just had to trust that someone, somewhere, knew what they were doing. The security measures were so elaborate they bordered on comedy. Workers at Oak Ridge were told they were helping with the war effort, but most had no idea what they were actually producing. Some thought they were making industrial equipment. Others assumed it was some kind of super fuel. A few probably suspected they were involved in something important, but the compartmentalization was so thorough that you could work on the Manhattan Project for 3 years and still have only the vaguest idea what you'd actually accomplished. Meanwhile, back at Los Alamos, Oppenheimer was facing the unique challenge of creating a functional community where the residents included some of the most brilliant and temperamental people on the planet, all living in temporary housing in the middle of the desert, working on something that might either end the war or accidentally end everything else. It was like summer camp for adults, if summer camp involved nuclear physics and the fate of civilization. Now here's where things get really interesting, in the special way that only theoretical physics can be interesting. You're dealing with people who spend their days thinking about things so small you can't see them, even with the most powerful microscopes, yet these invisible things contain enough energy to level cities. It's like discovering that dust bunnies under your couch could power your entire neighborhood, if only you could figure out how to convince them to cooperate. The basic concept of nuclear fission sounds almost simple when you say it quickly. You take a uranium atom, you split it, and it releases energy. But saying that is like saying baking a cake when you're actually trying to construct a 12-tier wedding cake while blindfolded, using ingredients you've never seen before, and following a recipe written in a language that was just invented yesterday. The first challenge was getting the right kind of uranium. Natural uranium is mostly uranium-238, which is about as useful for making bombs as a chocolate teapot. What they needed was uranium-235, which makes up less than 1% of natural uranium. It's like needing to separate red M&Ms from a swimming pool full of mixed M&Ms, except the M&Ms are invisible, they're trying to kill you, and you can only tell them apart using methods that hadn't been invented yet. The scientists at Oak Ridge approached this problem with the kind of methodical determination that only comes from having absolutely no choice. They tried several different separation methods, including one that involved giant electromagnets called calutrons. These machines were enormous and consumed so much electricity that they basically turned the separation of uranium isotopes into an industrial process that could be seen from space if satellites had existed then. However, uranium was not the sole option available. Nuclear reactors could create plutonium, an element absent in nature. Plutonium was like uranium's more complicated cousin, potentially more powerful, but also more difficult to work with and with a personality that could charitably be described as temperamental. Creating plutonium required building nuclear reactors, which brought its own special set of challenges. The first reactor was built under the football stadium at the University of Chicago because apparently someone thought that the best place to test humanity's first controlled nuclear chain reaction was directly underneath a major American city. The physicist in charge of this experiment, Enrico Fermi, was reportedly betting on whether the reaction would stop when they wanted it to, which shows how well they understood what they were doing. Fermi, incidentally, was the kind of scientist who could calculate complex physics problems in his head, while other people were still looking for their calculators. He was also famous for his ability to estimate almost anything. Give him a few minutes and some basic information, and he could tell you approximately how many piano tuners lived in Chicago, or how much energy would be released by various theoretical nuclear explosions. This skill turned out to be surprisingly useful when dealing with weapons that released more energy than anyone had ever handled before. The Chicago reactor worked, thankfully, without accidentally eliminating the Midwest, and it provided the proof of concept needed to build much larger reactors at Hanford. These reactors were designed to produce plutonium on an industrial scale, turning the abstract concept of artificially created elements into something measured in tons rather than microscopic quantities. However, obtaining nuclear material was only half the challenge. The other half was figuring out how to make it explode in a controlled, predictable way that would release all that energy at exactly the right moment. This step turned out to be significantly more complicated than anyone had anticipated, like the difference between lighting a candle and conducting a symphony orchestra made entirely of fire. The simplest design, called gun type, worked by shooting one piece of uranium into another piece of uranium rapidly. It was elegant in its simplicity, like nuclear physics designed by someone who really understood hammers. But this method only worked with uranium-235, and they didn't have enough for more than one bomb. The plutonium bomb required a completely different approach called implosion, which involved surrounding a ball of plutonium with conventional explosives and detonating them all at exactly the same moment, compressing the plutonium until it reached critical mass. Achieving this required such precision that it would make Swiss watchmakers nervous. If the timing was off by even a few microseconds, the result would be an expensive dud instead of a nuclear explosion. This was the kind of problem that kept brilliant people awake at night, staring at the ceiling and wondering if they were about to change the world or just create the most elaborate failure in scientific history. By the summer of 1945, Los Alamos scientists had been engaged in the world's most expensive science project for over 2 years. Despite possessing numerous theories, calculations, and mathematical equations, they remained uncertain if any of them would truly function. It's akin to dedicating 3 years to the construction of a car, only to discover that you've never actually attempted to operate the key. The gun-type uranium bomb was simple enough that they felt confident it would work without testing. This level of confidence in an untested nuclear weapon was either remarkably bold or extremely naive, depending on how you looked at it. However, the plutonium implosion bomb presented a distinct challenge. It was so complex and temperamental that betting the war on it without a test would have been like performing brain surgery based on a cookbook you'd written yourself. So they decided to conduct a test, which presented its own unique set of challenges. What would be the most suitable location to test a nuclear weapon? You cannot simply head to the nearby firing range and hope for a favourable outcome. You need somewhere remote enough that if something goes spectacularly wrong, you won't accidentally eliminate half of civilization before you've had a chance to use your weapon on the enemy. They chose a site in the New Mexico desert, about 200 miles south of Los Alamos, called Trinity. The name was Oppenheimer's choice, inspired by a John Donne poem, because apparently even when you're about to test humanity's first nuclear weapon, you still have time for literature. The site was flat, empty, and far enough from major population centres that any unexpected consequences would mostly affect lizards and tumbleweeds. Preparing for the test was like planning the world's most dangerous camping trip. They had to transport an incredibly delicate and expensive nuclear device across desert roads that were barely suitable for regular automobiles, then assemble it in a temporary laboratory that had been built in the middle of nowhere. The bomb itself was nicknamed the Gadget, with the kind of casual understatement that suggested they were discussing a new kitchen appliance, rather than a weapon that could level a city. The scientists and military personnel involved in the test were dealing with unprecedented questions. How far away did you need to be to observe a nuclear explosion safely? Nobody knew, because nobody had ever observed a nuclear explosion before. They made their best guesses based on calculations and hoped they weren't catastrophically wrong. Some of the scientists brought suntan lotion, as if protecting against nuclear radiation was similar to preventing a mild sunburn. The test was scheduled for the early morning hours of July 16th, 1945, partly for security reasons and partly because someone thought it would be easier to see the explosion against the pre-dawn sky. As the countdown approached, the level of tension at the site was probably measurable with scientific instruments. These were people who had spent years of their lives working toward this moment, and they were about to find out if they'd created a revolutionary weapon or the world's most expensive firework. Oppenheimer and the other key scientists gathered at a control bunker about 6 miles from Ground Zero, which seemed like a safe distance until you realized that nobody actually knew what constituted a safe distance from humanity's first nuclear explosion. They lay down on the ground, facing away from the blast site, with instructions to look only after the initial flash had passed. It was like being told to watch the world's most important sunrise through your eyelids. At 5:29 a.m., the gadget detonated with a force equivalent to about 21,000 tons of TNT. For a brief moment, the explosion created temperatures comparable to the surface of the sun and light brighter than the sun itself. The flash was visible from over 160 miles away, and the sound of the explosion was heard nearly 100 miles distant. Several observers reported that for a few seconds it was as if there were 2 suns in the sky. The mushroom cloud rose to over 40,000 feet, and the heat from the explosion turned the desert sand into a greenish glass that they later called trinitite. The steel tower that held the bomb vaporized, along with everything else within a substantial radius of Ground Zero. In the space of a few seconds, the theoretical had become devastatingly real. Oppenheimer later said that as he watched the explosion, a line from the Bhagavad Gita came to mind. "Now I am become death, destroyer of worlds." It was the kind of literary reference that seemed almost absurdly intellectual given the circumstances, but it captured the magnitude of what they had just witnessed. They had successfully created a weapon that could destroy entire cities in an instant. The test was a complete success, which meant that the Manhattan Project had achieved its primary goal. They had beaten Germany to the atomic bomb. Of course, by this point Germany had already surrendered, so the original motivation for the project was somewhat moot. But there was still Japan to consider, and the war in the Pacific was far from over. As the mushroom cloud dissipated over the New Mexico desert, the scientists and military personnel at Trinity began grappling with the implications of what they had just accomplished. They had unlocked a portal that would never reopen. Now comes the part of the story where things get complicated in ways that make quantum physics look straightforward. You have this incredibly powerful weapon that works exactly as advertised, a war that's still raging in the Pacific, and a bunch of very smart people suddenly realizing that creating the thing was actually the easy part. The real challenge lay in deciding what to do with it. President Truman, who had inherited both the presidency and the Manhattan Project from Roosevelt, found himself in the position of having to make decisions about weapons he barely understood. Imagine being given the keys to a weapon that could destroy cities and being told to learn how to use it in a few weeks. Truman was a practical man who preferred straightforward problems with straightforward solutions, but there was nothing straightforward about atomic weapons. The military estimates for the invasion of Japan were extremely sobering. Operation Downfall, as it was known, had the potential to cause over 1 million American casualties and several million Japanese deaths. These weren't abstract numbers on a strategic planning document. They represented real people, families, and entire communities. The alternative was using atomic weapons against Japanese cities, which would also kill enormous numbers of civilians, but might end the war quickly enough to prevent an even larger catastrophe. It's the kind of decision that would keep anyone awake at night, the kind of moral calculation that has no clearly right answer. Do you choose the option that kills fewer people overall, but involves using weapons of unprecedented destructive power? Or do you choose the conventional invasion that might ultimately cost more lives but doesn't cross the threshold into nuclear warfare? Some of the scientists involved in the Manhattan Project were seriously reconsidering their involvement in its creation. Leo Szilard, who had started the whole thing with his worries about German atomic research, now found himself trying to stop the use of the weapons he had helped create. He and several other scientists petitioned Truman to demonstrate the bomb's power without using it against populated areas, perhaps by detonating it over an uninhabited area, where Japanese leaders could witness its destructive potential. But military planners argued that a demonstration might not be convincing enough to force Japanese surrender, especially if the bomb failed to detonate properly. They had exactly 2 operational atomic weapons, Little Boy, the uranium bomb, and Fat Man, the plutonium bomb, and using one for a demonstration would leave them with only 1 weapon for actual combat use. It was like having 2 bullets and wondering whether to fire one into the air as a warning shot. The decision-making process was complicated by the fact that many of the people involved still didn't fully understand what they were dealing with. The long-term effects of radiation exposure weren't well understood. The political implications of introducing nuclear weapons to warfare hadn't been fully considered. They were making decisions about the future of human conflict, with incomplete information and under enormous time pressure. Japanese resistance was fierce and showed no signs of diminishing. The Battle of Okinawa had demonstrated the terrible cost of invading fortified Japanese positions, and intelligence suggested that the Japanese were preparing to defend their home islands with even greater determination. Kamikaze attacks were increasing in frequency and intensity. From a purely military perspective, anything that could end the war quickly was worth serious consideration. On the other hand, several high-ranking military officials questioned whether atomic weapons were necessary at all. Some argued that Japan was already on the verge of surrender due to conventional bombing, naval blockade, and the Soviet entry into the war against Japan. Others suggested that the primary motivation for using the bombs was not to defeat Japan, but to demonstrate American nuclear capability to the Soviet Union, thereby initiating the Cold War. The target selection process was grimly methodical. Military planners wanted cities that were militarily significant, but had not been heavily damaged by conventional bombing, so that the effects of the atomic weapon could be clearly observed and documented. They also wanted targets that would have maximum psychological impact on Japanese leadership. The final target list included Hiroshima, Kokura, Niigata, and Nagasaki. Kyoto was initially on the list as well, but Secretary of War Henry Stimson reportedly removed it from consideration, because he had visited the city and appreciated its cultural and historical significance. It's one of those small human moments that had enormous consequences, a single person's aesthetic sensibility potentially saving a city and its hundreds of thousands of inhabitants from nuclear destruction. As the decision deadline approached, Truman was receiving advice from multiple directions, much of it contradictory. Military commanders wanted to use the weapons to save American lives. There was a divide among scientists between those seeking to demonstrate the bomb's power and those advocating for its decisive use. Political advisors were thinking about post-war relationships with both Japan and the Soviet Union. In the end, Truman made the decision that he believed would end the war most quickly and save the most lives overall. Whether he was right or wrong is a question that historians and ethicists continue to debate today. But in the summer of 1945, with incomplete information and enormous pressure, he chose to authorize the use of atomic weapons against Japan. It was a decision that would define not just the end of World War II, but the beginning of the nuclear age. On the morning of August 6, 1945, the crew of the Enola Gay, a B-29 bomber named after the pilot's mother, took off from Tinian Island carrying Little Boy, the uranium bomb that had never been tested but was expected to work based on theoretical calculations. It's important to take a moment to appreciate the surreal nature of this moment. They were piloting an untested nuclear weapon over the Pacific Ocean, relying on 3 years of theoretical physics and engineering to perform precisely as intended at the crucial moment. Colonel Paul Tibbets, the pilot, probably had the strangest job description in military history that morning. He was essentially a delivery driver, except his package could destroy an entire city, and his route included flying over enemy territory while carrying the most expensive and dangerous cargo in human history. The crew had been told they were carrying a very powerful bomb, but most didn't know they were about to witness the first use of nuclear weapons in warfare. Hiroshima was chosen as the primary target, partly because it was an important military centre, and partly because it had been largely spared from conventional bombing, making it ideal for observing the effects of atomic weapons. The city had about 350,000 people going about their morning routines, unaware that they were about to witness a historic moment. At 8:15 a.m. local time, Little Boy detonated about 1,900 feet above the city centre. The explosion created a fireball with temperatures exceeding those at the centre of the sun, followed by a shockwave that destroyed virtually everything within a 1-mile radius. The mushroom cloud rose to over 60,000 feet, and the flash of light was visible for miles. Suddenly, a bustling metropolis transformed into the epicenter of the nuclear era. The immediate destruction was almost incomprehensible. Buildings simply vanished. People who were close to the hypercenter were vaporized so quickly that their shadows were burned into concrete and stone surfaces. The intense heat, the crushing force of the shockwave, or the collapse of buildings killed others. Tens of thousands died immediately, and tens of thousands more would die in the following days and weeks from radiation sickness, burns, and injuries. Back in Washington, the news of Hiroshima's destruction was received with a mixture of relief, satisfaction, and growing awareness of what had just been unleashed. Truman announced the attack publicly, explaining that the United States had developed a new and revolutionary increase in destruction, and warning Japan to surrender or face a rain of ruin from the air, the like of which has never been seen on this earth. But Japan did not immediately surrender. The Japanese government was still processing the implications of what had happened to Hiroshima when, 3 days later, another B-29 took off from Tinian carrying Fat Man, the plutonium bomb that had been successfully tested at Trinity. The original target was Kokura, but cloud cover forced the crew to divert to their secondary target, Nagasaki. Nagasaki was a port city with significant military industry, home to about 240,000 people. Fat Man detonated at 11:02 a.m. on August 9th, creating another mushroom cloud and another zone of complete devastation. The bomb was actually more powerful than Little Boy, but the hilly terrain of Nagasaki limited the destruction somewhat compared to the flat geography of Hiroshima. The 2 atomic bombings killed over 200,000 people, most of them civilians, and demonstrated that the United States possessed weapons of unprecedented destructive power. More importantly, from a strategic perspective, they showed that America could produce these weapons and was willing to use them. The message to both Japan and the rest of the world was unmistakable. The rules of warfare had fundamentally changed. Emperor Hirohito announced Japan's surrender on August 15, 1945, citing a new and most cruel bomb as one of the factors in his decision. The war was over, but the nuclear age had begun. The scientists and engineers who had worked on the Manhattan Project found themselves grappling with the reality that their theoretical calculations had translated into actual human destruction on an unprecedented scale. Some, like Oppenheimer, were haunted by what they had helped create. Others argued that the bombs had actually saved lives by ending the war quickly and preventing a costly invasion of Japan. Whether the atomic bombings were necessary or justified remains a topic of debate, but it is undeniable that they represented a significant shift in human history. The Manhattan Project had succeeded in its primary objective. It had created weapons powerful enough to end World War II. But it had also created something else, a world where the complete destruction of civilization was now theoretically possible, where the stakes of international conflict had been raised beyond anything previously imaginable. As the aftermath of Hiroshima and Nagasaki receded, the scientists, who had dedicated 3 years to their clandestine work, came to understand that their efforts were far from concluded. They had solved the technical challenge of nuclear weapons, but they had also created political, ethical, and strategic challenges that would define international relations for generations to come. The atomic age had arrived, and there was no going back. When the celebration parades ended and the newspapers stopped running headlines about the miracle weapons that had ended the war, the people who had created those weapons found themselves dealing with a peculiar kind of hangover. It wasn't the sort you get from too much champagne at a victory party, but the kind that comes from realizing you've fundamentally changed the world and aren't entirely sure whether you should feel proud or terrified. The Manhattan Project had been such a massive, all-consuming effort that many of the scientists involved hadn't really had time to think about what would happen after they succeeded. It's akin to devoting 3 years to the construction of a race car, only to abruptly discover you don't know where to steer it. They had solved the technical problem of nuclear weapons with brilliant efficiency, but they had inadvertently created problems that were much more complicated than mere physics. Oppenheimer, who had led the scientific effort at Los Alamos, found himself in the strange position of being simultaneously celebrated as a hero and viewed with suspicion as a potential security risk. He had become the most famous scientist in America, the father of the atomic bomb, but he was also someone who quoted Sanskrit poetry, and had complicated political views that made government officials nervous. It's challenging to be a national icon when you keep reminding people that the thing that made you famous could also destroy civilization. The other scientists went to universities and research institutions, taking with them the knowledge of how to build nuclear weapons and the burden of knowing what those weapons could do. Some threw themselves into peaceful applications of nuclear technology, hoping to balance the destructive potential of their work with beneficial uses for atomic energy. Others became advocates for nuclear disarmament, arguing that the weapons they had helped create were too dangerous for any nation to possess. But the most significant change was in how countries thought about war and international relations. The atomic bomb had made the concept of total victory obsolete, because it now potentially meant total destruction for everyone involved. It was like discovering that winning an argument could result in both participants being struck by lightning. The traditional logic of warfare, where you could defeat your enemies without destroying yourself, no longer applied when nuclear weapons were involved. The Soviet Union, which had been America's ally during the war, immediately began working on its own nuclear weapons program. Joseph Stalin was not the sort of leader who was comfortable with other countries having weapons he didn't possess, especially weapons that could level entire cities. The race to develop nuclear weapons became the foundation of what would be called the Cold War, a decades-long standoff between superpowers armed with enough nuclear weapons to destroy each other many times over. The scientists who had worked on the Manhattan Project watched this development with a mixture of resignation and horror. Many thought that nuclear weapons would be so obviously bad that no sane leader would want to make more. Instead, they discovered that human nature was more complicated than nuclear physics, and that the existence of nuclear weapons seemed to make other countries want nuclear weapons even more desperately. Nuclear testing became a regular occurrence, with both the United States and the Soviet Union detonating increasingly powerful weapons in remote locations around the world. The hydrogen bomb, developed in the early 1950s, made the weapons used against Japan look small by comparison. It was comparable to the difference between a firecracker and a volcano, with both having the potential to destroy human civilization if misused. The legacy of the Manhattan Project extended far beyond military applications. Nuclear power plants began generating electricity, nuclear medicine revolutionized cancer treatment, and radioactive isotopes became essential tools for scientific research. The same knowledge that had created the most destructive weapons in history also led to innovations that saved lives and advanced human understanding of the natural world. But perhaps the most lasting legacy of the Manhattan Project was the way it changed how we think about the relationship between science and society. Before 1945, most people viewed scientific research as inherently beneficial, a pure pursuit of knowledge that inevitably led to human progress. After Hiroshima and Nagasaki, it became clear that scientific knowledge could be used for purposes that were anything but beneficial, and that scientists had responsibilities that extended beyond their laboratories. The Manhattan Project demonstrated that, given enough resources, brilliant people, and sufficient motivation, humans could solve almost any technical problem. But it also showed that solving technical problems was often easier than dealing with the consequences of those solutions. The scientists had successfully built nuclear weapons, but they had also built a world where the continued existence of human civilization depended on the wisdom and restraint of political leaders. As you settle in for sleep tonight, it's worth remembering that the story of the Manhattan Project is ultimately a story about human beings trying to solve an unprecedented problem under enormous pressure, making decisions with incomplete information and dealing with consequences they couldn't fully anticipate. The scientists, engineers, and military personnel involved were not fundamentally different from people today. They were just people trying to do their jobs in extraordinary circumstances. The atomic age that began in the New Mexico desert in 1945 is still with us today, and probably always will be. The knowledge of how to split atoms and release enormous amounts of energy cannot be uninvented, and the weapons created during the Manhattan Project have shaped international relations for over 70 years. But perhaps that's not entirely a bad thing. The existence of nuclear weapons has made large-scale wars between major powers extremely risky, creating a strange kind of peace through the threat of mutual destruction. It's not the most comforting foundation for international stability, but it has worked so far.